The story begins with the main character, Qin Cheng, who has been orphaned since he was young and raised by an elderly man from the Lin family. Because of this, the people in the Lin family have always looked down on him. Everyone wants him out of the family. Qin Cheng never understood why the old man from the Lin family was so stubborn about marrying off his granddaughter to him. But his wife, Qin Cheng, had no respect for him. Even after 3 years of marriage, she not only refused to let him touch her, but they barely even exchanged a few words. A few days ago, the Lin sisters came up with a plan to get rid of Qin Cheng. They accused him of harassing his sister-in-law, using this as an excuse to drive him out of the Lin family. On top of that, they hired people to beat him nearly to death. What they couldn't expect was that this moment would also be the one when Qin Cheng awakened. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy surrounded his body, and a divine dragon appeared before him, radiating an overwhelming presence. As the son of the dragon, to live so lowly, what a disgrace, the dragon thought. Seeing the divine dragon, Qin Cheng was momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" he asked. The dragon's voice thundered in anger. "If I had another hair, I would never pass my legacy to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng seemed to realize something. Hesitantly, he asked, "Are you my father?" At that moment, the divine dragon suddenly used its power on Qin Cheng. "From today onward, you will inherit my bloodline. I hope you won't disappoint me." In an instant, Qin Cheng felt the inheritance of the divine dragon's power flow into him. A burst of energy surged into the protagonist's body, causing him to instantly unleash a surge of power. As Qin Cheng slowly regained consciousness and woke up from his faint, he heard a strange voice. "Miss, it seems like he's awake." At that moment, still unsure of where he was, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared in front of him. She gently spoke. "Your injuries are severe. Don't move around too much. The doctor will be here soon." By this point, Qin Cheng had fully regained his senses. He started processing everything, including the fact that he was the son of a dragon god and had inherited the dragon's bloodline. Just as he received the news that the doctor had arrived, the girl spoke to Qin Cheng again. "If the doctor is here, then I'll leave. Once your injuries heal, you can leave on your own." Qin Cheng, with no visible injuries, expressed his gratitude to the girl and then asked for her name. Seeing that his wounds were healing on their own, the girl was shocked, but quickly regained her composure and coldly replied, "You don't need to know my name. The only reason I saved you is because of my grandfather." Hearing this, Qin Cheng's curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, the girl started to cry as she shared her story. "My grandfather has an incurable illness. The doctors have already given their final prognosis, and they told me that the only way for him to live a little longer is if I do some good deed to earn that time." Hearing this, the male lead hesitated and said, "I have some knowledge of medicine. Could I take a look at the current condition of the old man?" At this point, the young lady's expression changed slightly. Meanwhile, as the doctor was explaining the old man's condition, he believed that the old man was simply mentally fatigued and would recover with medication. Just as he was speaking confidently, a figure suddenly stepped forward, interrupting the doctor. Qin Cheng stood to the side and spoke clearly. "The area between his eyebrows is darkened. If this isn't treated, it could be life-threatening." The doctor, angry at Qin Cheng for interrupting him, retorted, "What do you know? I am a renowned doctor in the capital. Who are you to question me? If I say the old man is fine, then he is fine." Remaining calm, Qin Cheng asked, "If something happens to Mr. Su, are you prepared to take responsibility?" The doctor, his face full of arrogance, replied, "Of course. My diagnoses have never been wrong." Before he could finish speaking, old Mr. Su, sitting beside them, suddenly coughed up blood. His face turned pale immediately. Seeing this, Miss Su urgently asked Dr. Lai about the old man's condition. The doctor, seeing what had just happened, was at a loss for what to do. In this moment, Qin Cheng stepped forward. The young man stepped up to Mr. Su and examined him closely. Mr. Su's health couldn't hold out much longer, and at this point, it was all a gamble. Hearing this, Miss Su collapsed to the ground, crying and pleading, "If you can save my grandfather, the Su family will forever be grateful to you." In an instant, Qin Cheng used his abilities to treat the old man. To him, if good people don't get any reward or recognition, fewer people will want to be good. So Qin Cheng was determined to save this elderly man. The main character focused all of his energy and used his dragon power to heal Mr. Su. In no time, Mr. Su felt like he was wandering through a fairyland, and his complexion gradually improved, turning healthier than before. On Qin Cheng's side, though, using so much energy had left him feeling a little weak. At this moment, Mr. Su looked at him and said, "I'll never forget your kindness. Tell me, what do you want?" Qin Cheng replied, "I don't need anything. If Miss Su hadn't found me on the road and brought me here, I might have already been dead." Hearing this, Miss Su happily walked over to Qin Cheng and said, "I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Anyone else would have saved you too. Let's get to know each other better. My name is Su Wan, If I'm not mistaken, your name is Qin Cheng, right? The main character felt a little awkward in response to her warm enthusiasm. To him, this girl was nothing like the cruel daughters of the Lin family. At this point, Su Wan quietly asked Qin Cheng, "How many more years do you think my grandfather has left?" Mr. Su, sitting nearby, clearly heard every word his granddaughter said. The old man cheerfully said, "Life and death are all in fate. There's no need to worry too much about it." With that, he enthusiastically invited Qin Cheng to stay and have dinner with his family. Just as Qin Cheng was adamantly refusing, he suddenly received a message. On the other side, Lin Qingqing, upon learning that he was still alive, mocked him. She even ordered him to return home. Looking at the message, Qin Cheng's expression shifted slightly. With no other choice, he had to say goodbye to the old man and his grandson, making his way back. Just as Qin Cheng was about to leave, Su Wan eagerly offered to see him off. As soon as Qin Cheng left, the old man Su spoke to his subordinates saying, "There are some matters concerning the future of the Su family that we need to be cautious about. Investigate the background of that guy thoroughly." When Qin Cheng entered the Lin family home, he immediately saw Lin Qingqing standing there, yelling at him. Lin Qingqing said, "You useless fool, where have you been dead all this time?" Qin Cheng was about to respond, but Lin Qingqing cut him off. She said, "I don't have the patience to listen to your excuses. If you've already left the Lin family, hurry up and sign the divorce papers." With that, she flashed a sly smile. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Yang Yi, the CEO of Shen Shui Group. He's my future husband. You won't feel like I've been cheating on you, will you? But I never considered you my husband, so I guessed it wouldn't be considered betrayal, right?" Seeing Lin Qingqing's arrogant attitude, Qin Cheng replied bluntly, "Of course not. I've served you for 3 whole years, but you've never treated me as a person. Some relationships are better cut off sooner." Lin Qingqing seemed to have no patience for the male lead. She hinted that he should hurry up and sign the papers. Without hesitation, Qin Cheng signed the divorce papers decisively. "Starting today, I have nothing to do with the Lin family anymore." Seeing Qin Cheng's indifferent attitude, Lin Qingqing angrily chased after him, shouting insults. What does he think of himself? Does he really consider himself a person? At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. "Qin Cheng, over here." When he looked up and saw the person in front of him, Qin Cheng was a little surprised. "Su Wan, so you haven't left." He quickly walked over to her and said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were still here." Su Wan casually responded, "It's fine. I just got a call from my grandfather. He wants to talk to you about something. Let's go, get in the car." Seeing Su Wan, beautiful and casually talking with Qin Cheng, Lin Qingqing, and Yang Yi's faces turned dark. How could that worthless guy possibly know someone like her? She had to be an actress he hired. Meanwhile, one of Su Wan's subordinates was reporting to her grandfather about Qin Cheng's background. "I've looked into it. Qin Cheng was orphaned at a young age. It was the old man from the Lin family who kindly took him in and raised him, eventually having him marry into the family. When he heard about the Lin family in Qin Cheng, Grandpa Su said he'd never heard of them." Facing this information, the old man Su's expression slowly turned serious. "So, you're saying he doesn't have any powerful background?" His subordinate added, "Over the years, Qin Cheng has only been cooking and washing clothes at the Lin family's house. He has no experience in medicine." Hearing this, the old man Su sighed in regret. "I overestimated him. Just placing a hand on someone's forehead can't cure their illness. This time, he must have relied on luck. We should still invite Dr. Sun here." Meanwhile, Qin Cheng awkwardly said to Su Wan, "I need to prepare a bit. Once I'm done, I'll head straight to the old man's place." Upon hearing this, Su Wan turned to leave but reminded him, "If you need anything, feel free to call for help." After Su Wan left, Qin Cheng closed the door and began pulling in his hair. He had just received the inheritance, but now he was confidently claiming he could cure the old man's illness. With no other option, the main character could only summon his power and find a solution. The medical skills Qin Cheng had inherited were incredibly sophisticated, but their effectiveness depended on the amount of spiritual energy he had. At that moment, Qin Cheng suddenly spotted the standard mail 10,000 textbook. Immediately, an idea popped into his head. He would practice alchemy. In just a moment, Qin Cheng stepped out and asked a servant to gather some herbs and a pot for him. Meanwhile, as soon as he received the news from Dr. Sun, Mr. Su's face darkened. "Dr. Sun, is there really no other way?" Dr. Sun shook his head and replied, "If you were 10 years younger, we could maybe do a blood transfusion surgery. But now, your body just can't handle that kind of strain anymore." Hearing this, Su Wan suggested, "Why don't we let Qin Cheng take a look at him? If there's even the slightest chance of hope, we should try." Still, Mr. Su remained pessimistic. "It's fate. Whatever happens, whether good or bad, it's unavoidable. The only thing I regret is not being able to find a good support for my grandchild. At that moment, Qin Cheng suddenly rushed in, holding a black pill in his hand. Mr. Su, try taking this. Dr. Sun was the first to react upon seeing the pill. Everyone recoiled at the horrifying smell of it, and even Mr. Su's face clearly showed his refusal. Qin Cheng explained to everyone, this pill is made from herbs. It's my first time making it, so it might be a bit rough, but it can cure your illness. Of course, Dr. Sun didn't believe him. He put on a serious expression and asked, young man, do you think you're some kind of miracle worker? This wouldn't happen to be some kind of filthy substance taken from your own body, would it? Qin Cheng firmly responded, even though some things might seem simple, they could actually have miraculous effects. Besides, don't we really have no other choice now? His words made Su Wan waver a little. She had wanted to convince her grandfather to take the medicine, but he had refused. Granddaughter, don't make a fuss. How could I drink something that smells this bad? Dr. Sun examined the pill Qin Cheng had brought. The pill was made entirely of herbs, so it wouldn't harm the body. However, if it really could cure Mr. Su's condition, then as a doctor, I immediately apologized to you and become your disciple. Although Dr. Sun reassured them that the medicine was harmless, Mr. Su still felt nervous. With determination, he had no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the pill. As soon as the pill reached his throat, a wave of warmth spread through him. It was like standing in the gentle spring breeze, bringing the comfort and vibrancy of youth. Seeing Mr. Su's strange expression, Dr. Sun and Su Wan were both puzzled. After a quick check, Dr. Sun spoke in shock. Mr. Su's health isn't just showing signs of recovery. There's even a miraculous rejuvenation. He's now in good enough condition to undergo the blood transfusion surgery. In an instant, Dr. Sun turned to Qin Cheng with admiration and asked, young man, what exactly is this medicine? The main character smiled and casually replied, sorry, that's a trade secret. At that moment, Mr. Su stood up and walked over to Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng, you are the benefactor of the Su family from now on. This villa is yours starting today. Qin Cheng tried to politely decline, but Mr. Su countered. Is my life worth less than a villa? With no other choice, the main character accepted the offer, touched by the gesture. Looking at the villa in front of him, Qin Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Today felt like a dream. Just then, a haughty voice broke the moment. Qin Cheng, why do you look like a restless ghost? We're divorced now, so what are you hanging around for? Is this really a place you should be? You should take a good look at yourself and your place in all of this. The voice belonged to none other than Lin Qingcheng. Standing next to her was Yang Yi. Seeing the two people he absolutely despised here made Qin Cheng step forward, putting on the act of protecting Su Wan. Sorry I'm here. At that, Lin Qingcheng let out a sneering laugh. She mocked him, thinking Qin Cheng was just bluffing. Yang Yi chimed in as well. Talking big really doesn't cost anything. Jinhu, teach this kid a lesson. In an instant, a large figure appeared. Jinhu, cracking his knuckles, put on a tough act and said, still protecting that woman at this crucial moment. Let's see how many hits you can take. Before he could finish his words, Su Wan suddenly stepped in. Jinhu, I didn't know you had it in you. Seeing Su Wan standing in front of him, Jinhu instantly turned into a docile kitten. Su Wan, with a calm but imposing presence, spoke to Jinhu. It's not easy for you to make it this far in life, so why hang out with people like this? Listen carefully, I don't want to see him again. Immediately, Jinhu lowered himself, kneeling and responding submissively. Su Wan and Miss Su, don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. After saying that, she walked over to Lin Qingcheng and slapped her repeatedly. Seeing his lover being slapped, Yang Yi pretended to be a hero and stepped in to stop it. But what was he afraid of? She was just a woman. How much damage could she really do? Upon hearing this, Jinhu put on a look of shock and said, what do you know? She's Su Wan, the eldest daughter of the Su family in Qin Cheng. Sometime later, the relationship between Qin Cheng and Su Wan had grown so close that the main character could invite her to enjoy every dish he cooked. After enjoying the large meal, Su Wan happily exclaimed, your cooking is so delicious, it's even better than the chefs at my house. And your body is so strong, I really don't understand why your ex-wife would divorce you. Hearing this, Qin Cheng awkwardly explained, actually, we never, did anything husband and wife related. Upon hearing that, Su Wan's eyes instantly lit up. To her, this meant there was still a chance for her to be with Qin Cheng. In that moment, they both couldn't help but look at each other. The beating of their hearts made them both realize the feelings they had for one another. Both Qin Cheng and Su Wan secretly felt happy that they still had a chance to pursue each other. To break the tension in the air, both Qin Cheng and Su Wan could only laugh and talk. As they returned to their original state, Su Wan quietly thought to herself, the future is long, and I'll take my time being with this man in front of me. On the way back home, a close subordinate hinted to Su Wan, Miss Qin Cheng is just alive and son-in-law. You're of inevitable status. It's not appropriate for you to get too close to him. You're the precious jewel of the Su family, while that guy is just a loser living off others. Hearing his subordinates insult Qin Cheng, Su Wan immediately responded, feeling irritated. You're just a driver. What right do you have to criticize someone else? Besides, he even saved my grandfather's life. In fact, Su Wan knew very well that in just over a month, Qin Cheng would definitely become famous and well-known in Qin Cheng. 3 days later, in a primeval forest, Qin Cheng had chosen this place as his training ground. After a while of focusing on adjusting his energy, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed at how little spiritual energy there was on this mountain. Luckily, the dragon god had left behind a formation that gathers spiritual energy, drawing it from a 100-mile radius. If not for that, with the main character's current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to make much progress. At this moment, Qin Cheng had a clear goal for his life. He muttered to himself, "This still isn't enough. If I can't become stronger quickly, I won't be able to marry Su Wan properly." At once, the thought excited him. Wait, haven't I already fallen in love with her? A man who is poor, divorced, and has enemies like me. What right do I have to be with someone like her? Nevertheless, the main character still believed that sooner or later there would be a day when he would stand at the top of the pyramid, becoming the kind of man worthy of Su Wan. Just then, a voice rang out, "Qin Cheng, get out here." Before Qin Cheng could even understand what was happening, a group of people appeared in front of him. Yang Yi led his group of thugs here to get revenge on Qin Cheng for what happened the other day. The thugs were cocky and aggressive, throwing threats at Qin Cheng. "If it weren't for Brother Hu last night, we wouldn't even be letting you off the hook. You're daring enough to mess with Brother Yang. You're basically asking for a death wish." Instantly, the main character responded with a sharp retort. Think about it. The previous owner of this villa was Old Man Su, who was also the boss of the Su family in Qin Cheng. If he was willing to give me this villa, it clearly means my relationship with him is far from ordinary. But just to be clear, I'm not looking to lose this connection. I just have something I want to remind you all of. The thugs, curious about what Qin Cheng wanted to say, exchanged looks. Qin Cheng then put on a sly expression and said, "Whether you get chased down by the Su family or end up getting hurt by me, neither option is really a good one, right?" His words, filled with authority, sent a chill down the spines of the gangsters. They turned to Yang Yi, looking for a way to back off. To their surprise, Yang Yi flicked his cigarette away, pointed straight at Qin Cheng's face, and boldly said, "Go ahead. If anything happens, it's on me." Seeing that they weren't heeding his warning, Qin Cheng sighed in disappointment. "Why are you all so stupid, not listening to advice?" With that, he coldly slapped one of the thugs hard, showing just how much strength he had. The gang quickly realized they were no match for this person. As they were about to back off, Yang Yi landed a punch on them. "You may not be able to win, but you still have to fight. You want to keep working in this business or not?" At that moment, Yang Yi got a call from Lin Qingqing. From her words, he learned that Old Man Lin was in critical condition and had been rushed to the hospital. Qin Cheng, who overheard this, immediately became panicked and asked, "Is something wrong with Old Man Lin?" Yang Yi, shrugging, replied, "What's it to you? That's our family's business. Stay out of it and don't show up at the hospital." Even though Yang Yi said that, Qin Cheng couldn't help but feel conflicted. No matter how much the Lin family had bullied him, Old Man Lin had once taken care of him. Qin Cheng started wondering if he could bring in Dr. Sun to help with the treatment. A little while later, Qin Cheng approached the gang, who were now trembling in fear. It turned out he just wanted to borrow their car and get to the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing was frantically speaking to the doctor. "Is there really no way to skip the line? We have money." The doctor, helpless, explained, "This isn't about money. Given the capabilities of our hospital, we might not be able to perform the surgery." To resolve the situation, Yang Yi handed the doctor a stack of money and coldly said, "Just wait another week. Once the transfer paperwork is done, whether he lives or dies won't matter." It turned out that for some time, Yang Yi had been plotting to harm Old Man Lin in order to take over his assets. At that moment, Qin Cheng arrived with Dr. Sun. He introduced him, saying, "This is Dr. Sun from the capital. Can I borrow your operating room for a little while?" When the other doctor saw Dr. Sun, he immediately brightened up. "Of course, if Dr. Sun is here, it's no problem at all. I'll go arrange it right away." Over here, Lin Qingqing was shocked to see that Qin Cheng had managed to invite the famous Dr. Sun. Yang Yi, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in anger because the male lead had ruined his plan to harm the old man of the Lin family. At the Su household, seeing his granddaughter quietly admiring the view, Old Master So teasingly asked, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about Qin Cheng again?" Su Wan immediately blushed and denied it, but she couldn't hide it from Old Master Su's sharp eyes. With no other way out, Su Wan shyly asked her grandfather, "If I really ended up with Qin Cheng, would you agree to it?" Old Master Su answered, as long as you like him, I could turn even a dog into a noble hound. Hearing this, Su-wan awkwardly asked, so the business party 3 days from now is because of Qin Cheng? Old Master Su gently replied, it's not because of Qin Cheng, it's for you. I just want to see if that boy can handle this. Su-wan's eyes sparkled as she stared ahead. She thought to herself, if Qin Cheng really could handle it, she would make sure to let everyone at the business party know. If the Lin family doesn't need it, then I, Su-wan, do. After receiving help from Dr. Sun, it didn't take long before Qin Cheng got some good news from him. Don't worry, the surgery was a complete success. Old Mr. Lin can go home tomorrow. Qin Cheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I honestly wouldn't have known what to do. Taking advantage of the moment, Dr. Sun made his intentions clear. Did you already have that thing? Why did you still come to me? Just give him a pill, and it should be fine, right? Reluctantly, Qin Cheng explained. You don't know. Although I grew up in a Lin family, I'm lower than a dog in their eyes. No one listens to me. Now that I'm divorced from Lin Qingqing, nobody believes in me anymore, so I still have to trouble you for help. Dr. Sun heard this and began to playfully complain. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't be so polite with me from now on. Aren't you my master? From now on, you can call me your disciple. Got it? Just as Qin Cheng was standing there, listening to Dr. Sun go on and on, Yang Yi suddenly appeared, followed by the group of subordinates who had been with him earlier. Seeing this scene, the male lead sighed and complained to Dr. Sun. Did you hear what I just said? I was just talking about how someone would show up, and here they are. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Brother Qin. As soon as Yang Yi saw Jinhu, he couldn't hide his excitement. He was about to walk over to greet him, but Jinhu completely ignored him. Jinhu, decked out in dazzling jewelry, approached Qin Cheng with an overly enthusiastic attitude, which made the male lead feel a bit taken aback. Behind Jinhu, a group of bodyguards stood with a powerful presence. Facing Qin Cheng, Jinhu spoke softly, Brother Qin, you're done with your work, right? Let me take you home. Yang Yi was left speechless, staring in shock. Jinhu was actually acting all sweet and flattering toward Qin Cheng. I have prepared a dinner for tonight to help you shake off your bad luck. I really hope you'll come, Jinhu added. When Qin Cheng seemed ready to turn him down, Jinhu's expression shifted quickly, turning sour. In just a moment, he and his bodyguards knelt down, begging desperately. Miss Su said it herself, if you don't forgive me, I won't be able to stay in Sin Cheng anymore. Please, I beg you, just give me one chance. Over on Yang Yi's side, his group of thugs also knelt down to plead, which made Yang Yi so angry, he felt like he was about to explode. Knowing that this was arranged by So-wan, Qin Cheng decided to honor her request and attend the party. As soon as they heard that Qin Cheng had agreed to come, Jinhu and the others were so happy, they nearly cried. They immediately handed him a VIP invitation. Meanwhile, the group of lowlifes was debating whether they should leave before things got worse. Seeing their cowardly behavior, Yang Yi suddenly lost his temper. You bunch of freeloaders, get as far away as you can. Useless scum. After yelling at the group, Yang Yi turned and made a call to someone else. He said to that person, handle the party tonight. Don't disappoint me. The Royal Palace Hotel is the most luxurious 6-star hotel in Sin Cheng. Only big shots with real influence can get in here. Following the time listed on the invitation, Qin Cheng arrived at the location. As he looked around trying to spot Su-wan, a man and a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Isn't that Qin Cheng? Are you here for the reunion too? I don't remember anyone inviting you. The voice belonged to Zhang Hoa, Qin Cheng's college classmate, a wealthy young man. Their relationship had always been rocky, and standing next to him was Xu Xiao, a university professor who was all about sucking up. She had once confidently declared that Qin Cheng would never be successful in his life. The moment Xu Xiao saw Qin Cheng, she couldn't resist mocking him. Well, since we've run into each other, you might as well come in. But just so you know, only if you're okay with the embarrassment. The main character, at this moment, responded coldly, no need, I already have plans with someone else. As soon as Xu Xiao heard this, she laughed mockingly. You have plans with someone else? Let me guess, you're going to apologize to your ex-wife, right? Begging her to take you back. But this time, I'm afraid you won't be able to be a husband anymore. You'll just be someone's side piece. Faced with her insults, Qin Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. It's been years since I've seen you, but you're still the same. The only thing that's changed is the wrinkles on your face. Hearing Qin Cheng mock her, Xu Xiao got furious. What's with your attitude? Don't you see who I am now? The main character just smiled in response. Who are you? Someone clinging to the rich young master, right? These words hit a nerve with Xu Xiao. She immediately raised her hand to slap him, but before she could, a voice interrupted them. Enough, you two! Don't you see where you are? Is it really appropriate to fight here? You're still a lecturer, so watch your tone. The person who interrupted their conversation was Gong Jiao, Qin Cheng's class president from college, who had always looked out for him. At that moment, Jinhu appeared, carrying himself with a sense of superiority, and said, "What's inappropriate about it? This is my big brother Jinhu's house. I can do whatever I want here. Whatever I do here, no one dares to say a word," Jinhu said, casually bumping into Gong Jiao. In that instant, he never expected to be hit with a crushing punch that made him spit blood. Both Gong Jiao and Xu Xiao were shocked. It turns out that Zhang Hu's earlier actions had annoyed Qin Cheng, and that punch was meant as a warning to him. Right after the punch, Qin Cheng, acting weak, said, "I think something just brushed against my hand." Worried that Zhang Hu might retaliate, Gong Jiao kindly reminded him, "Qin Cheng, don't get too worked up. It's fine if I take a little hit, but what about you?" The main character replied firmly, "If they're bold enough to talk rudely and act like punks with you today, they'll do the same to other girls tomorrow. This kind of dog pretending to be a person needs to be taught a lesson. Don't worry, no one here dares to touch me." At that moment, after calling in the bodyguards, Xu Xiao arrogantly said, "If I don't crack your skull open today, I'll eat this floor tile myself." Just then, a fierce voice suddenly rang out, "Who dares to make a move?" When Zhang Bo saw Jinhu, he was overjoyed, like he'd found treasure. "Brother Hu, you're here. Let me tell you, Qin Cheng is being way too much." Before he could finish his sentence, a scene before him made Zhang Hu's heart drop. He didn't expect that Jinhu would actually get closer to Qin Cheng, lower his head, and speak to him. "Mr. Qin, are you all right? And as for this young lady, I truly apologize. Something like this happened in my hotel." Zhang Hu and Xu Xiao were both stunned, their mouths hanging open in surprise. Realizing what was going on, Zhang Hu quickly approached Xu Xiao and began pleading for forgiveness. "Mr. Hu, I didn't know he was your friend. Please let us go." Jinhu coldly responded, "Of course, I can let you go." Those words made Xu Xiao and Zhang Hu feel like they had just been saved. But the next move from Jinhu made them feel like they were falling into an abyss. Jinhu pointed to a piece of floor tile and said, "As long as you eat this tile, you can leave." Without thinking, Xu Xiao hesitated and said, "How could anyone eat this?" Then she turned to Qin Cheng with a pleading look. "Qin Cheng, since I'm your instructor, please ask Mr. Hu to help me." Qin Cheng smiled and responded, "I'm sorry. I'm not the right person to ask." After entering the VIP room with Jinhu took out a pile of items in front of Qin Cheng. "This is just a small gesture from me. I hope Mr. Qin will accept it." What Jinhu handed to Qin Cheng were incense, a black card, and items that only the ultra-rich could access. Qin Cheng took the black card and then smiled, asking, "So, what's going on?" In reality, he knew that if he accepted everything, he wouldn't know when this would end. At that moment, Jinhu put on a sad expression and said, "The Su family is about to hold a business party and all the big names in Qin Cheng will be there. But I'm the only one who hasn't received an invitation." As he spoke, Jinhu's tears started falling. "I don't understand how a lowly family like the Lin family gets invited. I've thought a lot about it, and it might be because I offended Miss Su. That's why I want to ask for your help." Hesitating, Qin Cheng replied, "I want to help, but I'm not sure I have the ability to do so." At that moment, Jinhu's face brightened, and he said, "I promise I won't ask you to do this for nothing. I own a commercial street in Qin Cheng. If you agree to help, I'll give it to you as a gift. What do you think?" Thinking about how much medicinal herbs he could buy with an entire commercial street to aid in his cultivation, Qin Cheng really liked the idea. But on the surface, he tried to act hesitant. "I can only try. Don't get your hopes up too high." Upon hearing this, Jinhu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Qin." Later that evening, as Qin Cheng stood deep in thought in front of the Lin family's house, he suddenly received a call from old Master Lin. On the other end of the line, a familiar voice spoke. "Qin Cheng, I need to talk to you." In the hospital room, Qin Cheng held his grandfather Lin's hand and called out to him. At that moment, his grandfather, lying in bed, weakly whispered, "Xiao Cheng, they treated you like that, yet you still agreed to visit this old man. I'm truly grateful." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng quickly replied, "Please don't say that, Grandpa. If you hadn't taken me in and raised me, I probably wouldn't even be here today." At that point, his grandfather began to speak seriously. He had called his grandson here for a reason. "Actually, you're not an orphan," he said. 20 years ago, when the Lin family was still a fishing family, I went out to sea alone and met a strange man. This man stood on the surface of the ocean, facing 7 warships by himself, but he wasn't scared at all. The sea was full of smoke and fire, and after a fierce battle, the warships were all destroyed. That man was like an undefeated warrior, looking down arrogantly at the world. After the battle, the man asked him for something, his grandson Qin Cheng. He said that once his wounds healed, he would take the child home. And just like that, more than 20 years have passed. The Lin family has come this far thanks to the blessing of your grandson. At this moment, as he spoke, old man Lin's eyes filled with tears. Qin Cheng looked at him. He knew the Lin family had wronged him, but out of respect for the old man, could they at least allow him to keep a small piece of food or shelter for the Lin family in the future? In response to this plea, Qin Cheng replied, "I agree, Grandpa." Sometime later, the main character went to the Su family's villa. There, in front of Old Man Su, he introduced the pill he was holding. This is called the Huan Yuan Dan. Its main effect is to replenish vital energy, which is perfect for your condition where your energy is deficient. Just then, a deep voice suddenly interrupted. "Mr. Su has found another treasure, huh?" The person who appeared was Huang Long. He walked in with a serious demeanor and spoke first. "I didn't expect this young man to be a cultivator. What level is your cultivation and which sect do you belong to?" Realizing the person before him was no ordinary individual, Qin Cheng politely and respectfully responded, "My name is Qin Cheng. I'm at the second level of Qi condensation with no sect or affiliation." Upon hearing this, Huang Long burst out laughing. "No sect, no affiliation? Did your abilities just spring up from a rock?" With that, Huang Long took a step closer to Qin Cheng. "Hey Qin, could your cultivation be some sort of dark art?" As Huang Long seemed to throw a bowl of water toward Qin Cheng, Su Wan quickly stepped forward to explain. Qin Cheng treated Grandpa right in front of everyone. How could he be practicing dark arts? At this moment, Huang Long shifted his stance to a high condensation posture and responded to Su Wan's words. There are many schools of cultivation. The orthodox sects practice the pure essence of heaven and earth, while the dark sects use poisonous energy and venomous insects to cultivate. If you've never seen him cultivate, how can you make such a conclusion? At that moment, Qin Cheng suddenly interrupted Huang Long's words, but the way he practiced his technique was also unusual. Hearing this comment, Huang Long instinctively nodded in agreement, but then immediately realized that he had acted on impulse. At this point, Qin Cheng, who was standing close to Huang Long, bluntly shared his thoughts on his practice form. "Your hand is too tense. Loosen up a bit. Straighten your back a little." Feeling embarrassed that a younger person was critiquing his training posture, Huang Long instantly reacted, using his strength to try and attack Qin Cheng. The young man was talking too much. It was time to let his strength prove everything. In response to this challenge, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "You're a friend of Mr. Su and Elder too. It wouldn't be great if I accidentally hurt you." His words only further enraged Huang Long. "You little brat, just wait. If you manage to hurt me, I'll write the name Huang Long backwards." With no other choice, Qin Cheng sighed and agreed. Immediately, he took a stance, ready to fight. A short while later, it was Huang Long lying on the ground. Seeing his old friend defeated by a younger man, Mr. Su couldn't help but laugh until tears came out. He never expected Qin Cheng to be so skilled. Su Wan anxiously approached Qin Cheng. "Qin Cheng, how are you? Are you hurt? Does your hand hurt?" Qin Cheng replied calmly, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all." But immediately, the main character had to feel the pain because Su Wan had pinched his hand so hard it turned red. It turned out that the scene from earlier had really frightened her. After all, Mr. Huang had reached Qi condensation. If Qin Cheng couldn't defeat him, there was no way he'd be leaving the Su family's house today. Seeing that she was concerned for him, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "Look, I'm standing here perfectly fine in front of you, aren't I? Don't worry about me." At that moment, Su Wan couldn't help but say, "I just hope you can always be safe and sound in front of me for the rest of your life." The words "for the rest of your life" made Qin Cheng go silent for a moment. Su Wan's face gradually turned red. Quickly, she turned around, not wanting him to see her embarrassed expression. A while later, Qin Cheng went to the balcony to talk to Su Wan. "Is it okay to invite one more person to the business party in a few days?" When Su Wan asked who it was, he answered, "Jinhu." Without hesitation, Su Wan replied to Qin Cheng's request, "What's the problem? It's just an extra set of plates and chopsticks. Besides, what kind of relationship do we even have?" Qin Cheng asked, "What kind of relationship?" Realizing he was teasing her, Su Wan reached out to hit him and said, "It hasn't even been a few days and you've already picked up bad habits." The next moment, Su Wan shyly asked Qin Cheng, "If someone bullies me in the future, would you help me?" The male lead immediately responded with confidence, "I swear, as long as Qin Cheng is alive, no one will be able to touch a single hair on your body." The atmosphere became more intimate, with the two of them moving closer, calling each other's names, making the scene feel romantic. Just as they were about to kiss, Su Wan's grandfather suddenly appeared, causing the mood to shift to one of awkwardness. Qin Cheng, I've found the location of the 100-year-old rare herb for you. It's at the Qin Cheng auction. At that moment, Su Wan walked over to her grandfather and said, I'll go with Qin Cheng. After all, I have nothing to do. Her grandfather, sensing her thoughts, teased her, Aren't you worried Qin Cheng might get taken advantage of there? In an instant, both of them turned to Qin Cheng and commented in unison, That outfit of yours probably won't do. A little while later, Su Wan took Qin Cheng to the shopping center. Looking at the clothes she picked out for herself, Qin Cheng couldn't help but say, A place this expensive doesn't really seem like the right fit, does it? Su Wan confidently responded, What's wrong with it? A pretty girl needs nice clothes and good crops need fertilizer. Well, if you dress well, at least people won't look down on you. She then handed Qin Cheng the outfit she had chosen. Hurry up and try this on to see if it suits you. After the main character put on his designer suit, he instantly looked like the charismatic CEO from a romance novel. Seeing Qin Cheng looking so good, Su Wan couldn't help but get excited. Why didn't I notice before that you're basically a clothes hanger? Those shoulders, that back, this outfit looks great on you. As Su Wan excitedly complimented him, Qin Cheng felt a wave of happiness. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Isn't that Qin Cheng? Who are you mooching off of now? In front of Qin Cheng appeared the troublesome duo, Lin Qingcheng and Yang Yi. As soon as Yang Yi saw Qin Cheng, he couldn't resist making a provocative remark. I heard you're going to the Qin Cheng auction. Just wanted to remind you, everything there today. I already bought it all. Hearing this, Su Wan felt a rush of irritation. Without missing a beat, she shot back. Such big talk. I'm actually curious to see how you plan on buying everything. Cut to the auction, where Yang Yi was desperately trying to outbid others for an item. In an attempt to impress Lin Qingcheng, he spent 1.5 million to buy something she liked. Just as the auctioneer called out 1.5 million once, 1.5 million twice, it seemed like the item was about to be sold to Lin Qingcheng. Suddenly, a powerful voice cut through the room. 5 million. The entire hall froze. No one expected the bid to come from Su Wan. Seeing this, Qin Cheng nervously asked, Isn't that too high? Su Wan confidently replied, It's fine. I'm not short on money. The auctioneer immediately began to pound his gavel. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. The item was successfully sold. Congratulations to the 8th guest for receiving the final right to own eternal love. Next, we'll be revealing the final product. Please, guests, take a moment to relax. The auction will begin in 15 minutes. The scene shifts to the lobby. A crowd is gathered around Su Wan, and Lin Qingcheng and Yang Yi stand off to the side, fuming with anger. They can't hold back any longer. Lin Qingcheng runs up, pointing directly at Su Wan's face and shouting, I was planning to buy that ring as an engagement ring. What are you doing, stealing it? At that moment, Qin Cheng speaks up on Su Wan's behalf. Oh, really? Well, it is one thing to use secondhand items, but even an engagement ring can be reused. How thoughtful of you. Hearing Qin Cheng's sarcastic remark, Lin Qingcheng is left speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi steps forward, blocking Lin Qingcheng's reckless behavior and stands in front of Su Wan. He adopts a friendly expression. Miss Su, I didn't realize you were interested in this ring. If you told me earlier, I would have gladly given it to you as a gesture of friendship. Hearing Yang Yi talk about friendship, Su Wan responds coldly, Friendship? You? You think you deserve to be my friend? Just then, the receptionist walks over with the successful auction ring. Miss Su, here's the ring you won. Su Wan takes the ring, turns to Yang Yi, and asks, Who said I like this ring? Lin Qingcheng, acting like a spoiled brat, clings to Yang Yi. Hubby, look, she's bullying us. Seeing Lin Qingcheng's disgusting behavior, Su Wan responds indifferently. I just feel like neither of you are worthy of the name of this ring. Honestly, I don't care about the ring's quality. If you two like it so much, go pick it up from the pond. It's a reward for you both. With that, Su Wan ruthlessly tosses the ring into the nearby pond, doing so under the watchful eyes of Lin Qingcheng and Yang Yi. The action feels like a slap in the face to the pair. Seeing the other person continuously insult her, Lin Qingcheng, furious, sharply retorted, That bitch, what's her deal? What's she pretending for? How dare she insult us like that? In contrast to Lin Qingcheng's anger, Yang Yi had a different thought. He honestly had no idea who this Su person was or what kind of background she had, especially since she had casually thrown away the 5 million yuan ring. Still, he tried to reassure Lin Qingcheng with a calm tone, the final item at this auction. I'll definitely buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingcheng's mood immediately brightened. The auction was about to begin. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng whispered to Su Wan about the ring from earlier. He seemed genuinely regretful as he said, A ring that beautiful. How could you just throw it away like that? What a shame. Suwon, on the other hand, thought the ring was pretty average in terms of quality and design. It didn't seem like anything special to her. Glancing at him, she responded, "Also, let me share a little wisdom with you. There's always someone better, and for every person who insults others, there's someone who will insult them in return." Just then, the host announced that the last item of the day was about to be presented. Qin Cheng was about to say something when he overheard Suwon admiring the beauty of a necklace. However, it wasn't the herbal item he was hoping for, so she would just have to try her luck next time. Hearing her praise the necklace, Qin Cheng grabbed her hand and said, "If you wore this necklace, you'd look absolutely stunning. I want to buy it for you." At that moment, the bidding for the necklace started, and everyone began raising their offers, driving the price higher and higher. Until Qin Cheng raised the bid to 5 million, the hall suddenly fell silent. They never expected this eighth guest to take things up a notch and immediately offer 5 million for the necklace. Seeing Qin Cheng raise the paddle, Yang Yi quietly guessed that Miss Su wasn't planning to make a move, so he raised his bid to 5.5 million. 5.5 million. Not backing down, Qin Cheng immediately rounded the number up to 6 million. 6 million. In fact, the card Jinhu had given him held 10 million, and the daily profits from the commercial street were 5 million, amounting to 35 million a week. Even if he spent half of that on the necklace, he still had several million left to buy herbs for cultivation upgrades. Qin Cheng definitely had enough resources to go toe-to-toe with Yang Yi and the others. Frustrated by Qin Cheng's bold move, Yang Yi quickly raised his bid to 6.5 million. 6.5 million. Seeing this, Qin Cheng didn't hesitate to jump to 7 million. 7 million. The bidding war continued until the main player offered 8 million, at which point Yang Yi pushed the bid to 8.01 million. 8.01 million. Even though Lin Qingqing tried to stop him, he remained stubborn, determined to win no matter what. Qin Cheng, if you're so capable, keep bidding. Let me watch and see how you step down from this. At this moment, Qin Cheng sighed, showing a hint of regret. Then he made a bid of 20 million. Immediately, no one in the room could outbid him. The host then announced, "Congratulations to bidder number 8 for winning the final right to own the glass kiss. This concludes today's auction." Once outside, Qin Cheng quickly pulled Suwon away from the auction center, dodging the relentless pursuit of the reporters. After getting into the car, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad to leave the crowd behind. Suwon was beaming with joy, praising him. "That was impressive. You made everyone stop and take notice with just one auction. Your future is definitely bright." At this, the main character gave her a deep, affectionate look. He knew it was all thanks to her. "If no one's bothering us now, can I put this necklace on you?" After getting Suwon's approval, Qin Cheng quickly placed the necklace around her neck. In his eyes, Suwon looked like a goddess, incredibly beautiful. As the atmosphere grew more intimate, Qin Cheng began to confess, "If in the future I have status and power, would you marry me?" Just then, Suwon took his hand and said, "Sometimes when you like someone, their status and position don't matter. Let alone trusting you, I am also really looking forward to your future." Hearing these words from Suwon, Qin Cheng finally felt at ease and smiled. Neither of them knew that, at this very moment, Lin Qingqing was crying by the lake, desperately searching for the ring in the water. The scene soon shifted to the evening. As usual, Qin Cheng went up the mountain to continue his training. There, as he focused on absorbing the spiritual energy around him, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Qin Cheng had reached the 3rd level of Ki condensation. Just then, the main character received a phone call. On the other end of the line was Jinhu. "Mr. Qin, this is Jinhu. There's an issue at the construction site. Could you come take a look?" The land has a good aura. It's located at the foot of the mountain by the river, surrounded by smooth and favorable conditions. The mountain brings wealth and prosperity. If this isn't a sign of great fortune, then what is? These were the words of a Taoist priest to Jinhu. He reassured Jinhu by saying, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Despite the reassurance, Jinhu still felt uneasy. "Mr. Bad, how do you explain what happened earlier? The worker who fell, that can be seen as an accident, but the scaffolding collapsing like that, I've never seen anything like it before. And the several hundred screws, they couldn't have all come loose at the same time, right? Since the beginning of construction, the workers on site have never been fully present. If they're not sick, it's because something has come up at home, and now there are fewer and fewer of them. If that were the case, the project wouldn't have dragged on this long without being completed. If everything was fine, I honestly wouldn't believe it." At that moment, Qin Cheng spoke up, interrupting Jinhu. "It's not just strange, it's a serious problem. So what if it's near a mountain and by a river? The thick, foul air has gathered to form a swamp. No matter how good the land's feng shui is, it won't help." Hearing this, Jinhu looked worried and asked, "Mr. Qin, what should I do now? Should I have them stop working and see if we can figure out where the problem is coming from? The main character responded, no need. There's something buried under there. If we don't dig it up, even if the commercial street is finished, it won't be able to function. At this point, Master Bai Tian, who had been standing aside, seemed annoyed by Qin Cheng's words. Even if I'm not the most skilled, I've chosen hundreds, even thousands of good feng shui sites for my clients. Who are you to question me? Facing Master Bai Tian, Qin Cheng just smiled and replied, I'm just a junior, of course. I wouldn't dare question you. But it's better to be cautious, don't you think? When Qin Cheng gently stepped into the water, Bai Tian, the Taoist priest, didn't make things difficult for him. He said, just do as you said, but if we don't find anything, you'll have to apologize to me. Qin Cheng casually replied, if it comes to that, then whatever you say will be the truth. Immediately, Jinhu ordered his men to dig at the spot Qin Cheng indicated. After a while, his subordinates were tired, and one of them asked, Boss, we've dug over 5 meters. Should we keep going? Though Jinhu gave the order to keep digging, his trust in Qin Cheng was beginning to waver. In fact, Jinhu secretly hoped they wouldn't find anything, because if they did, it would mean offending Bai Tian, and in the future, he wouldn't be able to seek the help of good feng shui masters. Suddenly, one of the subordinates reported that they had found something. As soon as Qin Cheng saw the box in the hands of Jinhu's men, he ordered, open it and see. The contents of the box were slowly revealed. Inside was a strange and eerie sword. Both Bai Tian and Jinhu were visibly shaken upon seeing it. When Jinhu asked Bai Tian, do you recognize this thing? Bai Tian, staying calm, signaled for him to take a deep breath. I know you're anxious, but take your time. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Jinhu shook his head and said, no. Bai Tian then explained, this is an evil and ominous object. If buried underground, it will bring disaster and bloodshed. If placed in a public area, it will attract vengeful spirits and increase negative energy. Hearing this, Jinhu jumped in shock and asked, so what should I do? Do you have any solutions? Bai Tian shook his head and replied, I don't have any solutions, but maybe this friend here does. At this moment, Bai Tian had gained confidence in Qin Cheng. He believed that if Qin Cheng had found this box, he might be able to deal with whatever dark force it held. At this point, Jinhu placed all his hope in Qin Cheng. After thinking for a moment, Qin Cheng didn't disappoint his expectations and actually had a way to break the curse. The main character turned to Jinhu and said, I'll take care of this. I'll handle it to make sure none of you run into trouble with it again. Upon hearing this, Jinhu was so moved that he started to cry. Overcome with joy, he expressed his gratitude to Qin Cheng, saying, if anything happens in the future, just say the word, and I'll definitely be able to help you. Meanwhile, Bai Tian stepped closer with a very friendly attitude. May I ask which school or sect you come from? You're so young, but already so skilled. I'll have to visit you one of these days. In response to this offer of friendship, Qin Cheng casually replied, I don't belong to any school or sect. I'm just a blind cat stumbling across a fried fish. I don't have any real skills. As for visiting me, there's no need for that. The scene then shifts. Qin Cheng, carrying the box, heads up the mountain. Here, he confirms his suspicions. The aura from the box was very similar to the energy on Old Man Su. The person behind all this was likely aiming to target the Su family. Tomorrow is the Su family's business party. Qin Cheng couldn't believe that by then, they still wouldn't have found the culprit's trail. The knife in the box didn't last long before Qin Cheng crushed it, destroying it completely. The next day, at the commercial auction event, many reporters had already gathered. There were still 4 hours before the party would begin, but many top business leaders had already arrived. According to the Su family's arrangements, the event was being held in their venue. The space was already set up, and all the performers had arrived. At that moment, a young man walked over to Yang Yi and with a flattering tone asked, Brother Yang, do you know why the Su family is hosting this event? Lin Qin Cheng quickly interrupted, Isn't it obvious? They must be eyeing the potential of our Lin family. They want to win us over. As soon as Lin Qin Cheng finished speaking, Yang Yi immediately countered, What do you guys know? The Su family is actually trying to support a young person. Upon hearing this, the young man next to them got excited. If the person they're supporting is me, that would be great. Before the party started, Qin Cheng couldn't help but comment on the prayer beads Shen Quan was wearing. Simply put, they were like paper money for the dead. The beads weren't something the living should wear. If you continue wearing them, at best, you'll catch a cold. At worst, your family could fall apart. You might want to reconsider. Chen Quan, hearing this, was furious and retorted, These beads were just blessed by my son, who got them from a temple. They're supposed to bring good luck and wealth. Are you saying that the monks at the temple are lying to me? Hearing that, Qin Cheng silently wondered, Could it be that your son went to my temple? Seeing that Qin Cheng was so confident that the object in his hands was something evil, Chen Quan got angry and immediately called out to his scar-faced henchman to deal with him. In an instant, a tall, muscular man appeared in front of Qin Cheng. After ordering the scar-faced man to handle the situation, Chen Quan didn't forget to throw a remark to Mr. Su. Mr. Su, don't say, I can give you face. At that moment, Mr. Su turned to Su Wan and asked, well, aren't you going to help him? Su Wan replied firmly, the Su family brought him to this position, and along with the honor, he also has to face danger. If he can't get through this challenge, he won't be able to keep his place. I believe in him. From the moment I met him, he has never let me down. Just as Su Wan said, Qin Cheng had never disappointed her. In that very moment, he managed to block a strike from the scar-faced man, and then immediately countered by throwing the man back so forcefully that he couldn't react right away. The scarred man now said to Shen Quan, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, but I think I'll have to use that move now. As soon as he received the order from Shen Quan, the scarred man gritted his teeth and said, then I won't hold back anymore. With that, he unleashed his ki, sending a surge of energy that affected everyone around him. Seeing the power of this man, Qin Cheng guessed he was at least at the second level of Qi condensation, if not higher. Still, with this kind of power, he believed there was still a chance for him to turn things around. At this moment, seeing Qin Cheng struggling under his attack, the scarred man thought he was on the right track, so he moved forward ready to strike. However, midway, he was momentarily blinded by the Qi gathering from Qin Cheng. Despite that, he managed to find the position of the main character. Just as the scarred man was about to strike Qin Cheng, the latter blocked him. But at that moment, the power gap between the two was evident. In an instant, Qin Cheng was forced back by the overwhelming strength of the scarred man. Still, the scarred man wasn't ready to give up. He gathered his strength, leaped into the air, and aimed to deliver a finishing blow to Qin Cheng. His foot struck down with such force that the ground trembled. Su Wan's face was filled with worry, thinking that Qin Cheng had been defeated. The scarred man, overconfident and impulsive, said, the people the Su family chooses are no match for me. What he didn't expect was that, in the blink of an eye, Qin Cheng's arm shot out toward him. Qin Cheng swiftly seized control of the situation, catching the scar-faced man off guard. With quick precision, he grabbed both of the man's arms, and then, using a fiery glare, he forced the scar-faced man's limbs to go limp in an instant. By the time the man regained his senses, Qin Cheng tossed him into the air, sending him crashing painfully to the ground. At this point, the scar-faced man was utterly defenseless. Qin Cheng then stepped forward, grabbed the man's mangled arm, and confidently declared, I win. In just a minute, the scar-faced man had accepted defeat. Seeing how quickly the match ended, Mr. Su couldn't help but praised Qin Cheng. Well done, Qin Cheng. I didn't expect you to have this level of skill. Chen Quan also stepped forward and said, Chin bro, even though you've won, I can assure you that this string of beads is fine. To this, Qin Cheng responded coolly, believe it or not, that's up to you. In any case, the one who got hurt isn't me. Chen Quan, feeling unsatisfied, quickly proposed, how about we make a bet? What do you think, Qin bro? If nothing happens to my family within 3 days, you'll have to kneel and apologize to me in front of the whole city. Without hesitation, Qin Cheng agreed. Fine, but what happens if something does happen within 3 days? Chen Quan, clearly frustrated, answered, then I'll kneel and apologize to you. Immediately, the agreement between the two parties was made. Neither of them knew that, in a corner where no one was paying attention, two strangers had appeared. They whispered to each other. One of them acted fearful, thinking that Qin Cheng would be difficult to deal with. The other, a mysterious figure, replied with an air of authority. That kid is just at the third level of Qi condensation. Why are you scared? On the contrary, if we can get rid of Shen Quan, we should do it. The dinner party began shortly after. As Qin Cheng was mingling with a few people, a figure approached and called out his name. A beautiful woman, holding a wooden box, walked up to him and said, this is something he left for you. Please accept it. Hearing this, Qin Cheng asked, why didn't he come himself? The woman replied, he's feeling unwell, which is why he couldn't make it. It's not that he's disrespecting you or the Su family. With no other choice, Qin Cheng accepted the wooden box and politely sent the woman on her way. Once she left, Su Wan walked up and asked, what's inside? As Qin Cheng opened the wooden box, a dragon-shaped seal appeared along with a letter titled, To My Son. As soon as Qin Cheng saw the object in the box, he immediately recognized it as a letter from his father. Just when he was about to open it to see what was inside, Su Wan suddenly stopped him. She gestured and said, don't open it yet. There are too many people here, and it's complicated. Let's go inside first. Qin Cheng agreed with Su Wan's suggestion. He took the box and walked into an empty room, recalling what Su Wan had said. This was the security room of the family home, which she had specially prepared for him. He couldn't help but feel that her carefulness made him a bit tense as he prepared to open the letter his father had left him. Inside the letter was the following message: "You don't need to go to the capital, nor do you need to search for your mother and child. Remember, I know you really want to see her, but you must be patient. Until you gain absolute power, she is just an ordinary person, currently in the capital, named Zhu Qin. She can likely survive. Also, I want to say something more about your mother. Everything from now on is uncertain, but you are the heir of the dragon class." After reading the letter, Qin Cheng was flooded with countless questions. In that moment, he sighed to himself, realizing that the world was far more complicated than he had originally thought. The scene shifted to the party. Su Wan quickly noticed that Qin Cheng had returned and approached him, asking about how things went. Qin Cheng, still thinking about the contents of the letter, gave a brief reply, which made Su Wan feel a little down. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of the party hall. As soon as they entered, the person immediately kneeled and bowed their head to Old Man Su, saying, "Something has happened to Mr. Chen." The Old Man Su heard this and immediately asked, "Mr. Chen just left, didn't he? What could have happened?" One of his subordinates quickly explained Mr. Chen had just returned home when his wife suddenly went wild, swinging a knife around uncontrollably. "It took me a while to escape and get help, begging people to come, or else there would have been a fatal accident." Hearing this, Old Man Su sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do by going there. It's better to invite a feng shui master." Just then, Qin Cheng appeared, saying he would go to the Chen household himself. Even if he couldn't help, he'd at least go and see for himself. Seeing Qin Cheng's eager expression, Su Wan suddenly pulled him aside. Confused, Qin Cheng asked why, and as usual, she reminded him to be careful. In response to her concern, Qin Cheng smiled and reassured her, "I'll be careful, don't worry." At the Chen Quan household, things had turned chaotic. At that moment, Scarface was discussing things with Chen Quan. The old lady won't cause any more trouble for now, but frankly speaking, this situation can't continue like this. Chen Quan knew that too, but with no other choice, he said, "It's fine. I already sent someone to invite a feng shui master." At this point, Chen Quan was starting to believe in what Qin Cheng had said. Even so, as soon as she saw the male lead, she got angry and snapped, "Why are you here?" Qin Cheng, looking like he didn't know what to say, replied, "Didn't you send someone to ask the Su family for help?" Chen Quan responded, "I told someone to ask for help, but I didn't say you should come." At that moment, Qin Cheng didn't want to argue with the person in front of him. He just reminded Chen Quan, "If you don't take off the beads now, it'll be too late." Just then, Chen Quan's son came downstairs and interrupted the male lead. "This is a sacred relic from the Southern Temple. How can you just say to throw it away?" Chen Quan joined in, saying, "Did you hear that? The Southern Temple is hundreds of miles away. Are you saying someone that far away wants to harm me?" Facing the questioning looks from both father and son, Qin Cheng simply stared at Chen Quan's son with unwavering eyes. Then he raised his voice and warned, "You better tell the truth." Immediately, the young man, Chen Quan's son, was frightened by Qin Cheng's intense gaze. He hesitated and said, I brought it back from the Southern Temple. Stop threatening me with your words and just leave already." Qin Cheng heard this and didn't say much. "If you all feel this way, then I won't stay. But I'll be clear, if you ever need my help again, you must keep your promise." At that moment, Chen Quan wasn't taking Qin Cheng's words seriously. He waved his hand, wanting to send the main character away. "You damn troublemaker. Who knows, once you're gone, my house might go back to normal." Just then, Bai Tian suddenly appeared. As soon as Chen Quan and his son saw Bai Tian, they quickly bowed and invited him into the house. The moment Bai Tian saw Qin Cheng, he looked completely stunned. "Master Qin, you're here too." Bai Tian immediately walked over and whispered, trying to understand what was going on. "Is the situation here that bad? If you can't fix it, I'm afraid I won't be able to help either." Qin Cheng replied calmly, "I haven't even done anything yet. They don't respect me and want to chase me off." Bai Tian was at a loss for words after hearing this. With no other choice, he took out his tools and began his work. In just a short time, under Bai Tian's influence, old Madame Chen seemed to lose her mind. She screamed as if possessed by an angry spirit. The power coming from Madame Chen was so overwhelming that Bai Tian didn't know what to do. At this moment, his face turned pale. "It's bad. It seems like the madam has been possessed by something. With my abilities, I'm afraid I can't save her." Hearing this, Chen Quan became frantic. "What should we do now? If anything happens to my wife, I will never forgive you." Knowing that Bai Tian Dao Master's curse could not be broken, under the current circumstances at this moment, Chen Quan could only rely on Qin Cheng. He walked up to the main character and pleaded with him. "Master Qin, please help save my wife." Qin Cheng then spoke up. "Didn't you say before that you would kneel and apologize to me in front of the whole city?" In response to this reminder, Chen Quan reluctantly added, "That's not really a good idea. How about we settle this with money? 50 million. Do you think 50 million would be enough?" Thinking about the 50 million, Qin Cheng hesitated for a moment. It was a lot of money to him, but once it was gone, he couldn't make any more. What he really needed was something more long-lasting, like the Jinhu commercial district. At that moment, the main character suddenly noticed the shelf in front of him. An idea came to mind, and he spoke to Shen Quan. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but every time I act, it weakens my energy, and I need a lot of medicinal herbs to replenish it." Before he could finish, Chen Quan immediately understood what he meant. Excitedly, he replied, "As long as you help me, you can pick any medicinal herbs you want from the shelf. They're all yours." The deal was quickly struck. At that moment, Qin Cheng told Chen Quan to give him the herbs, noticing that he still seemed somewhat confused. The young man suddenly became angry and shouted, "I said the prayer beads. Give them to me now." After taking the beads, the main character used his technique to break each bead inside the string. Immediately, Mrs. Chen stopped screaming, and in an instant, she collapsed to the ground. Once he had cleared the resentment within Mrs. Chen, Qin Cheng then asked where Chen Quan's unfortunate son had gone. At that moment, he noticed a young man hiding in a corner. The man, upon seeing everything that had just happened, trembled in fear and kept saying that this had nothing to do with him, saying that he ignored Qin Cheng's attempts to stop him and tried to sneak away. However, midway, he was caught by the man with the scar. The scar-faced man easily lifted Chen Quan's son and immediately asked Qin Cheng, "Mr. Qin, what should we do now?" The main character replied, "It's not a good place to discuss this. Let's take him back to my house first and talk there." That evening, at the Dragomar Coastpeak estate, after a while, under the scar-faced man's iron grip, Chen's young master finally confessed everything. Seeing the scar-faced man helping him interrogate the prisoner, Qin Cheng was momentarily speechless. It turned out that the scar-faced man had followed him earlier and, determined, had said, "Mr. Qin, from now on, I want to roll with you. I don't need a salary, just food will do." Meanwhile, Chen's young master had finally revealed everything. "A month ago, when I went to the temple in the south to offer incense, I happened to meet a man. He said this string of beads could protect my family for a year, so I accepted it." Hearing this, Qin Cheng sighed and complained, "You couldn't even stop to think. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And now you're trying to make excuses? Isn't this the most sacred temple in the country? Who would want to be a fraud there? Besides, I wasn't on guard because my family's business has been running smoothly up until now. If you say you didn't step on anyone's toes, that's impossible. As for those items with unknown origins, I certainly wouldn't dare take them. I ate a few meals with that person and learned that the beads were a gift from a master to him, and he wore a similar set. So when he gave them to me, I thought it was a good gesture. He was doing it to accumulate good karma for his descendants. Eventually, after asking 3 times, he told me the location of the master. It's called the Hall of Mysterious Illumination, one of the largest cultivation sects in Qin Cheng. Though they follow an unorthodox path, most of the successful ones owe their achievements to them." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng made a face of disgust and looked at the person in front of him. "You knew it was an unorthodox path, yet you still dared to bring it back?" Hearing this, young Master Chen became agitated. "What do you know? The righteous sects never want to help people like us. So what if it's unorthodox? As long as it can make money, I'll pay whatever price it takes." The more he spoke, the more he trembled, but he'd never expected things to turn out this way. At this moment, Qin Cheng sighed. The thoughts of wealthy people were truly hard to understand. With no other choice, he ordered Scarface to bring the person back to the Chen family's home. On the surface, a hall of mysterious illumination seemed like a wide net, trying to trap wealthy people. But after thinking it through, Qin Cheng realized that the organization was specifically targeting the Su family. If the male lead hadn't volunteered to go at that time, old Master Su would have definitely sent someone else. If something went wrong, the Su family wouldn't be able to avoid getting involved. Combined with the discovery of the knife at the construction site, it was clear that the Hall of Mysterious Illumination had their hands in it. The Hall of Mysterious Illumination was a dark sect skilled in ancient poisons and curses. Its elders and experts were all at the Foundation establishment stage or higher with ruthless methods. The sect had close ties to officials and was behind many evil deeds. After some research through ancient books, Qin Cheng quietly concluded that the Hall of Mysterious Illumination was just a tool. But to find out who was really behind it, he would need to deal with them first. The plan had been set, but at this moment, what truly troubled Qin Cheng was that he simply couldn't defeat them. Still, he refused to give up. The male lead acted cunning, hugging the pile of medicinal herbs he had just found full of ambition. After tonight, he would reach the Foundation establishment stage. The next morning, Qin Cheng walked out of the bathroom with a weary look on his face. It turned out the medicinal herbs, which had seemed so powerful, were of disappointing quality. The male Li had used them all, yet he had only managed to rise by 3 levels. As of now, he was only at the 6th stage of Qi condensation. At that moment, the scarred face from nowhere entered and announced, "Mr. Qin, just now Mr. Su sent someone to inform you to come to the Su family's house for lunch this afternoon." Qin Cheng, curious, asked, "Did they say what it's about?" The scarred face replied, "No, they just said you should come on time for lunch." At this point, Qin Cheng, showing concern, asked, "Scarred face, have you eaten yet? Where are you sleeping tonight?" From what the scarred face said, Qin Cheng learned that he had slept outside in the yard last night. Hearing this, Qin Cheng sighed, thinking how his subordinate didn't take proper care of himself. The main character then said to the scarred face, "There are plenty of rooms here. Just pick one to sleep in, but don't catch a cold. Also, your method of training is too rigid and hard on your bones. I'll teach you a better way. You should make noticeable progress." The scarred face was deeply moved and said, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance." At noon, Qin Cheng went to the Su family house as arranged. At this moment, the main character vaguely sensed something unusual. Normally, Mr. Su would just call, but today everything was so formal that Qin Cheng began to suspect something important was going on. As soon as he stepped inside, a pompous voice rang out, "So, you must be Qin Cheng? Looking so shabby like this, I can hardly believe that old Mr. Su was actually cured by you." In front of Qin Cheng stood a young man with an arrogant expression. He quickly pulled out a wooden box and started talking nonstop. As for treating the illness, it depends on the medicinal ingredients. With that, he turned to Mr. Su and tried to flatter him. "This is celestial snow lotus. I specifically instructed someone to go up the mountain to pick it. I've heard it can extend lifespan. It will definitely be good for your health, sir." When Qin Cheng saw the celestial snow lotus, he immediately dismissed it, saying, "It's just a kind of radish. How can it compare to my gift?" Hearing Qin Cheng criticize his offering like that, Dai Chao became instantly agitated. "Do you even know how valuable the snow lotus is?" Before he could finish speaking, Qin Cheng took out his own gift. From his words, it was clear that it was a spirit-nourishing pill he had just finished making the day before, which would help strengthen the body and replenish energy. Dai Chao sneered when he heard that. "I thought it was something impressive. Isn't it just a sweet bean? They sell those right outside elementary schools." That remark made Qin Cheng nearly choke with anger. You couldn't buy it, even if you spent millions. In no time, a battle of radishes versus sweet beans broke out between Dai Chao and Qin Cheng. Neither of them backed down, throwing sarcastic remarks at each other. Just then, Dai Chao suddenly grabbed Su Wan's hand, striking a confident pose as he said, "In the future, I'll be a son-in-law of the Su family. Bickering with someone like you is beneath me. Didn't you just get lucky and manage to treat old Mr. Su's illness? Now you think you're part of the Su family just because you did one little thing. But he's just a poor man trying to make a little money from the Su family. Do you really think you deserve to be at the Su family's table? You want to marry into that family? You should still choose someone of equal status like me. Once our two families are connected, making money will be no problem." Hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately retorted, "Is your brain so messed up that all you think about is money? Marriage isn't just a business deal. It has to be built on feelings. If there's no love, I wouldn't want it. What's the point then?" Dai Chao was about to say that Su Wan had feelings for him, but Qin Cheng cut him off. He pushed Dai Chao's hand away, stopping him from getting any closer to Su Wan. Then he took a firm stance and said seriously, "Talent and ability are the real foundation for the future, not the current wealth of your family. Looking at your potential right now, you're not even worth a penny in my eyes." Having been slapped across the face and then lectured, Dai Chao was embarrassed and angry. In a fit of rage, he charged at Qin Cheng, intending to land a punch. But this time, unlike before, Qin Cheng didn't dodge. He stood still and took the punch head-on. However, Dai Chao's blow stopped right at Qin Cheng's chest, causing him no harm at all. For just a moment, Dai Chao suddenly screamed out in pain as his arm was horribly twisted, realizing how powerful the person in front of him was. Left with no other option, Dai Chao decided to leave, but now without warning, you better watch out. In a few days, I'll make you regret this. As Dai Chao walked away, Qin Cheng let out a sigh, annoyed that he had made yet another powerful enemy. Even Old Man Su, who was standing nearby, seemed frustrated as he said, "Dai Chao is the most influential capitalist in Qin Cheng. Even businesses from other provinces rely on him to act as a bridge to operate smoothly, not to mention local companies. And yet you always find ways to get yourself into trouble." At that moment, Qin Cheng wasn't too concerned about the situation. He turned to Su Wan and old man Su and said, "There's something very important I need to discuss with both of you." Qin Cheng began explaining what had happened. "A few days ago, I found the sword at the Jinhu construction site. The sword was covered with a very strong curse, similar to the string of beads from Chen. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but after thinking it over, I realized that whether it's the Jinhu site or the danger surrounding the Chen family, in the end, it's the Su family that gets affected the most. And the most important thing is, when I first met Old Man Su, I could sense that same kind of aura, just like a curse." After hearing this, Su Wan and Old Man Su exchanged a look, as if deep in thought. A moment later, she burst into laughter, leaving Qin Cheng a bit confused. "What's going on?" he asked. That's when Su Wan explained to him that in Qin Cheng, no one would dare touch the Su family. Furthermore, they already knew who was behind the scenes. Su Wan then told Qin Cheng, "It's like before. Just as you couldn't break the curse back then, the Su family still can't use their powers now. If we rush into a confrontation, the consequences might be worse than the curse itself." Hearing this, Qin Cheng felt a bit frustrated. Was there really no way to handle it? Could they really just let people walk all over them? Old Master Su, who was standing nearby, responded, "It's not that. It's just not the right time yet." At that moment, Qin Cheng couldn't quite picture what the situation might look like. Then, Su Wan spoke up again, asking, "Do you know Chengdu?" As she spoke, she performed a gesture and a scene appeared inside her cup. Qin Cheng answered her earlier question. "I heard of it, but I don't know much about it." Su Wan began to recall the past and told him the story. The Su family used to be a prestigious family in the capital. Unfortunately, after a major event, my grandfather and I had to flee here. It wasn't until 2 years later that we settled in Qin Cheng. From having nothing, we slowly built up our wealth and position over time. But, as the saying goes, there's always someone better. The Su family isn't all-powerful. Soon enough, our enemies found us. After all the struggles, being able to live the way we do now is a blessing. Hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately became excited and said, "Although I don't know what happened to the Su family, I promise that no matter what injustices they've suffered, I will help them get justice." Upon hearing this, Su Wan's expression grew serious. "Why wouldn't I want the same? The wrongs from those years I will never forget. There will come a day when I make them feel the same pain." As she spoke, a mix of sorrow and hatred appeared in Su Wan's eyes. Realizing she had been too emotional, she quickly smiled and backpedaled, saying, "What I meant to say is, first, you should focus on protecting yourself. As for the Su family's situation, we'll deal with it gradually in the future." Suddenly, Qin Cheng raised 3 fingers, signaling 3 years, at most 3 years. He promised that he would help them rise high enough to look down on the entire capital city, just like they did now. Seeing Qin Cheng's determination to help the Su family, Su Wan couldn't help but feel happy. However, she still asked the main character, "As for the Dai family's issues, can you handle them completely on your own?" Qin Cheng replied firmly, "Of course." Over at the Dai family's villa, after Di Chao was embarrassed by Qin Cheng, he returned home to report to his father. "Father, I haven't even done anything and that guy, Qin Cheng, attacked me. Look, my hand is still bruised. I heard that he almost killed someone at the Su family's business party before. Father, if you don't step in and help me, I might end up being beaten to death." When Mr. D heard this, his expression darkened. "You mentioned the Dai family and that brat dares to lay a hand on you." Dai Chao responded, "Isn't it obvious? That brat is so arrogant." Hearing this, Mr. D immediately pushed his son aside, angrily saying, "If that kid can beat someone half to death, how could he let you off so easily? He must have been scared and already looking for a way out." Seeing his father preparing to leave, Di Chao thought he was going to teach Qin Cheng a lesson. As Dai Chao had expected, Mr. Dem muttered, "That brat needs to be taught a lesson. An opportunity like this is too good to pass up. We should definitely go make trouble at the Su family's place. Didn't you always want to get Su Wan? Now's your chance." Before long, the Dai family's car pulled up in front of the Su family's gate. Despite the servant's attempts to stop him, Mr. D was determined to charge it in. Once inside the living room, Mr. D shouted loudly, "What's going on? Has the Su family fallen so low that they can't even have someone to greet us?" At that moment, someone from the front spoke up, "You must be Di Chao's father." Seeing the main character still sitting calmly and drinking tea, Mr. D's face turned ugly. "So you're the one who hurt my son." At this moment, the man in charge struck a powerful pose and responded. He was, after all, a junior, but he had the nerve to start trouble in front of old Mr. So. What's wrong with stepping in to teach him a lesson? Despite Qin Cheng's strong outward demeanor, deep down, he still felt a bit of fear. After all, he was also a junior. Even though he'd put on this kind of tough act many times before, it still made him uneasy inside. At this point, Mr. D wasn't backing down either. He raised his voice and said, even if you're going to teach him a lesson, it's not up to the Su family, and certainly not up to you. You two don't even have a place to settle down here in Qin Cheng. What gives you the right to flaunt any power here? Then he mocked, the Dai family has deep roots in Qin Cheng. My son is like royalty gear. I know this sounds harsh, but if he even looks at Su Wan, it's a blessing for the Su family. Don't let the good fortune go to waste. His words made Qin Cheng extremely angry. Sensing the other side's silence, Mr. Dai pressed further, saying something even more outrageous. He demanded that Qin Cheng kneel and apologize. Then he added, if you show enough sincerity, I might allow my son to marry Su Wan, giving the Su family a bit of face. This statement completely triggered Qin Cheng. He immediately stood up, locked eyes with Mr. D, and asked, what if I don't kneel? Mr. D boomed, then you and Su Wan will spend the rest of your lives in wheelchairs. At that moment, Qin Cheng silently activated his internal technique. The pressure applied to Deruji's body caused him to cry out as the pressure point hit the center of his forehead. Dan, what the hell are you doing? He yelled. Qin Cheng, standing coldly to the side, replied, didn't you say you couldn't stand me in the Su family? Well, now you'll have plenty of time to feel the consequences. As the pain slowly began to ease, Deruji couldn't believe that Qin Cheng could actually do anything to him. He raised his voice defiantly, saying, what's this nonsense about breaking spells and charms? It still doesn't solve the root of the problem. It's nothing to even mention, he added dismissively, turning to leave. Before going, he warned Qin Cheng, you're really asking for trouble. Don't say I didn't warn you when the time comes. Qin Cheng wasn't intimidated. He casually waved him off, then added, no need to be polite. Once Deruji had completely left, the main character finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if they had finally gotten rid of that troublesome presence from the Su family. At this moment, Su Wan and Old Man Su appeared. Su Wan hesitated before asking, does this mean it's all taken care of? Qin Cheng explained that he had used a type of spell earlier. While it wouldn't harm a person physically, it could certainly affect someone's mind. Reassuring the worried grandfather and granddaughter, he assured them that within 3 days, Deruji would be back, begging for help. By then, it would be easy to send an off to the capital if they wanted. When Su Wan heard about the capital, she looked confused. Qin Cheng explained that there was a large herbal market there, and he was planning to go check his luck. In addition to guard against any further tricks Deruji might have up his sleeve, the guy went to get some herbs to boost his strength. That should be enough to handle things and keep the Su family out of trouble. Before long, Qin Cheng arrived at the Qin Cheng long-distance bus station with Scarface and Tao. At that moment, Scarface hesitated and suggested, Mr. Qin, how about we buy a car? With your status, don't you think sitting on something like this is a bit inappropriate? His words were immediately corrected by Qin Cheng. That kind of thinking of yours has been corrupted by capitalism. What's wrong with public transport? It's affordable, eco-friendly, and who knows, you might even meet someone special. You need to fix that mindset of yours right away. Scarface nodded quickly in agreement, clearly on board with Qin Cheng's point. But soon enough, Qin Cheng found himself getting slapped in the face by his own words. At this very moment, as he was cramped up on the bus, Qin Cheng finally realized a deep truth. Sometimes in life, you have to know when to just back off. He spent the rest of the long journey feeling miserable. After a while, Qin Cheng and Scarface finally got off the bus. At that point, Scarface couldn't hold it in anymore and said, if you really want to buy a car, I'll pay for it. Qin Cheng immediately rejected the offer, insisting that he could buy one himself and didn't need to use his subordinate's money. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Qin Cheng. Seeing the figure in front of him, the lead character couldn't help but smile. Gong Jiao walked over and greeted him, saying, it really is you. I never expected to run into you here. Curious, Qin Cheng asked, what are you doing here? Are you on a business trip? Gong Jiao replied, recently, the company has been struggling and I was laid off. Hearing this, Qin Cheng was shocked. He felt sorry for his friend. Was her boss blind or something? Gong Jiao sighed and began to explain what had happened. Not long after that incident, Zhang Hua came in as my new boss. He made things difficult for me in every way possible, pushed me down, and made it impossible for me to do my job properly. Eventually, they fired me under the excuse of downsizing. Qin Cheng was furious when he heard this. He clenched his fist and said, that Zhang Hua guy has a short memory. Should I step in and handle it for you? I can be pretty assertive when I need to be. Gong Jiao quickly declined his offer, saying that she didn't want to fight it anymore. She mentioned that her sister, who ran a company in the capital, was in need of an assistant, so she planned to go help her out. Both Qin Cheng and the guy with the scar exchanged doubtful looks. Seeing the uncertain expressions on their faces, Gong Jiao helplessly said, her car's parked up front. How about I give you guys a ride for a bit? Just then, a voice called out, "Who's that over there?" The t-shirt cost 10 yuan, the shoes were bought from a street vendor, and the pants are faded from washing. He's completely broke. Where on earth did you find this friend? Pulling him out of some garbage dump. The voice belongs to Gong Jiao's older sister, the one she mentioned earlier. As soon as she saw Qin Cheng, she started making comments. At this point, Gong Jiao stepped forward to introduce the male lead to her sister. "This is Qin Cheng, my college friend. He's a really good person, and he's helped me a lot in the past." Just then, a young man suddenly appeared from inside a car and spoke up. "I heard there's another young man named Qin Cheng who's been making a name for himself lately. He's the future son-in-law of the Su family. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Gong Hu, standing next to Qin Cheng, responded for him. "Of course, it's just a coincidence that you two share the same name. The future son-in-law of the Su family wouldn't be sitting on a public bus or wearing street vendor clothes like this." Then, without missing a beat, she introduced the person in the car as her boyfriend, Sha Ning. After saying that she was about to get in the car and leave, she didn't forget to act all high and mighty. Adding to Qin Cheng's group, "There are plastic bags on the bus. Put one on before getting in. Don't dirty my car, and also don't even think about it. Gong Jiao is a good girl. You all better not mess with her." Having gotten used to his girlfriend's attitude, Sha Ning could only helplessly gesture to everyone to not take it to heart. The scene shifts to a restaurant where Gong Hu comfortably orders expensive dishes one after another. "Give me 5 servings of bird's nest and a plate of seafood with soy sauce." Gong Hu's lavish spending leaves Qin Cheng speechless. With good intentions, he tries to remind her, "We don't eat more. A table full like this is way too much for us to finish." Immediately, Gong Hu gets angry and retorts, "What's the problem? Can't I spend my money to treat you all to something good? Consider it an eye-opener and enjoy it." At that moment, Qin Cheng finally realizes that the woman in front of him is a venomous tongue with a heart of gold. He can't help but feel a little emotional, thinking to himself that at least Gong Jiao didn't inherit this trait from her sister. Gong Hui then turns to Gong Jiao and says, "Jiao, this afternoon, you're coming with me to sign the contract. It's a good chance to get familiar with the environment." From her sister's words, Gong Jiao learns that they're signing the contract with Boss Lai, the head of a major company in the capital. Instantly, she expresses her concern. Isn't Boss Lai famous for being a big womanizer? Before she could finish, her sister quickly cuts her off. Gong Hu, speaking with the calmness of an experienced professional, says, "In this line of work, you'll be more lecherous men than mosquitoes. If you don't learn how to deal with them and handle their tricks, you'll get into real trouble." Chen, joining the conversation, adds, "This kind of business isn't really my scene, and besides, the one protecting him is the Dai family." When mentioning the Dai family, Qin Cheng couldn't help but suggest, to ensure safety, we should have 2 people accompany us. Noticing everyone looking at him strangely, Qin Cheng quickly brought Scarface into the conversation. "With Scarface here, no one will dare harm the 2 of you." Gong Hu, hearing this, thought it made sense. "All right then, but if something happens to us inside, how will we signal you to come in?" Qin Cheng immediately agreed. Before long, the group arrived at the second capital city. There, Boss Lai had just finished reviewing the documents and said, "I've looked over the contract, but you should know that I usually don't work with small businesses." Gong Hu responded, "I understand. It's an honor to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Please let us know any conditions you may have." At that moment, Boss Lai glanced at Gong Jiao, sizing her up. "Are you the new one? What's your name? How old are you?" Gong Jiao hesitated and said she was 25 years old. Upon hearing that, Boss Lai's expression softened. He motioned for Gong Jiao to sit on his lap. In that case, discussing the contract will be much easier. Seeing that the other party had bad intentions toward his sister, Gong Hui stepped in, standing behind Gong Jiao. "Boss Lai, this doesn't seem right. I've never heard of signing a contract while sitting on someone's lap." Boss Lai, now irritated by the refusal, snapped, "You little brat, what do you know? Business is all about fate. I feel a special connection with this little sister here, and I want to discuss things privately. You can leave now." As Boss Lai spoke, he pulled Gong Jiao into his arms, holding her tightly as if to control her. Seeing this, Gong Hui quickly made a discreet call to Qin Cheng. Moments later, outside the office, as soon as Gong Hui signaled, Qin Cheng immediately walked in and greeted Boss Lai. When Boss Lai saw the stranger, he was caught off guard. "Dan, who are you?" he asked. The main character introduced himself. "I'm Qin Cheng." As he spoke, Qin Cheng extended his hand for a handshake. By the time Boss Lai realized that Qin Cheng was the person going up against the Dai family, it was too late. Qin Cheng immediately gripped his hand tightly, causing Boss Lai to scream out in pain. Calmly, Qin Cheng asked, "Boss Lai, do you think we have some kind of fate between us?" Knowing he was no match for the man in front of him, Boss Lai immediately begged, "Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng finally loosened his grip. As he mentioned the contract, Boss Lai began to tremble, quickly assuring that the contract would be easy to discuss. Once the matter was settled, the main character left with the two sisters, Gong Jiao and Gong Hu. He had no idea that Boss Lai had already contacted Di Ruji to escalate the situation. At the Dai family's house, Di Ruji was enduring excruciating pain. "Ah, where's the doctor? What's happening to me? I'm so uncomfortable." No matter how much Dai Chao questioned the doctor remained calm and kept explaining. "We've used the most advanced equipment to check 3 times. There's truly nothing wrong with your father's body. Could this be something unrelated to medicine? For example, has your family recently been near a grave or possibly upset someone?" At this point, Dai Chao suddenly remembered something. He turned to his father and asked anxiously, "Dad, could it be Qin Cheng's doing?" At that moment, Di Ruji, already scratching his body raw from the itching paws. When he heard his son mention Qin Cheng, a doubt crossed his mind. That kid, how could he have that kind of power? Dai Chao, feeling helpless, said honestly, besides him, "I can't think of anyone else who could do this." Unable to bear the torment any longer, Di Ruji decided to visit the Su family. Before long, he was outside the Su house, shouting for help. Once inside, Di Ruji didn't hesitate. He knelt before the elderly Mr. Su and begged, "Mr. Su, please help me." Knowing that this man had been tormented by Qin Cheng's curse, Mr. Su smiled gently and said, "I don't have that kind of power." Di Ruji, now crying desperately, continued pleading, "I was wrong before. It was all because of my mouth. Please, I beg you, help me call Qin Cheng." Immediately, old man Su put on a ruthless expression and said, "You reap what you sow. No one can change that. But I can tell you this, Qin Cheng is not in Qin Cheng right now." From old man Su's words, Di Ruji realized that Qin Cheng was in the capital. There was no other choice. In frustration, Di Ruji shouted and ordered his subordinates to take him to the capital at once. The itching in his mind had reached its breaking point. In the midst of his agony, Di Ruji received a tip from Boss Lai. Over at the office, Boss Lai, after informing Di Ruji of Qin Cheng's location, tried hard to hold back his excitement while serving Qin Cheng until Di Ruji could arrive. "Mr. Qin, please sit here. Is it too hot for you or too cold? Would you like something to eat or drink?" Seeing the other person acting so enthusiastic, Qin Cheng was slightly suspicious, wondering what kind of trick this conman was trying to pull. In a moment, Boss Lai called for his subordinates to bring in countless dishes and drinks, treating Qin Cheng like an emperor. Seeing this, Qin Cheng decided to play along. "Well, since you've gone this far, I won't hold back. I'll eat it all." Gong Hu, watching the situation unfold, was speechless. At this moment, Boss Lai, having timed it perfectly, guessed that Di Ruji was about to arrive. He couldn't contain his joy. When he got the notice that Boss Da had shown up, Boss Lai was over the moon. He gestured, and in an instant, the men who had been in the room just moments ago withdrew. Seeing this, the two sisters, Gong Jiao and her younger sister, were confused and didn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Boss Lai completely changed his attitude. He shouted at Qin Cheng, "I give you some face and you think you're a big shot. You're really shameless. The more you curse at me, the more eager you get. You're daring to offend Boss D and still sit here without any shame. You're just a nobody, and yet you're playing the hero trying to save the damsel. Stop dreaming." It turned out that Boss Lai had been so friendly earlier because he was afraid of Qin Cheng's power. But now that he had learned that Di Ruji was coming, he thought Di Ruji would become his support. That's why he suddenly turned against the male lead. At this moment, Boss Lai was extremely pleased with himself as he said, "As long as this place is under the Dai family's control, I am the boss here. One little girl doesn't mean anything. I want both of them. Kong Ho, if you still want to sign a contract, bring your obedient little sister along. Otherwise, from now on, I won't do business with your family." Hearing this, the two sisters, Gong Jiao and her younger sister, immediately felt a sense of worry. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Boss Lai thought it was Di Ruji, and he happily stepped forward to greet him. Boss D finally arrived. However, Di Ruji's next move made Boss Lai's eyes widen in shock. Di Ruji walked in looking disheveled, then turned to Qin Cheng with a desperate expression. "Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake now. I'll give you this building, please. I beg you to help me." Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately pointed the gun at Boss Lai. "I heard that this Boss Lai is one of your subordinates." Seeing the situation, Boss Lai realized he had just offended someone he should never have crossed. In that instant, he lowered his head and begged the main character, Mr. Qin, I was wrong. I didn't know any better. Please, I hope you can forgive me. I'll sign the contract right now. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng looked at the shredded contract and raised an eyebrow. What good is a contract that's already been torn up? Without missing a beat, Boss Lai respectfully said he would have someone print a new one. He was willing to accept all the terms for this business deal. Only then did Qin Cheng's expression soften. The person next to him spoke up. Now that's more like it. Right after, he reached out and unblocked the pressure point on Daruji's forehead, then reminded him, "This is just a small lesson. I don't want to see this happen again." The moment Qin Cheng touched Daruji, immediately, a surge of energy flowed into his body. In an instant, Daruji's pain completely disappeared. This brought him immense joy, and he immediately regarded Qin Cheng as a benefactor. "Mr. Qin, please take these with you. When I get home, I'll definitely send you some more gifts," he said before quickly saying his goodbyes and leaving. At that moment, Qin Cheng finally relaxed his body. The situation was now resolved. Just then, Jinhu stepped forward, clearly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be the Qin Cheng everyone talks about. If it were for you today, my sister and I wouldn't have known what to do. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do everything I can to help." To this polite gesture, Qin Cheng responded calmly, "Back in college, Gongjiao helped me a lot, so it's just a matter of giving back." At this, Jinhu raised a cautionary warning, pressing on, "But don't get too close to my sister. Being around you is too dangerous." Meanwhile, Gong Jiao, who had been silently observing the conversation, started to see Qin Cheng in a new light after everything that had just happened. Jinhu then took the initiative and asked, "We don't have anything planned next. Do you have somewhere you need to go? Anywhere you'd like to visit?" "I can take you a little ways," he offered. Seeing this, Qin Cheng didn't hesitate and asked, "Do you know where the capital herbal medicine auction house is?" In a moment, Qin Cheng went out with Ning. While they were there, Ning explained that in the capital, their most developed industry was herbs. The auction hall was even larger than a theater, but security tighter than an airport. There were even people at the entrance checking qualifications for entry. According to Ning, anything could be found inside the auction hall. Whether it was ginseng or snow lotus, everything was top quality. After saying this, Ning curiously asked Qin Cheng, "Isn't your family in construction? How do you know so much about herbs? Is it just a personal hobby?" The main character responded, "Actually, I studied this field in college." Hearing this, Ning sighed, thinking it was the reason why Jinhu didn't want him buying any herbs. As soon as Ning said he wanted to go with Qin Cheng to the auction, Jinhu had firmly warned him not to buy a single gram of herbs or she would break his legs. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the auction hall. Seeing the massive building before them, the main character couldn't help but marvel. "This place is huge. It could easily fit a few hundred people." Ning proudly replied, "A few hundred? It can hold tens of thousands when it's packed." At that moment, a group of people in the distance started cheering, calling out the name Chuk-san. Upon hearing that name, Ning got excited and began looking around for him. Watching this, Qin Cheng became curious and wondered who Chuk-san was. Ning, feeling excited, said to Qin Cheng, "You're not an alien, are you? You don't even know who Chuk-san is." Chuk-san released her Digu song at 18, and by 20, she was already a national sensation. Her performances are always packed, and ticket prices are through the roof. What's amazing is that she doesn't dive into variety shows or create scandals. Her popularity is purely from her high-quality work and incredible singing talent. Qin Cheng, hearing this, asked, "Does someone like her really need to come here to buy medicine?" Ning replied, "Of course. The best medicinal herbs from all over the country are gathered here. It's a one-in-a-million kind of place." At this point, Ning gave Qin Cheng a look of sympathy. His luck seemed to be really bad. Curious, Qin Cheng asked, "Why do you say that?" Ning explained that Chuk-san's father was critically ill, barely hanging on. She feared that Qin Cheng might leave empty-handed today. When they entered the hall, Qin Cheng's confidence dropped drastically upon seeing Chuk-san's wealthy and confident demeanor. He wasn't sure if he'd have a chance to get the medicinal herbs today. Just then, the host introduced the next medicinal item. This is the finest snow ginseng from the western regions, aged for hundreds of years. Its medicinal properties are extremely powerful. Starting priced 20 million. Seeing this, Ning turned to Qin Cheng and asked, "Do you want to bid on this?" The male lead replied, "The quality of this ginseng isn't bad, but it lacks spiritual energy, so it's not the type I'm looking for." At this moment, both of them noticed that Chuk-san wasn't paying attention to this herb either. Next, the host introduced another ginseng, which came from a regular herbalist family passed down through a prestigious family lineage. The starting bid was 10 million. As soon as the crowd heard the starting price, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe the price for just a single ginseng could be so high. This was exactly what Qin Cheng wanted. At this point, he silently prayed, hoping that Chu Xian wouldn't take an interest in this. But as soon as he raised his paddle to place a bid, Chu Xian immediately cut him off, raising the price to 20 million. Qin Cheng gritted his teeth. He hated that the thing he feared the most always seemed to happen. There was no choice now, so he had no choice but to raise his bid to 30 million. This move didn't escape Chu Xian's notice. She boldly raised the price to 50 million. Not one to back down, Qin Cheng pushed it to 80 million. Seeing Qin Cheng actually wanting to compete with her, Chu Xian raised her hand and boldly bid 100 million. This scene left Xiaoning speechless, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. Holy shit, they're bidding 100 million for this thing. I just don't understand people with money. You're not going to keep raising the price, are you? Qin Cheng responded, can't you tell? She definitely has to have this. There's no point in continuing to bid. It'll only devalue the auction. Looks like, as you said, I'm really going home empty-handed today. Just then, Chu Xian suddenly burst into tears, calling out for her grandfather. Xiaoning and Qin Cheng, confused, looked ahead. I noticed that the elderly Mr. Chu was in critical condition. In that moment, Chu Xian urgently turned to the person next to her and asked, Mr. Zhang, what should we do now? Mr. Zhang, flustered, replied, it's too late to make the Lingji medicine we just auctioned off. We can only try giving it to him directly and see what happens. Hearing this, Chu Xian quickly took out a card and handed it to the host, saying, this card has 200 million on it, with the password 666,666. You can swipe it yourself, but I need the Lingji right now. Qin Cheng, who had been watching the scene, spoke up. This doesn't seem like the best idea. He walked over to Chu Xian to stop her from giving the ginseng to her grandfather. If she didn't want him to die, she needed to stop immediately. Chu Xian thought Qin Cheng was just causing trouble and angrily warned him, you backed off earlier, so I'll let it go. But if you want to keep making a scene, don't blame me for not being polite. Suddenly, Mr. Zhang, who had been standing next to them, asked Qin Cheng with concern, what do you mean by what you just said? Qin Cheng explained, if you're truly a doctor with expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, you should understand that giving fertilizer to a dying plant only speeds up its decline. And this is top-quality Lingji. Mr. Zhang was completely stunned as he listened to Qin Cheng's explanation. He couldn't believe that this young man knew about this type of ginseng. At that moment, Chu Xian urgently handed the ginseng to Mr. Zhang, hoping he could save her grandfather. Mr. Zhang, who had just been convinced by Qin Cheng, spoke up. Miss Chu, I believe you can trust this young man. To be honest, as the young man said, swallowing this herb will probably have little effect. I'm just trying whatever I can at this point. If that's the case, then let's let him give it a try. After hearing Mr. Zhang's words, Chu Xian thought for a moment and agreed. She turned to Qin Cheng and said, if you can save my grandfather, I'll agree to anything you ask. Hearing this, Qin Cheng made a request. Could you give me this ginseng? Chu Xian nodded in agreement. If you can cure him, then of course, you can have it. Xiaoning, who was standing beside them, anxiously asked Qin Cheng, is this going to be okay? Qin Cheng answered confidently, don't worry, I'm sure of it. After all, it's not my first time saving someone. At that moment, Qin Cheng closed his eyes and began to focus, trying to visualize a landscape of lush green hills and clear waters, imagining a dried-up tree meeting the warmth of spring, and thinking about the essence of heaven and earth coming together. He focused on the hope of revival, feeling it grow stronger and stronger. At that moment, the figure of the golden dragon appeared and looked at Qin Cheng, saying, kid, why is it you again? The last time I spared your life out of respect for your father, but this time, it won't be that simple. Hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately replied, no, it absolutely has to be simple. Since I made the pact with you, I order you to bring the opportunity for life back here. The golden dragon snorted, you're truly Yi Qinyan's son, just like him when he was young. If that's the case, I'll grant your wish. But on top of that, I'll teach you another way to live forever. Heaven is the source of life and man is the same as heaven. With the North Pole as the center, it nourishes all things, strengthens every bone, granting immortality and eternal youth. As soon as those words were spoken, a white vortex appeared around Qin Cheng and Chu Xian's grandfather. Chu Xian and the others stared in awe, their mouths hanging open, whispering, amazing, it's like magic. Qin Cheng shifted his hand and chanted a spell under his feet. At that moment, a beam of golden light flew toward the old man. When the light touched his forehead, it entered his body and disappeared, and the white vortex around them slowly faded. The old man was now awake. Seeing this, Chu Xian rushed forward and hugged the old man tightly, joyfully exclaiming, thank goodness, you're back. Qin Cheng, still holding the ginseng jar, shook it lightly and said to Chu Xian, Miss Chu, as promised, this ginseng is now mine. Chu Xian nodded, signaling that it wasn't a problem. She wanted to thank Qin Cheng by inviting him to dinner, but Qin Cheng said, "I've got plans for the evening." Chuxian reluctantly decided, "All right, let's do it another time." At that moment, Shanding stepped closer to Qin Cheng, puzzled. An opportunity like this, getting to have dinner with a big star, and Qin Cheng did respond to Shanding's question. Instead, as if remembering something, he turned back to Chuxian and said, "Old Mr. Chu's condition hasn't fully recovered. Every 2 months, he needs to come to me for medicine. It can't be prepared in advance. It has to be brewed at the right moment. So every time that period comes around, you'll need to come find me." Chuxian smiled and said, "No problem. How much?" Qin Cheng immediately put on a slight grin and answered, 20 million per pill. Chuxian winced. 20 million? You're really ruthless. Even though she knew it was expensive, Chuxian couldn't refuse. Qin Cheng happily waved her off, leaving her to watch him go. She could only shout out, "Oh, I must have misjudged you." After leaving the auction room, Qin Cheng was sitting in the car with Scarface, ready to head home. He thought about what happened today. Double victory. This is amazing. Not only did I get the Lingji mushroom, but I also closed a big deal. It's true what they say, slow and steady wins the race. Now I just hope this Lingji lives up to its reputation. A few hours later, the two of them arrived home, happily holding their bags and walking inside. They immediately saw Ji and a person with purple hair chatting with Mr. Su. "Qin, you're back. Well then, I'll take my leave," Ji said. The conversation slowly came to a close. As the two walked past Qin Cheng, Ji said to him, "I'm heading out now." Qin Cheng smiled and replied, "Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day." As the person with purple hair passed by Qin Cheng, he sneered and made a move to strike him. However, Qin Cheng blocked his attack. The two exchanged a few pushes and the guy stumbled, almost losing his balance. Just as he was about to fall, Qin Cheng grabbed his arm to steady him. Turning around, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "Take care, both of you. Watch out for the steps." After the two left, Qin Cheng sat down with Mr. Su to chat. He said, "Mr. Su, your health has been looking good recently, but don't be careless. If you feel any discomfort, you should let me know." Mr. Su happily responded, "I feel great lately. My spirits are high and everything's fine. Actually, I've been meaning to talk to you. I'm thinking about moving to Qin Cheng." This surprised both Su Wan and Qin Cheng. Mr. Su looked out the window and continued, "Having lived to this age, I feel content. In Qin Cheng, I have a few old friends. I could gather with them and enjoy my later years. After I'm gone, we'll sell this house." Su Wan plans to move to Dragon Sea Mountain. It's a great place with fresh air and it would be perfect for her. Qin Cheng didn't seem to know what to think. His face turned red as he stammered, "You want to stay with me?" Su Wan, who was standing next to him, asked, "What are you thinking?" Qin Cheng hesitated before continuing, "There are so many empty rooms there. You're on the first floor, I'm on the second." Meanwhile, Ji and the man with purple hair were sitting in a car talking. Ji turned to him and asked, "What do you think?" The man with purple hair glanced at the numerous cuts on his arm and sighed. "That guy's not bad. He didn't gain an advantage earlier, though." Ji, clearly irritated, snapped, "So, you're saying that you couldn't beat him either?" The man with purple hair chuckled and replied, "Not exactly. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably a sorcerer." Seeing that Ji didn't understand, he explained further, "There's a saying in the martial world, martial artists should never anger sorcerers. Sorcerers are clever and unpredictable. Once you fall into their magic, there's no way out." Ji frowned and grumbled, "So, are you saying that you can't beat him? What now? Should we cancel the contract?" The man with purple hair laughed lightly and said, "Don't be hasty. Although sorcerers are cunning, they're useless once you get close to them. I'm a real martial artist. These petty sorcerers don't stand a chance." Ji's face hardened with a calculating expression as he said, "All right, we'll wait until Mr. Su leaves Qin Cheng. Then we'll take action immediately." The man with purple hair with a proud look on his face nodded and said, "Don't worry, sir." On the morning that Mr. Su left, many people had gathered to see him off. Everyone's face showed a mixture of emotion and reluctance, wishing him a safe journey and good health. The old man cheerfully waved his hand and said, "The future of Qin Cheng is in your hands." The people, who had been crying, stood there watching as the old man's car slowly drove away. After a while, Qin Cheng comforted Su Wan, telling her it was time to go home. At that moment, the same people who had been crying earlier quickly changed their expressions. They stared at Su Wan as if they wanted to devour her whole. "Why are you leaving already? Aren't you staying with us a little longer?" "Su Wan, I've been wanting to invite you out for a meal. Don't you think it's about time you show us some respect? You've lost so much weight in just a few days. If your grandfather doesn't care, at least let your uncle take care of you." Qin Cheng stepped in and said, "Do you all misunderstand something? Even though old man Su is leaving, the owner of Qin Cheng is still the Su family. Please remember that. After hearing Qin Cheng's words, the group finally calmed down, sneering. Kid, we're leaving. You're rejecting our kindness. You really don't know what's good for you. Once they were gone, Su-won relaxed and took a deep breath. She sighed with worry. This is a dog-eat-dog world. If we don't play the game ruthlessly, sooner or later we'll be eaten alive. But if we use ordinary tactics, who wouldn't want a chance like this? It's easy to call it friendship and family, but in reality, it's just taking advantage of the situation. We never know who's really our friend. I'm exhausted. Let's go home. The scene shifts to the Lin family mansion. Lin Qingqing was lying on the couch, scrolling through the news when she suddenly saw that the Su family would be completely withdrawing from Qin Jiang. She was overjoyed, rushing over to hug Yang Yi. Honey, the Su family is leaving. This is great news. Yang Yi was surprised and asked, if the Su family is leaving, doesn't that mean our business can continue? Lin Qingqing smiled smugly. That's not the main point. The real point is that Qin Cheng will no longer have any support. Yang Yi, eager to take action, immediately wanted to gather people to deal with Qin Cheng. He even shamefully thought about what it would be like to experience Su-won's power. Suddenly, the door burst open and a group of people wearing black cloaks and masks entered. Lin Qingqing, furious, pointed at them and yelled, "Do you even know where you are?" The group exuded an evil aura, making it clear that they were not from a righteous faction. Suddenly, the leader took out a centipede and threw it toward the two of them. He said, before you do anything to others, you first need to train your mind to feast on flesh and blood. Ignoring the pleas of the two who were begging him to stop, the leader casually asked his followers, as long as we can achieve our goal, this sacrifice is worth it. Don't you agree? The next morning at the Su family's villa, Qin Cheng and Su-won had just returned home. As soon as Qin Cheng stepped out of the car, he was startled to see the scar-faced man rushing toward him, out of breath, to deliver a message. Mr. Qin, you're finally back. A man in a white shirt came looking for you earlier. I told him you weren't here, but he still barged in. I'm sorry, I really couldn't stop him. Hearing this, Qin Cheng gently patted the scar-faced man's shoulder, signaling that it was fine. He told him to wait outside until the man in the white shirt left, then he could come back inside. The scar-faced man nodded quickly and said, yes, I understand. Su-won, standing beside him, asked with a puzzled look, Qin Cheng, what's going on? Qin Cheng scratched his head and explained, you remember the guy in the white shirt who was with Mr. D before? I had planned to meet him today for a study session, but I completely forgot. He must be upset now. Su-won sighed in relief and patted her chest, saying, I thought it was something serious. Just a heads up. Make sure you apologize properly when you see him, okay? They both walked into the house. As soon as they reached the door, they found the man with purple hair waiting there. Qin Cheng clasped his hands together and said, sorry to keep you waiting. The man smiled and replied, it's fine. On the contrary, I was the one who barged into your house. My apologies. Seeing this, Su-won decided to head upstairs to give them some space to talk. At that moment, he pretended to be thirsty and asked, could I get a glass of water? Qin Cheng also played along and nodded in agreement. He then turned around to open the cabinet and look for something to drink for him. Seeing that Qin Cheng was distracted, picking out a drink, the man quickly answered with a vague response and took the chance to rush forward, aiming to strike him. Just as his hand was about to reach Qin Cheng casually bent down to grab a bottle of liquor, pretending to be clueless and asking, why is there a bottle of liquor here? Did the guy with the scar buy this? Then he turned to the man with purple hair and said, I am having drinks that are up for grabs, so you can pick one yourself. He missed his chance and pretended to lean against the cabinet, awkwardly saying, then I'll just have some tea. But inside, he thought, how is this possible? How could it be such a coincidence? This guy must have some crazy luck. Qin Cheng smiled and said, all right, I'll boil some water first. While Qin Cheng was preparing tea, the man quietly stood behind him, watching him closely. He thought to himself, I don't believe he's going to get lucky this time. Then he raised his hand, about to strike Qin Cheng on the head. Qin Cheng was humming a tune, continuing to pretend he didn't notice anything. He bent down to check the water bottle. The man's punch missed and his momentum carried him into the nearby wall. He fell to the ground, clutching his arm in pain. Qin Cheng, holding the tea tray, acted as if he had no idea what happened. He stood there and teased, how did you manage to fall while just standing? That's really funny. He sat up, calmly thinking things over. Could something like this really be a coincidence? Was it possible that he had avoided it himself, only to deny it later? No, that couldn't be it. He didn't have that kind of power. It had to be a coincidence. I don't believe this is going to work this time. If that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. With that, he grabbed the knife he hidden behind his back, ready to stab Qin Cheng. But in his mind, he thought, it'll be an honor for you to die by this knife. Just die already. Once again, Qin Cheng managed to dodge. He quickly stood up, resting his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment before saying, "Before I left, Mr. Su specifically asked me to make sure there were fresh flowers in the house. How could I forget that?" He then glanced down at the guy with purple hair who had missed and ended up banging his head against the table. Pretending to be concerned, he asked, "What's wrong with you today? Did you bump your head when you got up this morning?" The guy didn't answer. He just lowered his head, holding his head and thinking, it was impossible to be that lucky. There's no way coincidences could happen 3 times in a row. Qin Cheng sat down, poured some tea, and offered it to him. "All right, drink some tea. Good tea can calm the mind and nourish the spirit. Who knows, it might even cure whatever's bothering you." Looking at Qin Cheng's relaxed posture, the man suddenly felt uneasy and thought, if this isn't a coincidence, how could his reflexes be so fast? He turned around and still managed to dodge so easily. How strong is his awareness, really? At that point, Qin Cheng finally asked what brought him here. The man smiled and replied nothing before pretending like he had something urgent and needed to leave. Thinking quickly, Qin Cheng realized that the only way to deal with him was to drive him out of Dai Ruji's place. He was about to leave, but Qin Cheng didn't give him the chance. Standing in his way, he said, "I've already given you 3 chances. You didn't think you could pull those childish tricks past me, did you?" The man, feeling uneasy but still trying to act tough, responded, "I'm a 3rd-degree martial artist. You better let me go, or things will get ugly for both of us." Seeing that Qin Cheng was still ready to fight, a man shouted, "A spellcaster needs at least 5 minutes to cast a spell. In that time, I'll destroy you." Qin Cheng smirked and said, "Really? Who told you I'm a spellcaster?" Then, without warning, Qin Cheng appeared behind him and struck with force. The man tried to block with his hands, but the impact sent him stumbling backward. Looking down on him from above, Qin Cheng sneered, 4 tries and still nothing. Pathetic. "Did Di Ruji send you?" Flustered, the man admitted, "That's right, Mr. Qin. I was just paid to do this. Please spare my life." Hearing him confess, Qin Cheng said, "I won't kill you. Go back and tell Di Ruji that I'm letting you off this time because of the old man Su. He should appreciate it and learn his lesson. If it happens again, no one will be spared." At that moment, Suwan came down the stairs, saw the broken floor, and asked, "What's going on here? Did you 2 finish fighting?" Qin Cheng grinned and replied, "Yep, knew when to stop. Haha." The guy with purple hair said, "I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave now." Watching him walk away, Suwan couldn't help but think how strange that guy was. Qin Cheng, who was standing next to her, nodded in agreement. The scene then shifted to Deruji's house. He was leisurely drinking tea when his assistant came in to say there was a phone call. On the other end was the guy with purple hair who advised Deruji, it's best not to go up against Qin Cheng anymore. His skills are way more impressive than you think. Deruji's face darkened with anger. He snapped, "I failed. And now you're talking to me like this? I paid you a lot of money to do this, and this is the result you give me." Despite the purple-haired guy's warnings, Deruji, I've already warned you. If you keep being this stubborn, it will drag the whole Dai family down. Deruji refused to listen. He angrily threw the phone to the ground and muttered, "Damn it, what a useless fool. This is so frustrating." He bit his hand, thinking of a way to kill Qin Cheng. Just then, a shadowy figure in a cloak appeared. "You want power? There's someone who can help you," the figure said. Meanwhile, at Jinhu's office, he was angrily scolding his subordinates. "What, you all win a few business deals and think you can slack off? Why does the revenue look so terrible? How can Mr. Qin see this? You're all useless." Suddenly, the phone call interrupted. Jinhu picked up the phone and the voice on the other end said, "Hello, Mr. Jinhu, this is Yang Yi. A master has asked me to sell a 1,000-year-old ginseng root. I was wondering if you'd be interested." Upon hearing this, Jinhu immediately changed his tone, agreeing happily and indicating that he would come to collect the item. On the other end of the line, Yang Yi, who was being controlled by insects, called again and said, "The master is very difficult to deal with. He insists that the buyer must come in person before he'll sell it. Would you mind asking Mr. Qin to come directly to pick it up?" After hearing Jinhu's agreement, Yang Yi hung up the phone. Then, filled with fear, he dropped to his knees and begged the man in the black cloak, "Is this acceptable? Please spare me. I'll give you my wife and my sister-in-law. Do whatever you want with them, just spare me. From now on, all the money I make will be yours." The man coldly snorted, waved his hand, and ended Yang Yi's life right in front of the 2 Lin sisters. Then he grabbed Lin Qingcheng's chin and said, "You 2 scum, selling your wives to gain favor. If you want to live, you'll do exactly as I say." Understood. A few hours later, Jinhu and Qin Cheng arrived at the agreed location. The place was dark and eerie, like an abandoned house with no one around. Qin Cheng, feeling suspicious, asked Jinhu, "Are you sure this is the place?" Jinhu scratched his head and replied, "Yeah, this is it." "But why is this so strange?" Just then, an old man entered with two little girls walking beside him. The three of them clapped their hands in unison in a strange way, continuously chanting, "Welcome, honored guests." Seeing this, Jinhu grew anxious and shouted loudly, "Stop stalling and bring out the ginseng." The old man spoke. "Something like ginseng must be prepared right here." As soon as he finished, the two little girls suddenly opened their mouths, revealing sharp fangs, and flew toward Qin Cheng and Jinhu. Jinhu stepped back a few paces in fear. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, stepped forward to greet the two girls. The two girls, thinking they had caught his hand, laughed triumphantly. "Got you!" But they didn't realize that Qin Cheng had purposed to grab their hands. He seized both their wrists, swung them up, and slammed them down to the ground, making them disappear. Then he calmly dusted his hands off and asked the old man, "Is there anything harder?" The old man replied, "This isn't over. Now, I will immediately use the phantom pine technique like a shadow. It'll shroud the air in darkness as if it's wrapped in black mist." He said proudly, "Can't see anything now, can you? Today is your day to die." Jinhu, panicked, asked, "Brother Qin, what should we do now?" Qin Cheng comforted him, saying, "Don't panic. As long as you keep your mind sharp, it's not hard to locate the enemy." Qin Cheng closed his eyes and focused, clearly seeing the old man's figure. He moved forward, grabbed the old man's collar, and pulled him closer, impatiently saying, "Every person has a limit to their patience. Ever heard of the saying, 'Too busy 3 times'?" The old man, frightened, stammered, Hey, calm down, will you?" Without waiting for him to say anything else, Qin Cheng swung his fist and punched. "I told you you're an idiot. Didn't you hear me?" The punch sent him flying, blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed into the wall, then collapsed to the ground. Qin Cheng casually slipped his hand into his pocket and walked over, coldly sneering, "You really thought you were so strong? Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, a soft sobbing sound came from somewhere. Jinhu pointed to a room where the sound was coming from, and both of them decided to open the door and check. As soon as they saw Lin Qingcheng tied up, Qin Cheng frowned. "Lin Qingcheng, what are you doing here?" She cried and screamed, "Qin Cheng, help me please. I'll do anything. Just get me out of here, anywhere. I don't care. From now on, I'll listen to everything you say." After untangling her restraints, Qin Cheng asked Jinhu to carry Lin Qingcheng out. She was still sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly saying, "I have nothing left. I have nothing." Qin Cheng, Jinhu, and Lin Qingcheng left the building. After walking for a while, Qin Cheng noticed a figure by a tree, clutching their stomach. As he got closer, he realized the man was Su Wan's bodyguard. He turned and called out, "Mr. Qin." Qin Cheng spoke to him firmly, "Your injuries are severe. Don't say anything." The man, sobbing and sniffling, explained, "I'm responsible for secretly protecting Miss Su. She was just kidnapped. I wasn't strong enough to protect her. Damn it." Qin Cheng clenched his fists, his anger rising as he thought, Su Wan has been kidnapped? At the same time, in a dark underground room, Su Wan sat on the floor, dazed and bound. Next to her stood a man with a sleazy expression, licking his knife. He said, "Miss Su, you're still so proud even in this situation. It's really no fun, but I've always had a thing for conquering." Seeing Su Wan look at him, he grabbed her mouth and said, "Miss Su, think about it. If you cooperate, I promise I won't harm you." Su Wan stared at him, her face emotionless, and replied stiffly, "Harm me? Do you dare?" As soon as she finished speaking, he slapped her hard across the face. Grabbing her hair, he sneered, "What's to stop me? You have a high status, and you're the precious gem of the Su family. After this, I'll take the money and run far away. You won't be able to find me. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't act ungrateful." With that, he threw her roughly to the ground and walked away. Su Wan lay there, struggling to stay calm. "They probably won't kill me. After all, Grandpa's only gone, not dead. Their real target is probably not me. That's why they won't kill a hostage. Qin Cheng, please don't do anything rash." At the same time, Qin Cheng and Jinhu were speeding back as quickly as possible. When they arrived home, the yard was filled with bodyguards, all of them bruised and in a miserable state. "Mr. Qin, we deserve to die. We're useless. We couldn't protect Miss Su," one of the bodyguards said. Qin Cheng patted his shoulder reassuringly and said, "We've found someone. We'll deal with the rest later." The bodyguard calmed down and reported, "Miss Su was taken by a black car with no license plates. We called the police, but there's still no news." Qin Cheng asked, "Did they act alone? What about Scarface?" The bodyguard responded, "Scarface was seriously injured. Both his legs were broken, and he's currently in the hospital." Qin Cheng thought for a moment. Although Scarface had only recently joined their group, he was already at the first level of cleat training. Whoever was strong enough to defeat him, this badly had to be someone extraordinary. At that moment, Qin Cheng gave orders to the group. One team continues the search, the other team should contact an ambulance. Stay here and wait for further instructions. Jinhu, keep a close eye on Lin Qingcheng. Don't let her escape. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it is for Su Wan. Qin Cheng refused to believe there was no other way to find her. He closed his eyes and began searching through forbidden books on dark magic. One book appeared, the Golden Thread Spell. This was a forbidden technique that used hue and blood to draw on the forces of yin and yang, allowing the user to track the target's location. However, this spell caused immense harm to the user, draining their energy and even threatening their life because it would reveal secrets of the universe. For Su Wan, no sacrifice seemed too great, especially if Qin Cheng was willing to step forward and prove his sincerity to everyone in Qin Cheng. Without hesitation, Qin Cheng bit his finger and began to cast a mystical incantation. Year of the Rat, Year of the Monkey, Year of the Monkey, he chanted, as drops of his blood fell onto his palm, releasing a faint wisp of smoke. Suddenly, a stream of visions flooded his mind, flashes of different locations. He searched through each one mentally until a final image sharpened it into focus. In that instant, Qin Cheng coughed up blood, startling the nearby bodyguards, but he quickly waved them off and assured them he was all right. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Qin Cheng turned to them and said firmly, Su Wan was taken to Cheng Dongbao's hideout at Yunshan. Meanwhile, in an abandoned house, the captor slammed the door open and stepped in, demanding, Time's up. Have you made your decision yet? Su Wan, unfazed, met his gaze and answered coldly, Get out of my sight. The man let out a laugh, holding his side as if amused. In all my years of shady business, I've never seen anyone like you. Not a trace of fear. You're something else. Seeing Su Wan's cold gaze on him, he grew even more eager to speak. If you've made your choice, then I won't hold back anymore. Suddenly, Qin Cheng appeared behind him, cutting off his words. He jumped in surprise and asked, Who? Qin Cheng, filled with fury, stormed over. You're asking who I am? Don't you know? The man stepped back, panicked, and said, How did you get here? Qin Cheng threw a punch into his stomach and said, Does it really matter? If you've done something bad, you have to pay the price. Now pay it. With that, he landed a final blow to the back of his neck, knocking him to the ground, barely conscious. Not stopping there, Qin Cheng grabbed the man by the hair, yanking his head back as he demanded, Who's behind this? Who told you to do it? Blood and tears mixed on the man's face as he trembled, answering it was Di Ruji. He told me to do it. Qin Cheng thought to himself, Di Ruji, I spared his life and now he dares to kidnap Su Wan? The kidnapper, now pleading, begged, I swear, I only took this job for the money. I never meant to hurt Miss Su. Hearing this, Qin Cheng grew even more furious. You never hurt her? Then where did that injury on her face come from? Don't tell me she just fell on her own. Seeing the man hesitate, Qin Cheng grabbed his throat and lifted him up, realizing it was too late for him to regret. Then he twisted his neck, knocking him out cold. Su Wan, trembling in fear, asked, Qin Cheng, you didn't kill him, did you? Qin Cheng turned to her and replied, Of course not. He just has a messed up spine now. But from now on, he'll probably spend the rest of his life in bed. He's done so many evil things. This is just his karma. Furthermore, he hurt you like this, and it's all my fault. I'm useless. I couldn't protect you. Su Wan hugged Qin Cheng to comfort him. Don't worry, see. I'm fine, aren't I? I promise this will never happen again. Su Wan gently patted Qin Cheng's head, smiling as she said, Okay, I trust you. Then the two of them went home together. At the Su family's house, the scarred man, covered in bandages, was being forcibly held back by the bodyguards. You can't guddle, you're in no condition to fight anyone, not with that face and body. Even if you find him, you won't be able to defeat him. The scarred man, ignoring their warning, still tried to charge out the door, shouting, Let me out! Mr. Qin, are you just going to keep a useless person like me here? Even if it costs me my life, I have to bring Miss Su back. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. Mr. Qin is back, and he's bringing Miss Su with him. At that moment outside, the doctor was telling Su Wan, except for a bit of swelling on your cheeks, you're fine. Just take your medicine twice a day, in the morning and at night, and you'll recover quickly. Out of nowhere, the scarred man ran in, kneeling and crying, blaming himself. It's all my fault. I was useless and let Miss Su get kidnapped. You can beat me, yell at me, or even kick me out. I will complain. Qin Cheng helped the scarred man up and standing beside him, reassured him. Don't blame yourself. I know you did your best. But how did you end up like this? Was the kidnapper some kind of martial artist? Su Wan suddenly remembered and realized she had forgotten to tell him that there had actually been two kidnappers. One of them wore a black cloak and a hood, making it hard to see his face. The scar-faced man interrupted, saying it was a centipede. One of them had a centipede wrapped around his arm. If it hadn't bitten me, making it impossible for me to move, I wouldn't have lost so quickly. Hearing about the centipede and the black cloak, Qin Cheng thought for a moment. Could it be the Hall of Mysterious Illumination? Once he learned about it, Qin Cheng immediately ordered those who were taking care of Su Wan to continue their work, while he himself would go out for a while. The scar-faced man then asked, "What about me?" The main character quickly gave out his orders. "You're in charge of guarding the entrance to the villa. If anyone comes, let me know right away." With that, he walked out to the parking lot, ready to leave. At that moment, Qin Cheng didn't want to overthink things. He decided to wait until Dai Ruji spoke up on his own. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to Qin Cheng. Su Wan, standing at a distance, used lip movements to silently remind him, "There's someone over there." Immediately, Qin Cheng's instincts kicked in, and he turned his attention to a corner in the bushes. A second later, he turned to Jinhu and whispered something. Taking advantage of the other's momentary lapse in attention, Qin Cheng moved quickly, pulling the person out from the bushes. The person in the bushes turned out to be none other than Dai Chao. As soon as he was discovered, Dai Chao shrank back but tried to act casual, saying, "Nice to meet you, gentlemen." After a brief moment, just as expected, Dai Chao became a pig under the knife in the hands of Qin Cheng's group. At this moment, he was ready to confess everything. "The story," he said, "began last Wednesday. Because the assassin they hired last time couldn't get to you, my father was really furious. After that, with some tricky methods, he managed to get in touch with people from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination. But those people clearly weren't any better. As soon as they arrived, they poisoned my father and kidnapped him. It was them who just threatened me. They said, if you can't make Lin Qingqing disappear, we'll kill your father. I was forced into a corner with no way out, so I begged you all to help me just this once." As Dai Cha spoke, he sobbed uncontrollably, bowing his head and pleading desperately with Qin Cheng's group. Seeing this, Jinhu leaned in and whispered to the male lead, "Mr. Qin, Lin Qingqing isn't exactly a good person either. Maybe we should just hand him over to them. It might lead us to the Hall of Mysterious Illumination's base." Qin Cheng thought for a moment and felt something was off. Why did they send Di Chao to kill Lin Qingqing? If they had that kind of power, wouldn't it be faster to do it themselves? Just then, there was a loud scream from Lin Qingqing's side. Seeing the urgent situation, Qin Cheng quickly said to Jinhu, "Leave a few people here to keep an eye on Dai Chao. I'll go save Lin Qingqing. If anything goes wrong, contact me immediately." In a corner where the two couldn't see, Di Chao smirked slyly. At that moment, Qin Cheng rushed to Lin Qingqing's location. In his mind, he thought that all the chasing after Lin Qingqing was part of a clever strategy. With Jinhu's group being so numerous, there shouldn't be any major problems. In no time, Qin Cheng located Lin Qingqing. Without hesitation, he summoned his cultivation technique and activated a talisman to deal with the person in front of him. Meanwhile, a member of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination was carrying Lin Qingqing over his shoulder, feeling smug about how powerful Qin Cheng seemed. In his mind, he thought, even if Qin Cheng is strong, he won't be able to touch a single hair on me. At that moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Qin Cheng had appeared from within the water, stepping out with a fierce and menacing look on his face. Seeing Qin Cheng's appearance, a Hall of Mysterious Illumination member immediately reacted, intending to flee, but Qin Cheng blocked his path before he could get far. In the blink of an eye, the man found himself completely under Qin Cheng's control. Realizing there was no way of escape, he decided to fight back using his dark magic. "Quartz worms, reveal yourselves. Demons, take form. Let my own body become your vessel." He uttered an incantation, preparing to summon his dark creatures. Qin Cheng recited the incantation, invoking the 9 Heavens Convergence spell. In an instant, a massive surge of energy appeared and shot straight into the enemy's body. Within moments, Qin Cheng successfully rescued Lin Qingqing. He lifted her into the air. At this moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He had saved her, and everything on this side was settled. After handling Lin Qingqing's situation, Qin Cheng returned to the villa, carrying his unconscious ex-wife over his shoulder. He couldn't help but feel a bit reflective. Even though he was at the Foundation establishment level, a battle this long still drained him. When Qin Cheng called out for Jinhu to come help, he soon noticed that there was no sound from inside. Something felt off. As he entered the villa, he saw a group of scar-faced men sprawled on the floor. Qin Cheng was momentarily confused, not understanding what had happened. When he spotted a broken cord, he immediately realized that Dai Chao had escaped. At that moment, His instincts told him something was wrong. He instantly became worried about Su-won's safety. In a flash, Qin Cheng rushed into the villa, his heart filled with fear, dreading that something might have happened to Su-won. As soon as he stepped inside, Qin Cheng immediately saw Su-won sleeping soundly on the bed. Seeing this, his heart finally relaxed. The sound of the door opening slowly woke Su-won from her sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Cheng. "You're finally back, Qin Cheng." At that moment, Qin Cheng roughly threw Lin Qingcheng, who had been draped over his shoulder, aside and rushed to embrace Su-won, catching her by surprise. It was then that Qin Cheng expressed everything he had been feeling. The guards outside had all collapsed, and Jinhu was nowhere to be found. Qin Cheng had feared that she might have been kidnapped again, and the worry had kept him on edge. When Su-won realized how much he cared about her, her face lit up with happiness. She comforted him. "I'm fine now. You're exhausted. You should rest first." The two of them held each other in an intimate embrace, and before long the night passed. After a long and intense night, Qin Cheng woke up with the morning light. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could smell food from outside. Walking out of the room, he ran into Su-won. "Are you busy in the kitchen?" Seeing Qin Cheng, Su-won gestured toward the stove. "Why are you up so early? Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" Qin Cheng walked up to her and said, "There's still so much left to settle. I couldn't sleep well. What are you doing?" Su-won quickly hid the tools in her hands, telling him that she wasn't finished yet and didn't want him to see. After a moment of stubbornness, and despite Su-won's attempts to stop him, Qin Cheng continued to stare at the dish she had prepared in the pot. Seeing what was cooking inside, the male lead asked, "This isn't noodles, is it?" Su-won replied, "It was supposed to be noodles, but now it's just a mushy paste." Suddenly, Qin Cheng rushed over, ignoring Su-won's protests. He scooped the noodles into a bowl and got ready to dig in. After a few bites of the dish he had made himself, Su-won realized she had accidentally swapped sugar for salt, making the noodles taste overly sweet like something for kids. Seeing Qin Cheng happily eating it anyway, she was a little surprised and said, "If it tastes too bad, you don't have to finish it." Still, the male lead kept eating and kept praising the noodles Su-won had made. Just then, the TV news broke. Last night, a fire broke out at the home of famous entrepreneur Ji, killing 2 people. Ji and his son are both missing. In addition, the body of businessman Yang Yi was found in the house. Preliminary investigations suggest this may be a case of murder. According to recent leads, Yang Yi and Ji were close. It's still unclear whether these 2 incidents are connected. Hearing this, Su-won immediately asked, "This isn't related to you, is it?" When Qin Cheng denied any involvement, she started to wonder who could have done this and what their motive might be. At that moment, Qin Cheng said, "At this point, I'm not sure what their goal was either. It's very clear now that everything happened because of revenge on you. That's why they kidnapped me and scarred my face. If we say Yang Yi was killed for not following Ji's orders, then why did Ji disappear, not listening to the arrangements of the people behind him? So what exactly is the goal of those behind him? When I think back to when I was kidnapped, Su-won immediately assumed this was aimed at her grandfather, but Qin Cheng had a different thought. If that were the case, it wouldn't have caused such a commotion around Qin Cheng. At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke, "It's to get my sister." Both Qin Cheng and Su-won immediately realized that Lin Qingcheng hadn't left yet. To their surprise, Lin Qingcheng continued saying, "Originally, my sister and I were taken as hostages, but when that man in black saw my sister, the situation completely spiraled out of control." Lin Qingcheng went on to explain that as soon as the man in black saw her sister, he burst into laughter and said, "This is the legendary soulmate's body from the mythical, unparalleled rare treasure." At that moment, Yang Yi thought the man was just making up nonsense, assuming it was just some woman trying to climb the social ladder. How could she possibly be a mythical, unparalleled treasure? Just then, Ji stepped forward and asked, "When are we making our move?" In that very moment, the man in black poisoned Ji with a deadly toxin. By then, the man in black had completely disregarded the father and son. His main concern was to find a way to hide the valuable item, so he immediately turned to Yang Yi and said, "Proceed with your plan first." Who was he trying to call? Without thinking, Yan Yan blurted out a name, Jinhu. Immediately, the person in black assumed a threatening posture and ordered Yang Yi to call that person. Lin Qingcheng, looking downcast, continued, "You probably already know what happened next. That person, according to the original plan, lured Qin Cheng to capture Su-won, but since Ji and Yang Yi are dead, there's no way to know what the next move was, and that's how we ended up in this situation." Hearing this, Qin Cheng realized that the 2 people had died shortly after arriving. Things were becoming increasingly strange. At that moment, Suwan asked Lin Qingcheng, "What are you planning to do next?" Faced with this question, Lin Qingcheng suddenly broke into tears. "I have nothing left. My husband is gone, my sister's been captured, and the only person who could help me is now my enemy. I'm not asking either of you to help me save my sister. I just hope that, after both of us are dead, you'll at least put up a gravestone for us." At this point, Qin Cheng seemed to soften at Lin Qingcheng's words. He agreed to help her rescue her sister, but immediately clarified to Lin Qingcheng, "Don't misunderstand. I'm doing this to eliminate any future trouble for Suwan and to save Jinhu. As for Lin Qingti, I'll do my best." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingcheng burst into sobs, expressing her gratitude to Qin Cheng. His agreement to help her was exactly what Suwan had hoped for. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, "The Su family lives in a place like this? How pitiful." A person from outside walked in, immediately acting all high and mighty. He said, "Even if you're out of money, there's no need to be in such a poor place. How about I have my brother book a better hotel room for you?" When Qin Cheng heard the person refer to Suwan as his brother, he couldn't help but feel curious. At that moment, Suwan reacted, her face twisting with obvious disgust as she asked, "Su Yu, what are you doing here?" Su Yu, on the other hand, responded casually, "What's wrong? Has being away from the capital for just a few days made you forget basic manners? You could at least call me Big Brother, don't you think?" Su Wan, clearly repulsed by someone like Su Yu, didn't hold back her irritation. She said, "The moment I left the capital, I cut all ties with you. Now tell me, what are you really here for?" Su Yu didn't beat around the bush. He asked Su Wan where the important item belonging to their grandfather was and where it was now. Without missing a beat, Su Wan replied that she didn't know. A second later, her expression shifted to one that clearly suggested she wanted him to leave. Hearing this, Su Yu mocked her. "An item like that, something so high-end, I'm sure you've never even come close to it." By now, Su Wan had lost all patience with him. She angrily warned, "If you don't leave, I'll call the police." The words that came out of Su Yu's mouth immediately made him so angry that he burst into laughter. Then he arrogantly added, "You really are a good little sister. Have you been in Qin Cheng for too long and turned dumb? Who hearing Qin Cheng dares to take me on?" As he spoke, Su Yu walked towards Su Wan, threatening her. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Hand over the item now, or I can't promise what I'll do next." Suddenly, Qin Cheng appeared out of nowhere and shoved Su Yu's arm away from Su Wan. The action took Su Yu by surprise. He turned to Qin Cheng and asked, "Who are you?" The male lead responded coldly, "Qin Cheng." At this moment, Su Yu, who was secretly using his skills, pretended not to recognize the name and mocked, saying, "I've never heard of you." In the next second, Su Yu reached out to strike Qin Cheng with a palm attack. To his shock, Qin Cheng also summoned his power, raised his hand, and gathered spiritual energy to block Su Yu's move. At that moment, Su Yu couldn't believe that in a place as remote as Qin Cheng, he would run into such a skilled opponent. On the other side, Qin Cheng was also deeply worried. He could sense that the other man's strength was much greater than he expected. If he used all his energy, he only had a 50% chance of winning. He was still injured, and the space around them was too small, making him anxious about Su Wan's safety. Suddenly, Su Yu charged forward again, saying, "I'll control my strength, but it'll be precise." When Qin Cheng saw the punch coming towards him, he reacted just in time and quickly dodged the blow. Even so, the force of Su Yu's strike still pushed him back a few steps. Before he could react further, Su Yu appeared behind him. With his sharp instincts, Qin Cheng quickly countered, but to his surprise, Su Yu blocked his punch. In an instant, Su Yu hit him with enough force to send him flying, causing him to collapse to the ground. Seeing that Qin Cheng had been taken down, Su Wan immediately rushed over to check on him. Suddenly, Qin Cheng struggled to remind her, "Don't come over here." In that moment, both Su Wan and Lin Qingcheng stood frozen in place. The main character stood up once again facing Su Yu, signaling that he was ready for another round. Su Yu, hearing this, found it interesting. "With your skills, you could rule over a small place like Qin Cheng, but someone like you, I've already crushed nearly 100 of them. Some things I suggest you mind your own business." Suddenly, Qin Cheng walked towards Su Wan, responding to Su Yu as he went, "Mind your own business. Are you telling a joke? Su Wan's matters are my business. If she doesn't want to do something, no one can force her." As he spoke, the male lead gathered his spiritual energy and continued fighting. Watching Qin Cheng's protective stance towards Su Wan, Su Yu found it incredibly interesting. He faced the male lead and said, "I hate people who overestimate themselves, but I come to dislike you. How about we make a deal?" Qin Cheng, hearing this, didn't quite understand the other person's intentions. At that moment, Su Yu continued, If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation level hasn't surpassed foundation establishment, right? The male lead didn't answer immediately, but instead asked with curiosity, what does that have to do with me? Without missing a beat, Su Yu made his offer. I'll give you 2 years. If after 2 years you haven't made it to the capital, I won't just take Su Wan away. I'll also crush her pride in front of everyone. At first, Qin Cheng found the condition a bit strange, but then with a confident look he asked, what if I'm lucky enough to reach the capital? With a sly smile, Su Yu replied, you'll have the chance to fight me in the grandest arena in the capital. Win or lose, your name will echo throughout the entire city. It'll be your way into the capital circles. How's that? This deal doesn't seem bad, right? Immediately, Qin Cheng closed the deal. After all, there was nothing wrong with it for him. At this point, Su Yu finally decided to leave. Before he did, he gave a message to Su Wan. Su Wan, pass this on to your grandfather. This item must belong to the Su family. The next person who comes won't be as easy to deal with as I am. In response to this, Su Wan replied, we'll talk about the next time when it comes. Su Yu then turned to Qin Cheng and continued, the one who captured your friend isn't the actual leader of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination, just a fragment of consciousness using a human disguise. But with your current strength, you'd be walking straight into danger. You should train more. Qin Cheng coldly responded, I don't need you to worry about that. Hearing this, Su Yu didn't want to say more. He turned, put on his hat, and after briefly greeting both of them, left. Watching Su Yu's retreating figure, Qin Cheng felt a moment of inferiority. Whether it was resources or connections, there was no way he could compare to the wealthy families in the capital. At that moment, Su Wan spoke up. Before he left, he also left a message for me. He said that if you ever encounter something you can't handle, you should go to Fang Jinyo at the Ningjing office. He used to be his student, and as long as you ask, he will definitely help. When they heard about Ningjing's room, Qin Cheng suggested that if they could actually intervene, it would be a huge help. But given the current situation, could it be that this had happened before? At this point, Su Wan began to explain, in this society where the big fish swallow the small, you can't climb up the ranks relying only on yourself. You need a support system. Years ago, Fang Jinyo's support was De Ruji's grandfather. Right now, everyone knows about the conflict between him and De Ruji, so it's hard to ask him for help. Qin Cheng naturally understood this. Feeling helpless, he could only offer words of comfort to Su Wan. This isn't too complicated. We can handle it ourselves. It just won't be quick. Just then, the sound of a doorbell rang out. Su Wan, thinking it was Su Yu coming back to cause trouble, was surprised when 2 police officers appeared in front of them. As soon as they entered, one of the officers spoke. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin and Miss Su? We're from Fang Jinyo's office, Public Security Department. He's hosting a gathering tonight and would like to invite both of you to attend. Hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately asked, did they say what this is about? The officer replied, we're just delivering the message, not sure of the details. We hope you'll accept the invitation. Both Su Wan and Qin Cheng instinctively looked at each other as if they were thinking the same thing. With no other choice, they both agreed to the invitation. Before long, they both made their way to the party. At the party, Su Wan observed the surroundings while talking to Qin Cheng. Fang Jinyo has definitely improved a lot since the last time we saw him. From what I can see, all the people here are influential figures from the province. In other words, we're probably safe. The higher someone's status, the more they care about their reputation. With so many eyes and ears around, even if he dislikes you, he won't act out. We can relax and enjoy ourselves for now. Just then, a voice called out to Su Wan. Before she could react, a young girl ran up to her and hugged her tightly. Sister Su Wan, I missed you so much. As soon as Su Wan saw her, she recognized the girl as Xiao Dai. The girl clung to her and refused to let go. Sister Su Wan, it feels like it's been half a year since we last met. You're still as soft and fragrant as always. I just want to hug you all day. At that moment, Xiao Dai suddenly noticed Qin Cheng. Her expression turned to one of clear distaste, and she asked, who's this? Before Qin Cheng could introduce himself, Xiao Dai quickly spoke up. This young lady is the only daughter of the Wan family, Wan Xiao Dai. While you were probably off playing in the mud somewhere, I've already been friends with Sister Su Wan. What's the matter? Feeling a bit inferior, huh? The main character didn't introduce himself, but Wan Xiao Dai quickly realized that the person in front of her was none other than Qin Cheng. Immediately, the girl made a displeased face and commented on the male lead. It seems like there's nothing special about him, right? I heard he's been divorced. Someone like him thinks he can be with Su Wan. Seeing Xiao Dai's irritated expression, Qin Cheng frowned and asked, what does this have to do with you? Without hesitation, Xiao Dai shot back. Of course, it's my business. Su Wan is so beautiful, elegant, and noble. She's a shining light, a goddess to me. I won't allow you to tarnish her. Seeing Xiao Dai praise her to the sky, Su Wan was momentarily speechless. With no other option, she turned to Qin Cheng and said, Xiao Dai is still just a kid. The male lead didn't seem interested in arguing with Xiao Dai, but the girl just kept looking for trouble with him. Xiao Dai, crying, warned Qin Cheng, listen carefully. I can see that Su Wan likes you, which is why I reluctantly agreed to let you two be together. But if I find out you hurt her in any way, don't say I didn't warn you. Seeing that Qin Cheng still wasn't reacting to her words, Xiao Dai was about to explode with frustration. At that moment, she returned to her normal self and spoke to Su Wan. I came to tell you something. Curious, Su Wan asked, what's so important that you had to come tell me personally? Xiao Dai pulled Su Wan to a corner and whispered, Su Wan, do you remember the man who used to hang around my dad? His name is Bai Yoyo. Su Wan responded, I remember. Why? Xiao Dai explained that she had heard that the man was coming soon to take revenge for his good friend, Di Chao. Su Wan smiled sarcastically upon hearing this. Just relying on him to seek revenge, she covered her mouth, laughing with squinted eyes. Her grandfather had once said that Bai Yoyo was not only lacking in courage and wisdom, but also had no vision. Even if she were to succeed one day, it would only be because of Fang Jinhu. A person like her daring to clash with Qin Cheng was truly a wild fantasy. Xiao Dai, raising a hand to her chin, gave Qin Cheng a questioning look. Is this guy really that impressive? Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, Manager Fang is here, it's Manager Fang. Two men entered from outside. Xiao Dai pouted and explained, the one leading is Fang Jinhu, the head of the security department. He graduated top of his class from the military academy and set a record in physical fitness that no one has broken yet. The guy behind him is Bai Yoyo. She curled her lip and added, she spends all day trailing behind her dad like his little shadow. I've never liked her. After saying that, she turned to Qin Cheng, curious. Why don't you go greet my dad? Qin Cheng shook his wine glass and replied, no need. I don't know your dad. Why should I go over and greet him? Just because his status is different doesn't mean I should go flatter him. Hearing this, Bai Yoyo immediately ordered someone to bring Qin Cheng over to greet Manager Fang. Suddenly, Fang Jinhu interrupted and told them to stop. I know you don't like him, but after all, he's Su Wan's person. Go invite him here. Bai Yoyo quickly wiped off her haughty expression and bowed her head respectfully. You're right. I'll go right away. At that moment, those standing around the table started gossiping. They had heard that Dai Chao had been killed by someone named Qin Cheng. Bai Yoyo and Di Chao were good friends, so now there was a show to watch. But they also heard that Qin Cheng wasn't someone you could mess with. Do you really believe that? While the group was heatedly discussing it, Bai Yoyo approached Qin Cheng. He arrogantly said, Mr. Fang is here. You're not going to greet him? Qin Cheng pretended the situation had nothing to do with him, casually scratching his ear as he replied, why should I greet him? Bai Yoyo exploded, shouting, aren't people from the countryside supposed to know some manners? Do you want me to teach you? For the countryside, Bai Yoyo, is Jing Cheng starting to get tired of you? Qin Cheng shot back. Su Wan, standing with her arms crossed, threatened him. When she saw him move toward her to greet her, she added, I think you're the one who doesn't understand proper manners. Mr. Fang told you to invite Qin Cheng. Is this how you're supposed to invite someone? Then, with a sharp look, she silently ordered him to invite Qin Cheng properly. Even though he was plotting to crush Su Wan's career later, he still put on a polite front. Mr. Qin, Mr. Fang invites you to come over. Seeing his expression, Qin Cheng finally smiled and said, all right, I'll be right over. You've really worked hard. Seeing this scene, those around them had even more to talk about. It was true. Sometimes even a lean camel was better than a horse. With Su Wan protecting him, no one in the whole province would dare show any disrespect toward him. Another person responded, that's not so certain. This city changes all the time. Who could really say what will happen? At the same time, Qin Cheng had arrived in front of Fang Jinhu, bowed slightly and asked, may I ask what you need from me? Fang Jinhu smiled and said there was nothing major, just that he wanted to see what Qin Cheng looked like in person. However, as he spoke, his hands firmly gripped Qin Cheng's shoulder. He added, you gained quite a reputation lately. Even I heard of you. Didn't you catch the fugitive who had been causing the security department so much trouble? Qin Cheng awkwardly responded, well, about that, I didn't do much. It's just that he had high self-awareness, and after listening to advice, he decided to turn his life around. Suddenly, Fang Jinhu grabbed Qin Cheng's hand and enthusiastically invited him. Qin Cheng, I'd like to offer you a position as a prison officer at the security department. What do you think? Bai Yoyo, who was standing nearby, gripped the tablecloth tightly, muttering, a prison officer? Does he deserve that? Some random kid who just appeared out of nowhere. Why should she be working in our department? In contrast to Bai Yoyo's anger, Qin Cheng calmly withdrew his hand and replied, although I'm not interested in becoming a prison officer, that doesn't mean I'm not qualified. Bai Yoyo was absolutely furious at this point and, in a sharp tone, challenged him, stop acting so righteous. If you can beat me, I'll admit you have what it takes. Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, questioning his own position. If I hurt you, wouldn't I end up in prison? He seemed unfazed by the possibility. This is something Fang Jinyo will witness. 5 days from now, you and I will step into the ring and sign a deathmatch agreement. If you can defeat me, I'll get you into the security department. Qin Cheng picked up his drink and studied it for a moment before replying, I'm not interested in the security department. Let's make a different bet. Bai Yoyo leaned in with an intense look and said, if you win, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone, and from that moment on, I'll acknowledge you as my boss. How does that sound? As they clinked glasses, Bai Yoyo asked, what if you lose? Finishing his drink, Qin Cheng answered confidently, I won't lose. Hearing this, Bai Yoyo smirked with a wicked grin and thought to himself, just like Di Chao said, this guy is just a frog at the bottom of the well, so arrogantly self-assured. Don't worry, my friend, I'll make sure to get my revenge for you. Fang Jinyo, with his hands behind his back, smiled and approached Qin Cheng, offering a word of advice. It's natural for young people to be competitive, but you should be careful. Bai Yoyo is one of the top 3 prodigies in the security department. At just 25 years old, his inner strength is already at the 9th level of a grandmaster. Qin Cheng asked, the 9th level of a grandmaster? What's about that? Fang Jinyo explained the realm of the grandmaster is Kai condensation, while the realm of the sectmaster refers to foundation establishment. A sectmaster is someone who can shake the heavens and the earth with their physical body alone. They are the strongest of the strong. He paused for a moment before suddenly asking, you're not saying you've reached the sectmaster level, are you? Qin Cheng replied, I'm getting close. Although my internal strength has reached that level, my techniques and physical power are still lacking. For now, there's plenty of time. Reaching that level isn't impossible. Fang Jinyo's eyes sparkled as he imagined the future, saying, no wonder I have my eye on you. Your future is incredibly bright. Xiao Dai noticed Qin Cheng's confusion about Fang Jinyo's strange behavior and explained to her father, Dad is acting like this because he really likes you. You should be happy about it. Just then, a servant came over and whispered something to Xiao Dai, telling her that they hadn't been able to get the tickets she wanted. Her face immediately darkened, and she angrily said, what? Are you serious? It's the Chu Xion concert. Are you even doing your job properly? As she spoke, she clenched her fist, making the servant apologize repeatedly. When Qin Cheng heard the name Chu Xion, he turned to the girl and said, her tickets aren't easy to get. Do you need my help? She leaned toward Qin Cheng, looking doubtful, and asked, you? She's from Xinjiao. How could you possibly get them? Suddenly, she seemed to have an idea and she exclaimed, oh, I know now. Su Wan is definitely out there flirting with someone. Hearing this, Qin Cheng chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand to deny it. That's not true. She and I just have a normal business relationship. There's absolutely nothing else going on. At that moment, Su Wan raised an eyebrow and asked, clearly suspicious, what kind of business relationship? Qin Cheng froze, unsure of how to respond. Before he could answer, Su Wan suddenly lunged at him and asked, so how exactly do you know Chu Xian? Xiao Dai, who had been watching, chimed in, urging him to answer, yeah, tell us. With no choice, Qin Cheng began to explain everything that had happened in the capital, from the contract with the Gong sisters to using his special skills to treat Mr. Chu Xian's illness. Su Wan pouted, teasing, wow, your abilities are really convenient, huh? You can cure an old man and woo a girl all in one go. Qin Cheng quickly defended himself. I'm not wooing anyone. Everything I've done has been for the sake of the ginseng. At that moment, Xiao Dai, looking at him with admiration, asked, you're really that amazing? Can you actually get concert tickets? Qin Cheng responded confidently, no problem. I'll just send her a message and let her know. Just as he was about to contact Chu Xian, Xiao Dai stopped him. No matter how good you are, you can't hurt Su Wan. You should call her and talk to her directly. The next morning at the Fang family home, Qin Cheng was feeling defeated, caught between the competition from Xiao Dai and Su Wan. Just then, a figure completely covered up with a mask, hat, and sunglasses poked their head around the corner and asked, excuse me, is Qin Cheng here? Qin Cheng was still sighing, lost in thought, and didn't notice what was going on. But as soon as Su Wan and Xiao Dai saw someone approaching, they immediately turned to look. As soon as Chu Xian took off her mask, she complained, this place is so hard to find and the security is so tight. They had me stuck at the door for half an hour. Even a big star like me, Chu Xian, isn't given any special treatment. How arrogant must the owner of this place be? Xiao Dai stood up and introduced herself. I'm Xiao Dai, and this is my home. Huff, what's the matter? Are you scared now? Chu Xian thought for a moment as if understanding something, then walked over and asked, Are you a member of my fan club? I've read your letter, and I really appreciate your support. Her words pierced Xiao Dai's heart like an arrow. To have her idol, remember her, made her so happy she almost cried and even had a nosebleed. She excitedly expressed, So, you remember me. I really love you. I want to show you off to the whole world. Chu Xian gently patted Xiao Dai on the head, which filled the girl with so much happiness that she just stood there, staring at her idol. Meanwhile, Su Wan's face darkened, clearly uncomfortable. She quickly sensed the tension in the air. Chu Xian turned and sneered. The scene in front of Qin Cheng made him shiver. Not knowing what to do, he could only silently pray that someone would come to his rescue. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Qin Cheng suddenly glanced over and noticed the box on the table. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly threw the box to Chu Xian and said, Now that you've got the item, you should leave. Our relationship is strictly professional, so don't read too much into it. Chu Xian grabbed the box and, looking displeased, said, Why are you so cold? Can't I sit here a bit longer? I specifically changed the venue of the concert to this city just to meet you. Don't be so ungrateful. Qin Cheng responded with a scoff. You're here for my medicine, not for me. Please be clear about that so no one gets the wrong idea. You've taken the item, paid for it. So just leave. My place is too small for someone like you. At that moment, Chu Xian awkwardly realized it had all been a misunderstanding. She then turned her gaze to Su Wan, who was sitting there with an air of pride, and asked, Is this the Su Miss you always talk about? I admit she's beautiful, but so what? I have talent, I have strength. There's no one like me in a million. What makes her better than me? Qin Cheng replied as if it was obvious to others, You're the center of attention, but to me, you're just a regular person buying medicine. Please don't overthink it. His words seemed to strike her. Chu Xian threw a furious look and said, You're such a weirdo. Forget it, I'll let it go this time. I'm really busy and don't have time to chat with you. It was only then that Qin Cheng remembered the concert tickets and asked if she could spare him a few. Although she was clearly irritated, she agreed and promised to have her assistant bring them over before quickly leaving. Outside the Fang family's house, Chu Xian was sitting in her car. She told her manager to bring a few concert tickets over later and thought to herself, So Qin Cheng thinks he can get away, huh? I don't believe I can't win him over. She then reached into her bag and took out a small red bottle of perfume. Opening the cap, she closed her eyes and whispered to herself, The master said this perfume will give me the boldness to conquer anything for 10 years. I don't believe I can't win over a man. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, a man dressed in a black cloak with a fierce expression stared at Chu Xian through a crystal ball. He growled, Finally found you. Who would have thought a tiny bottle of potion would help me with something so big? Qin Cheng, you led the thunder god's attack on me. I won't let you get away with it. He then turned to Lin Qingti, who was shackled beside him. Once the right time comes and I've absorbed her, Qin Cheng will be nothing. In 3 days, you're going to die. 3 days later, on the night of Chu Xian's concert, Qin Cheng, Su Wan, and Xiao Dai were sitting in a VIP box at the Jiang City Sports Arena watching the show. Unlike Xiao Dai, who was hyped up with excitement, Su Wan, sitting next to Qin Cheng, crossed her arms and said, Sure, you can see better from here, but it doesn't have the same festival vibe. Even though Xiao Dai and Su Wan were teasing him, Qin Cheng couldn't help but remember the scene when the manager arrived. That girl was so generous, handing out 20 tickets at once, but the 3 VIP tickets were really too much for others, so he decided to keep them for himself. On the way there, he couldn't feel anything, but as soon as he arrived, a sense of unease filled him. He hoped there was nothing serious going on. As Qin Cheng was lost in thought, the stunning and dazzling image of Chu Xian appeared on stage. As soon as her voice filled the air, Xiao Dai started crying. In an instant, Qin Cheng almost had tears in his eyes too. Then he suddenly snapped out of it, realizing something was off. There was something not quite right. When he turned to his side, he saw Su Wan was also crying, tears streaming down her face. Qin Cheng immediately knew that there was something unusual about this song. Xiao Dai, crying and panicking, was calling for her mom to come back. Seeing this, Qin Cheng's expression turned serious. The atmosphere here felt wrong. The empathy was too strong, and he felt like he had to figure out who was behind all this trickery. Using his abilities, Qin Cheng saw a red thread connected to Chu Xian, stretching off to somewhere. The moment he noticed it, he quickly informed Su Wan and Xiao Dai, saying, I'm going outside for a bit, stay careful. But the way they acted was strange. They didn't seem to have heard him at all. They stood frozen, almost as if they were being controlled. Qin Cheng chased after the red thread and ran outside, but after a while, he lost track of it. Just then, someone suddenly pressed up against Qin Cheng. With a seductive tone, she said, "Mr. Qin, you must be looking for me. You must have found the concert boring, so you intentionally came outside with me, right?" Qin Cheng didn't flinch for a second. He shouted, "Get lost," and pushed her away. His eyes turned cold as he threatened, "Don't make a fool of yourself with such cheap tricks. You have 5 seconds. First, stop using your magic, and second, tell me what your true intentions are." As if hearing a joke, she said, "Clumsy, my enchantment technique is so powerful that even a grandmaster of internal energy can't resist it. Looks like the elder was right. You've already reached the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this from Elder Qin Cheng, he immediately knew she was from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination, and he must have sent her here to do this. Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly panicked and said, "It wasn't the elder who sent me." Then with some embarrassment, she added, "You know, my cultivation requires absorbing the energy of others. Since there are so many people here, I just came." Before she could finish, Qin Cheng threw a punch, stopping it just inches from her face, threatening, "If you're honest, maybe I'll let you go. But if you keep playing games." At that point, she was completely terrified and admitted the truth. "I'm a disciple of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination. I sold the method to Chuk Saiyun, claiming it could help her gather her energy with her old acquaintances, but actually, it's a secret elixir from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination that absorbs human life force. However, the effect is very short-lived. If she stops singing, it will wear off, and it doesn't cause much harm to the body. This time it was so strong because she probably inhaled too much." She then clasped her hands together and bowed, pleading, "I'll tell you the elder's training location. Please spare me." Seeing Qin Cheng agree, she continued, "It's at the foot of Langsum Mountain." He turned away from the wooden box, took 12 steps to the right, and then 8 steps forward, where he found the entrance to the storage room. "I'll keep watch on the mountain for you." Following her instructions, Qin Cheng muttered to himself as he read and acted accordingly. To his surprise, he indeed found a cave ahead of him. As soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't shake the thought that maybe she was setting him up, luring him into a trap. Just as he suspected, the entrance was quickly blocked by a rock. Seeing this, Qin Cheng remained unfazed and continued deeper into the cave. "Let it close. It's not like I can't get out," he muttered. As he ventured further in, his eyes lit up. In front of him were countless bags stacked on top of each other, all filled with medicinal pills. Qin Cheng eagerly grabbed a handful, curious to see what kind of spiritual energy they contained. He guessed that the elder's supplies were bound to be of high quality. After absorbing the pills, he was shocked to find that, contrary to his expectations, the handful of pills only provided a tiny boost in spiritual energy. Qin Cheng lay down, sighing, "With the energy in these pills, I'd need hundreds just to break through. Maybe I'll just eat them now. Consider it a public service." After a while of cultivation, Qin Cheng's body began to glow, emitting golden snowflakes that scattered all around. The shape of a golden dragon emerged from his body and spoke, "Not bad, not bad. You've made a lot of progress in just a few days. Now let me teach you a move called the Voidless Fist." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, guessing, "Isn't the Voidless Fist that claw technique you created, old man?" The golden dragon arrogantly replied, "Even if it's a move I made up on the spot, it's still 100 times stronger than anything a human could come up with." While Qin Cheng was admiring his newfound strength, a faint voice groaned from behind a collapsed sand wall. Slightly irritated, he turned and said, "Who's there? Can't you see I'm trying to concentrate?" Peering through the debris, he was surprised to find Lin Qingti, who had been tied up and blindfolded. As soon as he removed the cloth from her mouth, she blurted out, "Brother-in-law, hurry. The elder is on the way." Qin Cheng, still working to untie the ropes, replied, "Don't say that. I'm not your brother-in-law. And have you seen Jinhu?" Lin Qingti stammered. The elder said Jinhu was of no use and took him somewhere else. Qin Cheng's mind returned to the martial technique he had just mastered. Channeling his inner force into his palm, he struck the stone wall blocking the exit. With a single blow, a section of the rock crumbled away, revealing a large opening. Seeing the result, he was impressed by the power, but knew he should use it sparingly. He turned to Lin Qingti and said, "This place isn't stable. We need to leave now." Just as they made their way out, Hai Chanhu stormed in, only to find the area emptied. Dropping to his knees, he murmured in shock, "My elixirs, the treasured formula, all gone." Realizing what had happened, he clenched his fist and growled, "Qin Cheng, I won't let this go." At the same time, at the music festival, Su Wan and Xiao Dai had regained some clarity. Su Wan was worried, wondering where Qin Cheng had gone, as he still hadn't returned after such a long time. Just as she thought about it, Qin Cheng appeared covered in dirt with Lin Qingti draped over his shoulder. Seeing Lin Qingti hanging limply on Qin Cheng's shoulder, Xiao Dai was horrified, thinking she had died. Qin Cheng gently placed Lin Qingti on a chair and said, "It's a long story, but call an ambulance quickly. She's in critical condition. I don't know if she'll make it through this." The next day at the hospital, Lin Qingti and Lin Qingcheng joyfully embraced each other. Watching the two sisters reunited, Su Wan told Qin Cheng that he had done a good deed. Qin Cheng nodded in agreement and said, "Now we just have a deal with Jinhu." At that moment, Chuk Sion rushed over with a worried expression, asking Qin Cheng, "I heard something happened to you. Are you injured?" Qin Cheng replied coldly, "I'm fine. Even if I were hurt, it's none of your business. This is a hospital room, so keep your voice down. But I do need to ask you something. Can I take a look at that perfume bottle?" Though Chuk Sion knew exactly what Qin Cheng was referring to, she still pretended not to understand. "Perfume bottle? I don't know what you're talking about." Qin Cheng said firmly, "If you don't want to die, you better get rid of it. To achieve your goals, you have to make sacrifices. Have you ever thought about the price for this successful career of yours?" Chuk Sion, her eyes brimming with tears, said, "I don't usually use this. If it wasn't for that day when you made me angry, I wouldn't have." She then reached into her bag, rummaging around until she found the bottle of perfume and handed it to Qin Cheng. As soon as Qin Cheng took it, a cloud of purple smoke appeared, causing Chuk Sion to shiver and instinctively cling to him. Qin Cheng explained, "This is a spirit. It can bring good luck, but at the same time, it drains your life force." Chuk Sion gasped in fear. "I can't believe I've been carrying this cursed thing with me all this time." Hearing Chuk Sion call it a cursed thing, the spirit inside the bottle grew angry and appeared, mocking her. "You wouldn't be where you are today if it weren't for me." Qin Cheng stretched out his hand and grabbed the spirit, scoffing, "You're just a wandering ghost. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Her success has nothing to do with you. You're just a parasite feeding off her life force." Ignoring its pleas, Qin Cheng coldly crushed the spirit, breaking it apart. It turned back into its original form, a mere earthworm. He brushed his hands off and turned to Chuk Sion, offering some advice. "If you want your career to grow, it's better to rely on yourself. Relying on these dark, unworthy methods will only lead to trouble in the end." Chuk Sion blushed and shyly thanked Qin Cheng. Seeing this, Qin Cheng, without waiting for her to say anything more, spoke seriously. "Let me be clear. Don't expect anything from me. Also, this time I'm charging you for helping with the exam. Remember to transfer the money to me when you get back." Hearing this, Chuk Sion pouted in anger, stomped her foot, and turned to leave, not forgetting to yell at Qin Cheng, "You're just a money-hungry person. All you think about is money, money, money. That's all you care about. Don't worry, I won't owe you a penny." Suddenly, two men wearing black sunglasses approached. They introduced themselves as people from the Feng family. Their young master wanted to invite Qin Cheng to talk. He's waiting for him at a tea house near the hospital. Qin Cheng waved his hand. "The Feng family? I don't know them. I have something urgent to do right now, maybe another time." At that moment, one of the men raised his phone for Qin Cheng to see. As soon as he heard the voice, Qin Cheng and Su Wan both recognized it. It was Jinhu. In the video, Jinhu was covered in injuries from being beaten. Qin Cheng gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You bastards dared to torture him like this?" The two men remained calm and replied, "As long as you agree to meet with the head of our family, everything can be discussed." Qin Cheng's face darkened. In a fit of rage, he told them to lead the way. A few hours later, Qin Cheng was escorted into a tea house to meet Feng Tian. As he faced this person, Qin Cheng thought to himself, although this guy's skills aren't as good as the elders, he's still no slouch. It's better not to provoke him. Suddenly, Feng Tian took out a card and said, "Please take this. The time has come. Stop pretending to be clueless. You've taken something from the Feng family, but I respect you. I'm willing to offer some money plus Jinhu in exchange for it." Qin Cheng made it clear that he wasn't interested in money and hadn't taken anything from the Feng family. However, Feng Tian, in that moment, threatened him using Jinhu's life. Hearing this, Qin Cheng confidently responded, "Threatening me is pointless. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I don't have anything to trade. As for Jinhu, if you already have him, then I'll find a way to rescue him myself." Feng Tian, now furious, snapped, "Qin Cheng, don't act like you don't know what's good for you." He ordered his men to block Qin Cheng's way. Qin Cheng just sneered and said, "Is that all you've got?" At that moment, Feng Tian added, "Qin Cheng, those pills are the result of years of work from my family. If you're willing to return them, I won't mention what happened here again." Only then did Qin Cheng realize that the pills he had were from the Feng family. Damn it, those fake pills didn't do anything, and now they were causing him so much trouble. But the Feng family was connected with the Hall of Mysterious Illumination, so it couldn't be anything good. Despite understanding that, Qin Cheng still denied everything. He refused to take them, and if they didn't believe him, that was their problem. After knocking out all the bodyguards, he turned to leave. Feng Tian, even angrier now, darkened his expression and ordered his men to bring Jinhu out to be dealt with. As he walked away, Qin Cheng was deep in thought. It looks like the Feng family's relationship with the Hall of Mysterious Illumination is pretty solid. After what just happened, they'll probably make their move soon. If I don't act fast, Jinhu might not survive. Qin Cheng held the strand of hair he had just pulled from Feng Tian and began performing the ritual. He was worried, hoping Jinhu would be able to hold on until he could come to the rescue. At that very moment, Jinhu was being drained of his vital energy by a swarm of insects crawling over him. The two bodyguards stood by, terrified. They thought to themselves how pitiful this man was, beaten to such a state and now being drained by these creatures. They thought it would be better to just kill him outright. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who wants to kill him?" Qin Cheng, appearing and disappearing in a blur, swiftly knocked out the two bodyguards before entering the room. Seeing Jinhu's condition, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Jinhu, you've really been through a lot," he said. "Let me take care of those insects for you." Once the insects stopped draining his energy, Jinhu slowly began to regain consciousness, his voice weak and filled with reproach. "Mr. Qin, didn't I tell you not to come? You need to leave quickly. He's lying in wait nearby." At this point, Qin Cheng didn't know who Jinhu was talking about. Was it someone from the Feng family, or perhaps an elder from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination? As soon as Jinhu finished speaking, a circle of light appeared and the figure of Hai Chanhu, dressed in a black cloak, emerged. Not bad, Qin Cheng thought. No wonder he's the one who defeated me once before. Seeing him, Qin Cheng remarked, "I never expected the leader of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination would resort to such petty tricks. If I'm not mistaken, that's just another of your identities, right?" The man smirked and replied, "I've been using this body for decades. You're the first to notice. But don't worry, Qin, I didn't come here to cause trouble. I came to propose a partnership." Qin Cheng pointed at Jinhu, who was badly injured. "Is this how you show goodwill for a partnership?" He acted as if Jinhu was nothing more than a lowly figure, unworthy of concern. Calmly, he said, "Right now, you've taken the essence of my strength, and I've lost all hope of breaking through to a higher level. But if you can find something to replace it for me, just like what you took, I'll clear all your obstacles. What do you say?" Qin Cheng felt uneasy and thought to himself, does he want something from the Su family? What exactly is he after? According to legend, there are dragons in the sky, tigers on land, and mythical aquatic dragons in the sea. Only the celestial dragon holds the highest status with immense power. Its body covers the sky, and its breath blocks the sunlight. People view the dragon as noble, as a symbol of strength. Some even manage to form contracts with celestial dragons, borrowing their power. But such a contract comes with a price. The dragon god can condense into armor, dragon claws can become weapons, dragon whiskers can be turned into magical artifacts, and dragon eyes and blood can create elixirs. It's said that the Su family is hiding a piece of a real dragon. Could you help me retrieve it? Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down his face. Although he didn't know where the man had heard that from, he was sure this was the funniest thing he'd heard in a while. The very thing he was asking for was right here, wasn't it? As soon as he finished speaking, a golden dragon appeared around Qin Cheng. Seeing this, the man licked his lips in greed and lunged at Qin Cheng, clearly not worried about any effort on his part. Subit, he extended his sharp claws toward Qin Cheng, intending to slash him. But Qin Cheng easily dodged, then raised his hand and struck the back of the man's neck, following up with a knee to his stomach, causing him to spit blood. His body collapsed to the ground, and a swarm of insects crawled out. Humph! So what if you kill one of my identities? It's all just a wasted effort. From today on, the grudge between you and the Hall of Mysterious Illumination has already been set. He left this warning behind, then disappeared. At this moment, Qin Cheng supported Jinhu and took him to the hospital for treatment, his heart already filled with resentment. Hai Chanhu, the Feng family, let me see just how capable you all are. As Qin Cheng stepped out of the hospital, he rubbed his head in frustration, thinking about how, when he had brought Jinhu to the hospital, the doctors had mistakenly thought he was the one who had beaten Jinhu and had called the police to try to arrest him. Though their intentions were good, that hospital went a bit overboard. He had to explain himself for quite a while. Luckily, he had saved the person, so now all he had to do was focus on preparing for the fight with Bai Yoyo. At that moment, behind a tree, two figures were stealthily watching Qin Cheng. The man in yellow, anxious, asked, "Master Dian, it seems that guy over there is Qin Cheng. When do we make our move?" The man called Master Dian, holding a sinister talisman, said now. He set up a formation to trap Qin Cheng. At that moment, a skeletal hand appeared from the void, aiming to grab Qin Cheng, but Qin Cheng immediately blocked it. "Show yourself now, and I might spare your life. If I catch you, don't blame me for being ruthless." Master Dian sneered and said, "You think a brat who just broke through to Foundation establishment can threaten me? This formation is the 8 trigrams formation, and in here I am invincible. Let me show you what true despair looks like," he said. With that, he used a bit of his spiritual power to enter Qin Cheng's conscious space. He felt confident that Qin Cheng's conscious space was no more than this. "If I destroyed this place," Qin Cheng interrupted him. "Had enough? If so, get lost." The man saw Qin Cheng's figure and the golden dragon behind him. A flash of fear crossed his eyes, and he staggered back, stammering, "What is this? Please spare my life." Once he was outside, he wondered what exactly Qin Cheng was. How could he possibly have a dragon? By this time, Qin Cheng was already waiting, giving him a murderous glare as he interrogated. "Who sent you? Speak quickly so I can get my revenge." Despite his fear, the man stubbornly gripped the charm and shouted, trying to hide his terror. "You think you can leave here alive? This whole area is surrounded by my formation. Don't even think about running." Seeing the purple circle surrounding him, Qin Cheng asked, "Are you a master of magical arts?" The man stood up and activated the charm. "Since you know, why don't you just raise your hands and surrender to my formation? All martial artists are nothing. Martial arts will never beat magic." Qin Cheng calmly replied, "Who told you I practice martial arts? Didn't you do your homework before coming here? To me, magic is just a bunch of tricks." With a snap of his fingers, he instantly shattered the man's formation into pieces. He frantically searched through his things, looking for another talisman, and threw it towards Qin Cheng, ready to fight again. But before he even got close, Qin Cheng tapped his forehead with his hand, freezing him in place. Losing his patience, Qin Cheng asked directly, "Who sent you?" The man replied, "Bai Youyao sent me." Now that he knew who was behind it, Qin Cheng spared his life. He turned to leave, but the man called out to him. "Out of respect for you, spare me," he said. "I'll give you a piece of advice. Bai Youyao will do anything to get what he wants, so don't underestimate him." Meanwhile, in some training room, a person informed Bai Youyao that Master Dian had failed. He cursed loudly, "Useless fool," then angrily said, "Go, bring everyone you know. I'll personally kill Qin Cheng in front of everyone." Xiao Dai, curious, asked Qin Cheng, "Bai Youyao was famous as a genius in Jing Cheng. Aren't you scared?" At that moment, Qin Cheng was adjusting his clothes with Su Wan's help. He replied, "Scared? What's there to be afraid of? He's just someone who works with your father. That's all." Xiao Dai crossed her arms and said, "Humph, I've seen plenty of guys like you, always confident because things have gone smoothly so far, but you've never seen how unpredictable life can be. Let me warn you, this is not going to end well." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow, asking, "Is there any other way?" The girl, proud as ever, replied, "My dad is the leader of Bai Youyao. You should just stick with me from now on. I'll protect you, and I guarantee Bai Youyao won't dare to touch you." Hearing that, Su Wan and Qin Cheng both smiled brightly. The girl really was still so young. Suddenly, Su Wan asked, "So why did you agree to his challenge? Was it just to vent your anger, or is there another reason?" Qin Cheng answered, "Both. The resources at Jing Cheng are way better than at Qin Cheng. I can't stay stuck here forever. Bai Youyao is the top dog for the younger generation here. With him as a stepping stone, it's definitely not a bad choice." The clock struck 12, and Qin Cheng suddenly realized it was almost time. He stood up, said he'd be back soon, and left, opening the door as he stepped out. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Bai Youyao was standing with his arms crossed, waiting for Qin Cheng. When he saw him, he sneered and said, "It's already 12-1. Qin Cheng, you're really bad with time." Qin Cheng shrugged and replied, "Still better than some people's clumsy tricks." Bai Youyao signaled that this wasn't related to the match. Qin Cheng wiped off his jacket and said coldly, "If you start something, you have to take responsibility. You don't understand that?" Bai Youyao didn't care, thinking it was pointless to argue. The winner gets the final word. Without another word, he lifted his foot and kicked at Qin Cheng. The crowd watching from the stand started shouting excitedly, "Look, that's Bai Youyao's famous move. The boss is bringing out his trump card. Seems like he's been holding back for a long time. One punch and Qin Cheng is done for." Meanwhile, Xiao Dai and Su Wan, who were also watching the match, felt incredibly worried. But at this moment, Qin Cheng still stood there, waiting for Bai Youyao to kick him. Bai Youyao landed a kick that sent dust flying everywhere. He smugly thought he'd hit Qin Cheng and with a sneer said, "Figures you're all show and no substance. Well then, I won't hold back anymore." He then aimed directly at the dust cloud and threw a series of punches. The people below, unable to see what was happening above, started whispering and speculating. Qin Cheng must be dead by now. One punch from that guy can kill a water buffalo, let alone a person. Was that the sound of bones breaking just now? Xiao Dai, terrified, clung to Su Wan and cried. Su Wan comforted her, but still wondered, what exactly is Qin Cheng trying to do? Meanwhile, Bai Yoyo, full of rage, kept throwing punches and said, "You were so full of yourself before. I thought you had some skills, but you're just a small fry after all. Well, now it's payback time for humiliating me 5 days ago and for what you did to my friend Di Chao. I'm gonna settle both scores." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, blocking his punches. Qin Cheng emerged from the dust, unscathed, and with a disappointed look on his face said, "Is that all? Is this really your full strength?" Then, with a light push of his hand, he sent Bai Yoyo stumbling back, leaving him in disbelief at what had just happened. Qin Cheng raised his fist and casually said, "What's the problem? I'm just way stronger than you." As Qin Cheng prepared to strike him, Bai Yoyo, terrified, shook his head and begged, "Please no, big bro, have mercy." But Qin Cheng acted as if he didn't hear him. He threw a punch that sent Bai Yoyo flying. The shockwave from the punch was so strong that it knocked down people around them. At that moment, a strange young man slowly approached him and complained, "Dan, this rundown place is so hard to find." Qin Cheng glanced at him and asked, "Who are you?" The man glared fiercely and answered, "I'm the one here to kill you." Qin Cheng raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Kill me? Who are you?" He couldn't help but wonder to himself, this guy really reminds me of that fool from the tea house. Could they be from the same family? Is he from the Feng family? If this is about the pills, I already told his people that I don't have them. When the man heard Qin Cheng mention that he was close with Feng Tian, he sneered and responded, "Brothers, that useless piece of trash, Feng Tian, is supposed to be my brother. I'm Feng Ling. If I were you, I'd either hide or get out of Jing Cheng. If you beg me now and give the pills back, I might just let you live out of respect for old man Su." With that, both of them released their energy, shaking the arena and making everyone around them panic and scramble to escape. That person is a grandmaster. Anyone who hasn't reached the grandmaster level should leave now. Hearing this, Feng Ling proudly boasted to Qin Cheng, "Now do you see how powerful I am? I suggest you hand over the pills honestly." He expected Qin Cheng to beg and cower in fear, but instead, Qin Cheng casually twirled his finger in his ear, teasing, "Is that all you've got? If you're targeting me, fine. But scaring innocent people is pointless, don't you think? Is that what the Feng family likes to do?" Feng Ling stomped on the arena floor, shaking it violently, and said, "Well, I'm more curious to see how long you can last." As pieces of debris flew toward him, Qin Cheng calmly pretended to yawn, covering his mouth with one hand and casually grabbing a piece of debris with the other. I knew Qin Cheng wasn't someone to take lightly. Feng Ling tried to use a spell to transform into a red snake, hoping to fly toward Qin Cheng, but Qin Cheng easily sliced it in half with one hand. Losing his patience, Qin Cheng said, "Are you done playing? Didn't I tell you not to come to my place? Don't you understand?" Seeing his snake get cut down so effortlessly, Feng Ling was shocked. He thought to himself, "Who is this person? This kind of combat strength. I've only seen it in Feng Gong, my father. I didn't investigate this properly before, but it looks like he's already reached the level of a grandmaster. But if I leave now, everyone will think I'm weak. Losing a fight is one thing, but losing face is another. I'll have to take a risk." Suddenly, his body surged with strange power. Seeing his unstable appearance, Qin Cheng quickly told everyone to leave. At that moment, a man in a black cloak made a move to finish off Feng Ling. He then controlled the insects on someone's head, manipulating him to scream uncontrollably, "It's Qin Cheng who killed Feng Ling! It's Qin Cheng who killed Feng Ling!" On the arena, Qin Cheng stood face to face with Hai Chan-hu, his anger clear as he demanded, "Hai Chan-hu, what do you want?" The man raised his ugly hand and said, "Hand over Lin Qingti and I'll spare everyone here. If you don't, I'll kill one person every day." As soon as he finished speaking, he acted on his threat, killing someone as a warning. With a malicious grin, he added, "Don't worry, even though the Hall of Mysterious Illumination isn't a righteous sect, we always keep our word." As he spoke, the countdown began. Qin Cheng turned and walked away without a word. The people below thought he was abandoning them and began shouting insults at him, cursing him as he left the arena. After he'd gotten a little distance, Qin Cheng clutched his head and yelled out, "Damn it, damn it! Of course, just my luck. Why did Hai Chan-hu have to show up in person? How am I supposed to fight him now? Based on what he said, it looks like the first person he'll kill will be Su Wan. I guess this is the only way I can deal with it." Qin Cheng then made a phone call to Scarface, asking for help. "Whatever it takes, no matter how much it costs, gather as many herbs as you can for me. Do it fast. I need them urgently." Scarface agreed to handle it quickly. Qin Cheng stared into the distance, deep in thought. His next step was to find a suitable battlefield where he could set up a spirit-gathering formation. Meanwhile, Xiao Dai was terrified, trembling as she clung to Su Wan. Su Wan gently comforted her. "Don't be scared, Qin Cheng will definitely come back to save us." From within the red mist, Jinhu sneered and said, "Humph, do you really believe in him that much?" Su Wan replied confidently, "Of course, my grandfather has recognized Qin Cheng's strength, and besides, he's always been humble." Hearing this, Jinhu stepped closer to Su Wan and harshly said, "If he's humble, then there's no one humble left in the world. What's this nonsense about being recognized by old man Su? If it was the Su family from the capital, I might be a bit worried, but the Su family from Qin Cheng, they're not even worth mentioning. I suggest you hurry up and call him. Tell him to move quickly. I'm tired from killing people." Su Wan thought for a moment. Qin Cheng had been gone for so long, so he must have a plan. Calling him now would only make things more chaotic. But if he couldn't handle it, there wouldn't be many people who could step in to help. Suddenly, Su Wan remembered someone. She thought if it was that woman, she would definitely know what to do. At that moment, in a luxurious villa, the woman Su Wan was thinking of responded to her plea. Su Wan begged her to help, hoping she could assist just this once. The reply Su Wan received was full of disdain. "Help you? Su Wan, you really overestimate yourself. To my Su family, you are no different than those stray cats and dogs." Su Wan begged even harder. "I'll agree to anything you ask, just please help me." The woman, now even more insulting, said, "Then tell that old bastard to send me a gift from the Su family, and while you're at it, have him kneel and apologize at my feet. If you think you're in a position to ask for my help, think again. To me, you're just trash. Here's some advice. Die sooner, get reincarnated, and stop making life miserable for the rest of us." With that, she hung up the phone, tossing it aside like it was nothing. At the same time, on the battlefield, Su Wan, after hearing words that pierced her heart like sharp thorns, cried uncontrollably and thought to herself, "If only I had the power, I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation." Seeing Su Wan in such a state, Xiao Dai, worried, asked, "Are you okay?" Su Wan turned her face away and replied, "I'm fine. How about you? Are you hungry, thirsty? Do you want to rest for a bit?" The little girl's innocent words of comfort made Su Wan feel a little better. Meanwhile, by a waterfall, Qin Cheng sat on the shore, creating a large spiritual formation. When the scarred man arrived carrying a bag of medicinal herbs, Qin Cheng hugged the herbs and advised the two of them, "Step back a bit, stay clear of the energy, it could hurt you." As he approached the waterfall with the herbs, Qin Cheng thought to himself, "This place hasn't been polluted. It's one of the most natural and powerful spiritual gathering spots. If I could stay here and cultivate long-term, my cultivation would definitely improve greatly. But the situation is urgent. I can't afford to be as relaxed as before. I need to calm my mind first." With that, Qin Cheng closed his eyes and sat down beneath the waterfall to meditate. After some time, Qin Cheng felt that he was ready and decided to directly attempt to break through to core formation. Even if he could only maintain the core formation for half an hour, it would be enough. The scarred man and his companion, hiding behind a tree, were suspicious. Mr. Qin hasn't failed, has he? Why is there no movement? Just as they spoke, Qin Cheng's figure emerged from the waterfall, his body glowing with a brilliant golden light, and his appearance had changed. His hair had turned white. He had reached core formation, though it would only last for half an hour. Qin Cheng, brimming with confidence, said, "It's only temporary, but it should be enough. Su Wan, Xiao Dai, I'm here to save you." At the Taoist temple, a group of people continued to curse Qin Cheng, saying he's definitely run off, doesn't even care about his girlfriend anymore. What a scumbag. Jinhu grew even more smug. He said to Su Wan, "See? I told you so. Want to think about being with me instead? I can give you everything Qin Cheng did." Just as he was about to touch Su Wan, Xiao Dai rushed over, swatted his hand away, and stood with her arms spread wide to shield Su Wan. She said, "Get your filthy hands off her. Even if Qin Cheng isn't here, I'm still here to protect her. Keep your rotten self far away from Su Wan." He laughed loudly, then suddenly his expression changed. He said, "I didn't want to get involved, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to kill both of you to offer a sacrifice to the heavens first." With that, he raised his hand toward them. At that moment, a voice stopped him in his tracks. Outside the door stood Qin Cheng, his appearance drastically changed, with his hair now white. Seeing Qin Cheng, Jinhu asked, "Is it really you? Where's the person I'm supposed to get?" Drenched and surrounded by a surge of energy, Qin Cheng slowly stepped inside and said, "You come have what I need, but I'm here to take something from you." Jinhu was confused. "What are you talking about?" Qin Cheng's face hardened. "I'm here to take your worthless life. Seeing this, he used a talisman to cast a spell and flew out through the hole in the roof. Qin Cheng immediately followed him, and upon seeing Qin Cheng right behind him, he guessed it was a soul-binding technique. Could this person have reached the golden core stage overnight? Not letting Jinhu escape, Qin Cheng swung his hand and knocked him down into the lake. As he stepped forward, Qin Cheng thought to himself, this golden core state is probably being sustained with pills. It can only last for about half an hour. If I don't finish him off within that time, I'll be in trouble. Jinhu studied Qin Cheng for a moment before saying, if it were anyone else, you might have fooled them. But your cultivation level, it seems, is only temporary, right? It either has a time limit, or there will be some kind of backlash. Either way, it's not a good thing. Qin Cheng hesitated, but outwardly he said, so what? It's still enough to deal with you. Though in his mind he thought, Dan, how did he figure it out so quickly? Jinhu sneered and threw a talisman into the water. Don't forget, my Hall of Mysterious Illumination isn't some righteous sect. At this point, Qin Cheng was confused, wondering whether Jinhu was summoning a poisonous insect or creating a new identity. Suddenly, countless centipede-like insects emerged from the water, soaring up and heading straight for Qin Cheng. Seeing that Qin Cheng had an opening, Jinhu called out even more insects, surrounding him in a cocoon. Thinking he had finally trapped Qin Cheng, Jinhu laughed with delight. Ha 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 ha, Qin Cheng, I wish I could peel your skin off and break your bones. After I kill you, I'll take you back to the Hall of Mysterious Illumination and turn that dragon into a magical weapon. Then, I'll control you and make you my puppet. By that time, the Hall of Mysterious Illumination will become a top sect protected by dragons. If I want to take over the world, it'll be no problem. When that happens, I'll set up a memorial for you and make sure you're properly honored. Qin Cheng stood to the side, watching Jinhu smugly, acting like a fool who thought he was clever. How pitiful. You only have a few weak insects, and yet you're this confident. I thought you had some kind of ultimate move, but it turns out this is all you've got. While Jinhu waited for his insects to finish off Qin Cheng, suddenly the insects exploded into pieces. Qin Cheng had only 30 seconds left until his golden core was complete. I'm getting a bit tired now. Let's wrap this up so I can head home early and spend time with Su Wan. With no other option, Jinhu used his final move. He raised his hand to control droplets of water and bragged. These aren't ordinary water droplets. Each one carries nearly 80% of my power, and their force is stronger than bullets. Let's see what you can do. With 10 seconds left until the golden core finished, Qin Cheng shattered the water droplets he shot at him. Seeing this, Jinhu began to panic and tried to calm Qin Cheng down, suggesting they talk it through. But Qin Cheng ignored him and kept going with his technique. With just 1 second left, he used the unyielding fist to defeat him. As soon as the time ended, Qin Cheng couldn't hold on any longer. He was so weak that he could barely stand and collapsed unconscious. In his dazed state, Qin Cheng saw the figure of the scar-faced man rush over and shout, Fang, the manager, has rescued everyone and your sister-in-law is safe. Don't worry. Hearing this, Qin Cheng felt a sense of relief and slowly closed his eyes. The next day in the room, Qin Cheng was still unconscious when he heard 2 voices from outside. He slowly opened his eyes, his mind flooded with questions. Is this my house? Who is Su Wan talking to? Is she cooking again? Who brought me back? Is Jinhu dead? Are the people trapped in the temple okay? Is everything really over? Just then, Su Wan entered the room carrying a pot of food, accompanied by a strange girl. Qin Cheng, still wary, asked, Who are you? With your strong internal power, you couldn't even hide it. You must be pretty confident. Go ahead, tell me what's your purpose for being here. The girl introduced herself as Jiang Meyer, a close friend of Su Wan, and assured him that she wouldn't harm her. Qin Cheng didn't believe her words. In this world, I trust no one but myself. Hearing this, Jiang Meyer replied, It seems you really care about Su Wan. It's fine to tell you. According to news from the Siang family, by the end of this year, a medicinal king will appear in Xinzhou. This medicinal king is extraordinary. It grows in the coldest part of the Sea of Trees, where the fire-type medicinal properties are unusually strong. I've heard that not only can it help improve cultivation by 100 years, but it can also refine the body of martial artists. Qin Cheng immediately asked after hearing this, Why do you have to tell me? Aren't you afraid I'll take it from you? Jiang Meyer chuckled while covering her mouth and said, Mr. Qin, you are indeed very capable, but you shouldn't get too full of yourself. This time, the Siang family has sent 3 great masters. Even someone like you wouldn't be able to take on all 3 of them. So what does it matter if I tell you? Qin Cheng was stunned. 3 great Taoist masters, that's definitely pretty impressive. At that moment, Jiang Meyer suddenly moved closer, up to Qin Cheng's face and said, The reason I'm here is to partner with you. I've heard that this king of herbs has now developed spiritual consciousness. Whoever controls it will have a huge opportunity. So, what do you think? Are you interested? Qin Cheng asked, confused. You already said there are 3 great Taoist masters in your family involved. What do you need me for? Zhang Lai snorted and said, those old men are only concerned with fighting for the position of head of the Sinang family. If they gain an advantage in this matter, it could bring trouble later. The selection ceremony will take place at the end of the year. I'm sure you won't disappoint me. Just as they were talking, Su Wan walked in smiling happily and said, let's eat together now. Suddenly, both Qin Cheng and Xiang Mai Er's expressions changed. They both sensed the presence of someone nearby. From behind Su Wan, an elderly man with a white beard closed his eyes, calmly stroked his beard, and murmured, not bad, not bad. Your reaction was quick, though not very strategic. If I were in your place, I'd prioritize protecting Su Wan. She's not trained in martial arts and can't sense my presence. Xiang Mai didn't waste time arguing. She stepped forward firmly and said, power doesn't justify intimidation. Let Su Wan go now. The old man's eyes opened suddenly, and with a proud expression, he said, you're still underestimating me. Though he didn't make a move, the pressure from his presence alone caused Xiang Mai to stumble backward. Qin Cheng immediately stepped in, but the old man calmly deflected his approach with a single hand. A hint of surprise crossed the old man's face. So this is his son. Even at the foundation establishment level, you can project this much strength. Qin Cheng regained his balance and asked sharply, you know my father? The old man nodded gently and replied, I do. He added, though given my standing, I wouldn't presume to call myself his equal or friend. Qin Cheng then asked why he had come. The old man pointed towards Su Wan, clearly indicating that she was the reason. This caused Qin Cheng's expression to tighten. I won't allow anyone to bring harm to Su Wan ever again, he said with conviction. No matter who you are, I'll stand in her defense. The old man raised an eyebrow and responded evenly, as I thought, you carry your father's spirit. But don't misunderstand me. If I meant her harm, I wouldn't need your permission. That was never my intent. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities, it's just that things will get more dangerous from here on out. Are you really capable of both training and protecting her at the same time? If you try to force it, you might end up with nothing. Seeing that Qin Cheng stubbornly refused to agree, Su Wan suddenly spoke up. Qin Cheng, the road ahead is long. I don't want to be a burden to you, and I don't want to be pushed around by the Su family anymore. The old man gently added, this girl has good potential. If she commits to training, she could become just as strong as you, if not stronger. Qin Cheng paused and then realized, since being with him, she really had been through a lot. First, she was kidnapped, then controlled by dark magic, and almost wiped out by Jinhu. As her fiancé, no, as her bodyguard, he hadn't been good enough. With a determined look, Qin Cheng asked the old man, can you promise me you'll protect her safety? The old man nodded firmly. Of course, once she joins my sect, she becomes my disciple. If you want to see her again, you'll need to improve quickly. When you have enough power in the capital, she will naturally reappear. With that, the old man struck Qin Cheng on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious. When Qin Cheng woke up, he found himself in a room with only Xiang Mai. She sighed and said, now that things are this way, we need to think about our next move. If we're still alive, it means the old man has no intention of harming Su Wan. We have enough time to improve our strength, and then we can figure out how to rescue her. Qin Cheng didn't hesitate and said, whether it's increasing my strength or fighting for the title of Medicine King, I'm willing to do it all. But before anything, he wanted Xiang Mai to explain more about the Su family in the capital. Xiang Mai, tell me more about the Su family in the capital, Qin Cheng asked. Xiang Mai reluctantly agreed and said, the Su family in the capital is a top-tier family standing at the peak of the aristocracy. They have 10 branches and Old Man Su is one of them. In martial arts, business, and politics, the Su family holds important positions in all fields. For example, Su Qihai's branch represents martial arts, and the most talented person there is his eldest son, Su Yu. I have heard that 3 years ago he reached the level of a grandmaster. After hearing this, Qin Cheng said, if I wait until I'm his age, I'll definitely be stronger. Xiang Mai was taken aback. Qin Cheng, you really say whatever comes to mind. Young people often like to exaggerate, but it's not something worth mentioning. She continued, what's really important is that the Su family has hired a nascent soul grandmaster. This person would be willing to risk his life for them. Thinking about nascent soul, Qin Cheng remembered the old man from earlier. Xiang Mai quickly dismissed his thoughts, saying that old man is probably far beyond a nascent soul grandmaster. He might even be a soul transformation expert, as the legends say. Now understanding everything, Qin Cheng immediately took action, planning to focus on his cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiang Mai misunderstood Qin Cheng's intentions. She thought he wanted to cultivate with her and awkwardly started imagining all sorts of things. Qin Cheng got everything ready and called Xiang Mai to prepare to leave. After saying that, he grabbed his bag and headed for the door. Half a month later, at the Feng family's martial arts tournament, everyone in the crowd was gossiping about various things. One person said, the head of the Feng family, Feng Gong, has come out of seclusion. He's the one organizing this martial arts tournament. Someone next to them was shocked and asked, no way? He was already a martial arts master decades ago. His strength must have skyrocketed by now. The first person continued, 6 months ago, Feng Gong's eldest son, Feng Ling, was killed by an elder from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination. This tournament is his way of restoring the Feng family's honor. Out of the crowd, someone curiously asked, who do you think will win the tournament this time? One person answered, of course it's going to be Feng Gong. Another person disagreed, not necessarily. It's probably going to be Feng Tian, the previous successor to the Feng family head. Suddenly, someone spoke up and said, I think it'll be Qin Cheng. The people around him turned to look and asked, who is Qin Cheng? Someone nearby answered, he's the son-in-law of the Su family from Qin Cheng. I heard he cured Mr. Su's terminal illness using acupressure points. Another person chimed in, no, I heard it was a life-for-a-life trade. He actually died in the process. From there, many people continued to share the stories they had heard about Qin Cheng, but none of them were true. Qin Cheng and Xiang Mai were blending into the crowd, listening to all the gossip around them. Xiang Mai sneered. Look at that, it's only been half a month since you carried him, and the rumors have already turned into this. Qin Cheng didn't seem to care about the chatter. He responded, people are like that, they love to spread rumors. Suddenly, a shout rang out, Dan, what gives you the right to hit someone? Qin Cheng turned to see a young boy with pink hair being knocked to the ground by 2 guards. One of the guards sneered at him and said, what's this thing? Just at the QI compensation stage and he dares to crash the tournament? Go back and suck on your mother's milk. The boy wiped the blood from his mouth and snapped back. Fine, don't let me in, but what gives you the right to hit me? So what if I'm at the QI compensation stage? Were you all born at 30 years old? Why don't you just show off your ability to die young? Hearing that, the guard became even angrier and threw a punch at the boy's stomach, sending him flying. Seeing this, Qin Cheng immediately stepped in and caught the boy. He then coldly mocked, it's only been half a month and the dogs from the Feng family are already this arrogant. If he's really from the Feng family, does he even remember what I look like? Well, it doesn't matter if he doesn't. One good beating and he'll remember. With that, Qin Cheng raised his hand and knocked both guards unconscious. The pink-haired boy's eyes lit up as he eagerly followed Qin Cheng and said, Mr. Qin, I'm a big fan of yours. Do you accept disciples? When Qin Cheng refused, the boy was puzzled and asked, why not? You're so handsome and powerful. It'd be such a waste not to take a few disciples. Just then, Feng Tian appeared out of nowhere and said coldly, young and short-sighted, what will you do when you get older? Qin Cheng saw him and waved his hand warmly. Who would know that 2 old friends are finally meeting again? Feng Tian fumed and shouted at Qin Cheng, stop acting all friendly. The debt from last time hasn't been settled yet. If you can beat me in this tournament, everything from before will be forgiven. But if you lose, don't blame the Feng family for not showing mercy. Qin Cheng casually agreed. Sam Meyer, standing next to him, nervously grabbed his shirt and asked, what are you agreeing to? Feng Gong may have only found success late in life, but he's improving fast. Even though you're really strong now, there's no guarantee you'll win. Qin Cheng knew this, but he responded calmly, in life, we all face challenges. If I can't win, at least I'll have a better understanding of my own strength, and that's okay too. Stamaer realized Qin Cheng had already made up his mind, and with a helpless sigh, she said, should I call you overly confident or just too optimistic? At that moment, the young boy with pink hair stood firmly by and shouted, Mr. Qin, I believe you'll definitely defeat Feng Gong. A servant standing nearby informed an elderly man that the grandmaster outside was Qin Cheng. The old man looked at Qin Cheng, thinking for a long moment before saying, excellent skills, proper attitude, respectful towards others, and willing to help the weak against the strong. He's a fine young man. Let's go, let's pay him a visit. When Qin Cheng walked into the room, the crowd immediately buzzed with conversation, but no one dared to approach him. They avoided him as if he were a plague. The old man stepped forward and greeted Qin Cheng warmly. You must be Qin Cheng. I heard you defeated Elder Hai Chan Hu of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination half a month ago. At first, I didn't believe it, but seeing you here today, it seems that news was true. No one else is willing to step up, but I'd like to make an introduction. What do you think, my friend? Qin Cheng scratched his face awkwardly and said, if you're not busy, then of course it's fine. He thought to himself that in reality he had used quite a few underhanded tactics in the high Jinhu matter, so winning wasn't something to be proud of. On the other hand, Xiang Meier, who was nearby, happily struck up a conversation. Master Lu, I've admired you for a long time. I've heard about the Lu family's reputation for years. The Lu, Feng, and Fang families together form the three great martial arts families in Qin Cheng. Meeting you today, it's clear that Master Lu has an extraordinary presence. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted Xiang Meier's words. Famous? Are you telling a joke? Master Lu, it's not easy for someone your age to still be alive. You'd be better off retiring to a nursing home and trying to extend your life a little longer. You shouldn't meddle in the martial arts world anymore. The person speaking was Feng Gong, the head of the Feng family. Upon hearing this, Master Lu immediately responded, Stop of Feng, you can't say that. As martial artists, how can we fear death? Besides, you and I are both grandmasters. I've never lost to you before. Feng Gong smirked slightly and said, Well, if Master Lu says so, then I'll just respectfully follow your lead. With that, he swiftly launched an attack that knocked Master Lu down. Hearing Master Lu criticize him for not adhering to martial arts principles and not fighting on the arena, Feng Gong disdainfully retorted, Your thinking is outdated. A true martial artist shouldn't be limited by old rules. A true martial artist should create their own rules. At this point, Qin Cheng, sweating, thought to himself, Why does Feng Gong always attack with such deadly moves? Seeing Feng Gong unleash his attack on Master Lu, Qin Cheng was puzzled. How does he have spiritual power? Feng Gong was ruthless, completely crippling Master Lu's martial arts, yet he showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he laughed and said, So what if he's crippled? Starting today, the Feng family has enough power to set foot in the capital. If things go smoothly, we might even reach the top of the martial arts world. Crippling him is just the beginning. Next, I'll cripple dozens, even hundreds more. When the whole world knew of the Feng family's growing reputation, Qin Cheng was so angry that he was shaking. He said, Reputation? Are you telling a joke? Feng Gong, with your incredible skills, why do you have to treat an old man like that? And on top of that, you're hiding your own abilities. Master Lu, confused, asked, What do you mean hiding your abilities? Has Feng Gong already trained some divine skill? Qin Cheng responded, Even if you really do reach the peak of martial arts, tell me, how many people will actually respect you? Feng Gong pointed a finger at Qin Cheng's face, furious. Qin Cheng, I haven't even settled the score with you yet, and now you're coming to me. If my son, Feng Ling, were still alive, he'd have broken through by now. If it wasn't for you dragging him down, how could he have been killed by Han Chanhu? Even though Qin Cheng explained that it was Feng Ling who came to him looking for trouble and got killed with no fault of his own, Feng Gong stubbornly insisted on blaming everything on Qin Cheng. Knowing that explaining further wouldn't help, Qin Cheng said, If you're going to keep saying this, let's settle it once and for all. By the way, your son Feng Tian said that if I can defeat you, everything from before will be wiped clean. You won't go back on your word, will you? He quickly responded and then aggressively launched a counterattack. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Master Lu hurriedly turned to Xiang Meier, asking her to convince Qin Cheng to stop. There's no need to do anything just because of someone as useless as me, he said. Xiang Meier simply smiled and replied, Qin Cheng won't lose. His strength has already surpassed Feng Gong's. At the same time, Qin Cheng successfully blocked Feng Gong's strike, forcing him to step back a few paces. Feng Gong was stunned. I never expected you could take that hit. Qin Cheng calmly answered, Not just this one. Even if you added 10 more moves, I'd still be able to handle them. Hearing this, Feng Gong's anger erupted. He released his power, creating a swirling vortex around him. Master Lu, seeing this, panicked and shouted, Inner condensed armor. He explained inner condensed armor is the signature technique of the Feng family. Originally, it was just a thin layer of armor, but after improvements by the Feng family, it not only doubles the user's internal energy, but it can also turn killing intent into a weapon. Most martial artists lose to this move because the sword it creates has no physical form and is impossible to defend against. At that moment, countless killing intent blades shot out from around Feng Gong, spinning like a tornado. Despite this, Qin Cheng remained calm, standing still. He grabbed a branch from somewhere, casually swung it, and then said softly, I'll use this to fight you. His words made Feng Gong so furious that he almost spat blood. Everyone around was shocked, never imagining that Qin Cheng intended to use a branch to face off against Feng Gong's killing intent blades. I heard that Qin Cheng was planning to use that branch to fight me. He sneered coldly and said, You think you can win with a branch? That's just ridiculous. I'll stand still here and let's see how you do. If you can even hurt a single hair on me, I'll consider you my grandson. Qin Cheng calmly replied, Maybe you're the one being knave. At least I think I can do it. He then raised the branch and pointed it directly at Feng Gong, launching his move. At first, Feng Gong was startled, thinking Qin Cheng was about to unleash some powerful attack. He waited for it to happen, but nothing came. Everything remained completely normal, as though nothing had happened. He couldn't help but burst into a triumphant laugh. Ha ha, you acted all mysterious. I thought you were some kind of expert. But look at me, I'm fine. I suggest you kneel down and beg for your life. Who knows, maybe I'll show mercy. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Confused, he couldn't understand why he was vomiting blood all over. The only thing he could do was kneel down, defeated. People around them rushed over, bewildered, and asked, what kind of move was that? Feng Gong lost? Just how strong is Qin Cheng? Seeing his father collapse, Feng Tian quickly ran over to support him, her face filled with rage. Qin Cheng, you're not getting away with this. The scene turned chaotic in an instant as the ground cracked in two from Qin Cheng's power. At that moment, the main character turned toward Feng Tian and unexpectedly said, "Oh, it's not over." That's right. His words made Feng Tian jump in shock. Immediately, Feng Tian stammered, admitting his mistake. No, that's not it. I was wrong. It's my fault with you. Let's forget about what happened before, really. Qin Cheng patted Feng Tian's head and said, if your father has already fainted, then it's up to you to take care of this. Without hesitation, Feng Tian immediately agreed, all right, Mr. Qin. No, Master Qin, I'll do whatever you say. Qin Cheng, with a serious and dangerous look on his face, ordered Feng Tian to apologize to Master Lu, emphasizing that nothing was more important than his own life. Feng Tian nodded eagerly and replied, I'll go right now. He then knelt and bowed, apologizing to Master Lu. The scene left everyone present in awe of Qin Cheng. No one had expected Feng Gong to lose. That's right, someone who's been in control for decades, yet he lost to a young man in his 20s. Looks like a person named Qin Cheng will make it to the capital sooner or later. At that moment, a servant for the Su family in the capital entered to report, Madam, young Master Su, the match between Feng Gong and Qin Cheng has concluded. Su Madam, with a smug look, thought this news was unnecessary. She knew well enough that Feng Gong had reached the peak of the grandmaster level. She could have guessed the result without even thinking. Su Yu, who was standing by, added, although that level isn't considered much in the capital in Qin Cheng, it's regarded as the highest. Hearing what the two masters said, the subordinate was momentarily unsure of how to report. He stammered for a bit until Su Yu asked, is there anything else? With a deep breath, he gathered his courage and replied, Madam, young Master Su, Feng Gong has lost. The news immediately shocked Madam Su, who widened her eyes and sighed in disbelief. Just half a month ago, Qin Cheng was able to defeat a top-level master, and now he had done it so quickly again. What was going on? Su Yu, on the other hand, quietly analyzed the situation. Wasn't Yi Qinyan considered a genius back then? But in reality, he only had the right timing placed and people helping him. Plainly speaking, he was lucky. Behind him, there were many others with far more talent, but how many of them actually made it to the capital? At this point, Madame Su ordered Su Yu to tell that young man to meet with her, to also assess his strength. After the match with Feng Gong, many people were impressed by Qin Cheng's talent. Now they were gathered outside his villa, hoping to meet him, make acquaintances, and perhaps even ask to become his martial arts disciples. Seeing the crowd gathering at the entrance, Jinhu, unable to help himself, asked Qin Cheng for his opinion. Mr. Qin, what should we do about these people outside? Qin Cheng, with an air of superiority, replied, don't worry, they'll disperse on their own soon enough. With that, he turned to Feng Tian and signaled for him to continue speaking. Feng Tian then presented a document and began. This is the entire fortune of the Feng family, including some of the busiest commercial streets in the city center, as well as several food and pharmaceutical companies that are currently thriving. Please accept it. Looking at the stack of papers piled up, Qin Cheng was stunned. The Feng family is a martial arts noble family. How do they have so many assets? Xiang Mei'er answered from the side. It's normal. Over the years, many companies have received protection from the Feng family, so it's reasonable for them to receive some shares in return. The male lead flipped through the documents for a while before tossing the ledger to Feng Tian, saying, you can leave now, but remember to clock in every month from now on. Just as Feng Tian was about to turn and leave, Qin Cheng suddenly spoke up to stop him. Feng Tian froze, hesitantly asking, is there something else? Qin Cheng coldly reminded him, don't forget to sever ties with the Hall of Mysterious Illumination. If I find out you're still involved in shady deals, I will personally crush the Feng family. At this moment, Feng Tian was so terrified of Qin Cheng that he nearly screamed. After quickly agreeing, he hurried off, running faster than a rabbit. Once Feng Tian had left, Qin Cheng finally sighed and complained, pretending to be all high and mighty is exhausting. Yet those rich people act like they never get tired of it. At this point, Xiang Lai blushed and said, "Well, you do play the role pretty well." Qin Cheng, not quite understanding, asked her, "What did you say?" Realizing she had spoken too openly, Xiang Mei helplessly changed the subject. "Nothing. I actually need to talk to you about something. Do you remember the medicinal king I mentioned to you before? I don't know where the Su family got their information from, but they've joined in the competition too. The person sent by the Su family may not be as strong as Su Yu, but everyone can clearly see their power. Are you sure you don't need me to come along? Aren't you afraid the Su family might take this chance to kill you?" In response to Xiang Mai-er's words, Qin Cheng only gave a small smirk. "Are you telling a joke? I've never been afraid of anything. Even if Su Yu shows up, so what? I'm confident I can win that medicinal herb." In reality, Qin Cheng knew that if he got his hands on that royal herb, his strength would skyrocket. So even if the chance was slim, he couldn't let the useless Su family have it. As Xiang Mai-er was saying that they would set out tomorrow, a voice suddenly interrupted. "I can't be left behind." Xiao Chuan appeared and looked at the main character with admiration, calling out Mr. Qin. In the next moment, he dropped his knees on the floor, expressing his intention. "This is the one wish of my life. Please accept me as your disciple." At the same time, in a remote snow-covered mountain, Su Wan was facing off against a white bear. Although the bear had made a grand entrance, showing off its strength after Su Wan struck it in the stomach with a powerful palm, it was sent flying back 100 meters. As soon as Su Wan continued to focus and fight, the old man suddenly appeared and spoke. "That's enough. Su Wan, you don't need to risk your life like this. Besides Qin Cheng, you're the fastest learner I've ever seen." Su Wan didn't agree. With determination, she replied, "I can't stop here. This is still not enough. With my current strength, there's no way I can stand next to Qin Cheng." Seeing he couldn't convince his student, the old man sighed and said, "I can't talk sense into you. If that's how it is, let's move on to the next lesson." At this, Su Wan excitedly followed her master to continue her training. After getting Qin Cheng's approval, Xiao Chuan hopped onto the car, constantly complaining, "Being able to become your disciple must be the good karma I earned in my past life. From today on, you're my second father, and I'll listen to whatever you say." Meanwhile, Xiang Mai-er was a bit annoyed to have the troublesome kid tagging along. She muttered sarcastically, "I don't even know why this kid's following us." Her frustration came from Xiao Chuan, sitting between her and Qin Cheng. Out of nowhere, Xiao Chuan cheerfully explained, "You don't get it, sis. When you're out there, the most important thing isn't strength, it's momentum. I may not be strong, but I'm great at cussing people out. If anyone dares to mess with the master, I'll give them a good scolding. Then the master can take the chance to charge in. Isn't that how we'll win?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Mai-er quickly retorted, "With Qin Cheng's strength, does he really need your help?" At that moment, Qin Cheng called out to Xiao Chuan. The boy immediately jumped in surprise, eagerly asking, "Yes, master. Do you have any instructions for me?" Qin Cheng, signaling that there was nothing important to say, replied, "Actually, you have a lot of potential. It might be better for you to join a well-known sect instead of following me." Excited, Xiao Chuan stretched out his hand and responded, "I'm thinking big here. If our sect grows strong one day, wouldn't I be the senior brother?" While talking, Xiao Chuan accidentally swung his hand and bumped into Xiang Mai-er, causing her to shout angrily, "Are you done yet, you little brat?" Hearing Xiao Chuan's words, Qin Cheng thought there might be some truth to them. Soon, the three of them arrived at their destination. As soon as Xiang Mai-er stepped out of the car, she stretched and took a deep breath of fresh air. Finally, it had arrived. Sitting in the car for so long had almost made her ears feel like they were going to pop. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan didn't forget to poke his head out and look at the surrounding scenery. With an environment like this, it wasn't surprising to see the rare medicinal herb here. It was truly beautiful. Just then, three elderly men appeared. They were the three grandmasters of the Sang family. Upon seeing Qin Cheng, they started making comments. "Is this the genius Qin Cheng you mentioned? But what level of cultivation does he have? Are you sure you didn't misjudge him? Come on, don't be too harsh. This guy looks pretty decent." It turned out these were the three elders from San Mai-er's family. Hearing all three of them hit the mark with their comments, San Mai-er felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, you guys, stop talking nonsense. Although Qin Cheng hasn't been practicing for even half a year, he's almost reached the nascent soul level, so he's not doing too badly." Suddenly, a voice cut in responding to San Mai-er. "This is hilarious. Nascent soul level, huh? It's only a little stronger than the golden core level, and now you think you're nascent soul? Miss Xiang, are you sure you've actually seen a true Nascent soul expert? The voice belonged to Suixu Su, the sole heir of the dragon-shaped body technique and the head of the Su family. As soon as he appeared, Suixu Su clearly made it known that he wasn't impressed by Qin Cheng, saying, "Gold is strong and indestructible, while alchemy is beautiful and pure. People who practice alchemy may not last forever like heaven and earth or shine like the sun and moon, but they can still break rocks and crush metal." As he spoke, Suixu Su struck the stone wall beside him with force, shattering it. The three elderly men watching couldn't help but praise him. Truly, no wonder young Master Su is so impressive. Zhang Meier, seeing this, showed a dismissive expression. Is that all? Qin Cheng could do the same. At that moment, Qin Cheng suddenly moved. Zhang Meier, curious, asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, Qin Cheng used a single finger to crush the distant mountain, almost as if he were sending a warning to Suixu Su. Immediately afterward, he spoke provocatively. Once a small flame is trained into a continuous fire, it can endure the heavens and earth, shining alongside the sun and moon. Or is there a mistake in the method I've learned? Perhaps young Master Yi's rock-breaking skills are the real deal. At that moment, seeing Qin Cheng's strength, the three old men couldn't help but be impressed. How did he do that? The distant mountain was flattened in an instant, surpassed by Qin Cheng. Suixu Su, enraged, pointed toward the south and shouted, "That's just a trick. Don't think I don't see through it. Let me make it clear. Don't think you can get your hands on this spiritual herb. Even if you're lucky enough to find it, the Su family will take it back." In response to these words, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "We'll see about that when the time comes." At that moment, the three old men stepped forward and spoke cautiously. "Qin Cheng, it's not that we don't believe in your strength, but the Su family's power is immense. We really don't want to provoke them. Just so you know, if things go south, don't blame us for not helping you." Hearing this, Qin Cheng wasn't disheartened. "You don't need to worry," he said with a smile. "Take care of yourselves. Don't worry about me. I won't overthink things." Zhang Meier stepped forward as well, adding, "Qin Cheng, don't take it personally. After all, they're elderly, and it's not easy for them." Qin Cheng understood this, of course. He maintained a serious expression on his face and said to Zhang Meier, "I understand, but I'm afraid the people from the Su family won't just let them off the hook." The words left Zhang Meier momentarily speechless. At that moment, Xiao Chuan, with an excited expression, ran over proudly to announce, "I caught 2 fat geese. I want to show respect to my master tonight." The three old men, upon hearing this, were thrilled, already imagining the 7-course goose dish. This place, with its lush greenery and clear waters, was sure to have delicious geese. Pairing them with potatoes and beans for snacks would make them rich in flavor. Suddenly, the group shifted their attention to the nearby village to chat. Qin Cheng then spoke up, inviting the three old men to join him and his companions. Meanwhile, after suffering a crushing defeat to Qin Cheng, Suixu Su called his aunt to complain. "Aunt, that Qin Cheng is so arrogant. It's like he wants to jump right over the Su family's head and make a fool of us. He's been saying things like he's not afraid of the Su family, and no matter how many people come, he won't be defeated. Isn't that infuriating?" The aunt, calm as ever, replied, "Don't get angry. He might be saying that on purpose to provoke us. Just focus on perfecting that medicine of yours. Once it's ready, it will naturally benefit you." Hearing this, Suixu Su quickly regained his composure. "Yes, I will definitely do my best to make you proud, aunt." After hanging up the phone, Su Yu, who was standing beside her, spoke up. "I told you a long time ago that he can't be trusted." The lady replied, "Who could have predicted it would go this far? I just hoped you could handle the main tasks well." Understanding her concern, Su Yu suggested, "If you're this worried, why don't I go myself?" With that, he turned to the servant and ordered, "Help me pack." Meanwhile, Suixu Su, after tattling to the lady, came up with a plan to deal with Qin Cheng. He turned to his subordinates and said, "Prepare the necessary items. Tonight, I'll deal with those people once and for all." One of the subordinates hesitated upon hearing this, but since the lady hadn't said anything to the contrary, Suixu Su grew furious and struck the disobedient servant. "What do you understand? Some things don't need to be spelled out. Just figure it out on your own. Got it?" In truth, Suixu Su knew very well that if he didn't get the medicinal king soon, he wouldn't last much longer in the Su family. Cut to the village, where Zhang Meier and the others were working hard to train Xiao Chuan. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng, feeling too full, could only sit back in a chair, yawning repeatedly. With some natural talent and hard work, Xiao Chuan was making progress. After a while, Xiao Chuan excitedly reported to Qin Cheng, "Master, I did it." Before Qin Cheng could praise his disciple, he suddenly had a realization and his expression turned serious. A dangerous figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chuan. Without hesitation, Qin Cheng rushed over to Xiao Chuan and warned Xiao Chuan, "Be careful." In the next moment, he swung his arm to block an attack from the ambusher. Just then, a familiar voice spoke up, "Weren't you so tough earlier today? Is this all you've got?" It turned out that the ambusher was none other than Suixiu So. At this moment, as soon as he faced Qin Cheng, he immediately focused all his strength into attacking, leaving Qin Cheng unable to react in time. Xiao Meier, who was watching from the side, saw Qin Cheng get hit again. She anxiously called his name. A second later, she reached Qin Cheng's side and lightly scolded, "Qin Cheng, how could you let someone like him hurt you?" Qin Cheng quietly replied, "It's okay, I'm just pretending." He wanted to let him have a little victory. In truth, the side effects from his previous forced upgrade had flared up at this exact moment, leaving the protagonist with no choice but to let his opponent gain the upper hand. Suixiu Su, on the other hand, was feeling extremely pleased with himself. He sneered, "Auntie and Su, you were so cautious with you. I thought you were some kind of genius. Turns out you're nothing special after all." He then, along with his associates, demanded that Qin Cheng hand over the Su family's belongings. If he complied, they would spare his life. To this, Qin Cheng retorted, "You're dreaming." Just then, Xiang Meier suddenly spoke up, "Wait." Noticing something strange about the person in front of her, Qin Cheng anxiously asked, "Meier, what are you trying to do?" Suixiu Soan asked playfully, "Miss Xiang, I know he came because of you. Are you trying to save him?" At that moment, Xiang Meier put on a charming expression and responded, "Young Master Su, you're joking again. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. He's just a tool, nothing more. How could I risk offending the Su family over a tool?" Suixiu Su felt that the person in front of him was rather interesting. He stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Xiang Meier's waist and laughed, "Miss Xiang, you really understand things. But what do you mean by tool?" Xiang Meier gently replied, "Everyone knows that once the king of medicine is fully formed, it will cause the world to change. This journey is definitely going to be filled with dangers. You're all grandmasters. Who would want to risk their life for this?" Hearing this, Suixiu Su agreed sharply, "You're right. Instead of killing him, it's better to use him as a shield." A subordinate nearby also added, "Yes, I've heard that decades ago, a king of medicine appeared and killed 3 grandmasters." Although Xiang Meier had said all of this, Suixiu Su still wasn't entirely convinced. "Are you being honest with me?" Xiang Meier pressed closer to him, speaking in a soft, teasing voice, "Ah, young Master Su, I wouldn't dare lie to you." Qin Cheng sat to one side, feeling a bit nauseous as he watched the affectionate scene unfold. Suixiu Su, encouraged by the situation, kissed Xiang Meier on the cheek and said, "Once we get the medicinal king, we'll explore things further." As for Xiang Meier, she simply let out a small noise and acted as if she enjoyed it. After a moment, Suixiu Su finally turned and left. Before walking out, he can forget to add a few more words. "Let's go with Miss Jiang's plan. We'll set off early tomorrow. The 3 masters from the Xiang family are elderly, so tell them to stay behind." Xiang Meier smiled and waved him off. As soon as the door closed behind him, she returned to her usual self, excitedly rubbing the cheek where Suixiu Su had just kissed her, muttering curses under her breath. "Damn, that was disgusting. Damn, who does he think he is, kissing me? He should look in a mirror." Seeing this, Qin Cheng couldn't help but feel a little helpless and said, "I'm sorry, I know you're upset." It turned out that the whole beauty trap earlier had been Xiang Meier's quick thinking to deal with Suixiu Su. She then turned to Qin Cheng, looking worried, and said, "Tomorrow, once we're in the forest, we need to find a chance to escape. If not, I won't be able to help you." Qin Cheng, hearing this, expressed his gratitude to her, thankful for her kindness, but the lure of the medicinal king was just too strong. To meet Su Wan quickly, he knew he had to get it, and hearing Qin Cheng mention Su Wan again, Xiang Meier was instantly annoyed and criticized him. "All you care about is Su Wan. Are you out of your mind? After getting beaten up by Suixiu Su like that, how are you supposed to become the medicine king?" Qin Cheng casually responded to her comment, "Things are unpredictable." At this point, Xiang Meier was really upset with him and said, "I can't be bothered with you. Don't drag me into your mess when you end up dead." Suddenly, a surge of energy surrounded Qin Cheng. Did she forget something? Seeing Qin Cheng rise into the air surrounded by a stream of spiritual energy, Xiang Meier quickly remembered that this was the spirit gathering formation. Qin Cheng had told her that he set it up with Xiao Chuan when they first arrived. "As long as I heal, even second-tier sects are nothing to worry about." With that, Qin Cheng asked her, "Do you still think I don't have a chance against them?" Xiang Meier, now excited, replied, "Why did you say so earlier?" Qin Cheng simply answered, "To fool my enemies, I first have to fool my own people. Soon enough, The dignifying the medicine king arrived. Seok-su Su, with a proud look, declared, "Today is the moment of the showdown. Our goal is the 1,000-year-old medicine king. The glory of our clan depends on this moment." Suddenly, Seok-su Su jumped when he noticed Qin Cheng standing beside him. "What are you doing standing next to me?" The main character calmly responded, "I'm the punching bag for everyone. Shouldn't I be right here with all of you, advancing and retreating together?" Hearing this, Seok-su Su felt it made sense. In an instant, he shook off his doubts and rallied everyone, shouting, "Do you all have faith?" The group of underlings raised their hands, signaling their belief. The scene felt no different from a pyramid scheme meeting. And so, the journey to find the Herbal King began. As they traveled, Seok-su Su, leading the group, said, "We're almost there, about 1,000 meters to the fire spirit grass territory. Everyone, stay sharp." At that moment, Qin Cheng noticed a strange fog. In a flash, the mist surrounded them, making it impossible to see anything ahead. Immediately, Seok-su Su raised his voice, trying to keep everyone calm. "Don't panic, everyone." This fog was clearly suspicious. In a corner of the sky, a young girl's spirit was watching their every move. If they couldn't even see through this fog, how could they possibly think they could get to her? Unlike the others who were thrown into a panic by the strange mist, Qin Cheng calmly used the legendary dragon's eye to see through any obstacle. In other words, as long as the fog remained, he would have a clear advantage on this journey. At this point, Qin Cheng decided to scare the others half to death first. On the other side, Seok-su Su was doing his best to reassure everyone. "With Master Zhao's guidance, we should all know the way by now. This forest is incredibly dangerous. Everyone stay focused, 200% attention. Nothing can trip us up." As the words were spoken from behind, Qin Cheng swiftly lifted his foot and kicked him, causing him to crash to the ground in a humiliating frog-like position on the grass. Hearing the noise, the group quickly asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Although falling to the ground wasn't exactly pleasant, Seok-su Su didn't want to dampen the team's morale, so he quickly responded, "I'm fine. I wasn't careful and stepped into some mud, that's all." In reality, he suspected that someone had kicked him, but the dense fog around them made it hard to confirm his theory. It seemed Qin Cheng wasn't done having fun. He decided to give Seok-su Su another kick. This time, Seok-su Su realized the truth of the situation. He suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. Something is attacking me." Hearing this, Master Zhao and his group immediately panicked and prepared to go look for him. "Young Master Su, we're coming." At that moment, Xiang Meier stepped forward and immediately stopped them, convincing them, "Stop! Are you all trying to get yourselves killed? The enemy can move freely in the fog and even knock down young Master Su with ease. Do you really think you can help? If anything happens, you'll be the first to die." Her convincing words made everyone hesitate. By now, Seok-su Su was completely furious after falling twice in such a humiliating manner. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, who kicked me? What the hell was that? If you got the guts, come out and face me. I'll kill you." Qin Cheng, listening to him, wasn't scared at all. He casually stepped out from the mist. The moment Seok-su Su saw him, he immediately realized that Qin Cheng was behind everything. He thought to himself, "So it was you. I didn't expect this guy to be able to see through it. Dan, are you trying to get yourself killed?" As Seok-su Su spoke, he gritted his teeth so hard that one of his front teeth almost cracked. Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, Qin Cheng quickly realized he was about to make a move. Just as the main character predicted, in the next instant, Seok-su Su unleashed a barrage of attacks, surrounding Qin Cheng on both sides with his martial arts. Just when Qin Cheng was about to counter, Xiang Meier suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Cheng couldn't believe it. Xiang Meier was actually helping him face off against Seok-su Su. She stepped forward and started blocking Seok-su Su's strikes. Xiang Meier's martial skills were incredibly refined. With just a few moves, she was already overpowering Seok-su Su. Master Zhou, who had been watching the whole scene, couldn't hide his shock. His mouth fell open as he muttered in awe. The Xiang family became so powerful because of the soft palm technique, and now a girl has learned it. Meier smiled and confidently replied, "Master Zhao, you're quite the observer. What I'm using is indeed the soft palm, the signature technique of the Xiang family." By now, Seok-su Su had been forced back a few steps by Meier's attacks. Seeing her protecting Qin Cheng, he growled angrily, "What's your game? That brat lost to me, and now you want to protect him." Facing his harsh question, Xiang Meier calmly explained, "If the fog has cleared and the evidence is clear, it means we're very close to the king of medicine. He'll die sooner or later anyway. Why do you need to make a move right now? You don't want to draw attention to the bloodshed, do you? Don't you all agree?" Seok-su Su, with his eyes closed, knew that Xiang Meier was just trying to make excuses. At that moment, Qin Cheng appeared behind her and whispered, "It's fine. If it comes down to a real fight, I won't lose. The moment he spoke, Xiang Mei immediately snapped, "Shut up." Just as tensions were rising and both sides were at a standoff, a fiery vortex suddenly appeared. Everyone gasped in unison, exclaiming, "Fire Spirit Grass! It's the premium Fire Spirit Grass!" Seeing the fiery whirlpool in front of her, Xiang Mei couldn't help but marvel. She'd already known that the herb this time had a fire attribute, but she didn't expect it to be such a rare, top-quality one. Qin Cheng, listening to her, seemed confused. Noticing this, Xiang Mei continued to explain, not only does it enhance the strength of martial artists, but it can even bring an ordinary person back to life. Even priceless treasures can't compare to this kind of top-tier item. Suddenly, a scream echoed, and Su stabbed her sword right through Master Zhou's heart. It was said that only a living person could be sacrificed to break the fiery whirlpool. "Master Zhou, you won't blame me, will you? If I'd known it was this kind of top-tier item, there's no way I would have worked for those useless fools from Tiu Duthin. Isn't it better to just keep it for myself?" After dealing with Master Zhou, Su calmly called out to Master Hua, "Throw Master Zhou's body aside." Seeing this cold-blooded scene, both Qin Cheng and Xiang Mei immediately became alert. Xiang Mei leaned close to Qin Cheng and whispered, "We should leave. The real trouble isn't us, it's the fiery whirlpool. If we don't deal with it quickly, this whole forest will burn down." Qin Cheng, still a little confused, asked, "Are they about to solve it?" What lay ahead was the sight of Master Huan tossing Master Zhou's body into the whirlpool. Xiang Mei said, "If all we need to do is offer a sacrifice to the living, then it would be way too easy. The ultimate spirit herb wouldn't be so rare." As soon as she finished speaking, the flames suddenly flared up wildly. Seeing this, Master Huang anxiously spoke to Su, "Young Master Su, the fire seems to be getting bigger. It's coming this way." Su immediately realized that their plan had been ruined. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, how did this happen?" A moment later, he understood. "I get it now. If it's a spirit herb, it must have hurt our plan. So what do we do next? Should we offer Qin Cheng as the sacrifice?" As he spoke, Su shot a sly look at Qin Cheng. Hearing this, Xiang Mei rushed forward, trying to protect Qin Cheng, but before she could get close, Su controlled her, making it impossible for her to move. All she could do was stand there, shouting, "You'll regret this." In response, Su calmly replied, "Regret? What would I regret? Don't worry, once I've absorbed the spirit herb, I'll make you my concubine." Then he turned to Master Huang and asked, "Is it done yet?" It turned out that Su was using Master Huang to deal with Qin Cheng. After a while of fighting, seeing that the main character still hadn't changed his expression, Master Huang realized this person was not so easy to handle. At that moment, Qin Cheng whispered, "Master Huang, let's make a deal." Master Huang didn't quite understand at first. Noticing this, Qin Cheng leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You know how ruthless Su is. Once this is over, he won't let you off either. All you need to do is agree to protect Meyer in my place. I'll jump in myself. How about it?" Xiang Mei stood off to the side, unable to hear Qin Cheng's words at first, but she saw him looking in her direction and immediately guessed what he was about to do. She hurriedly asked, her voice filled with concern, "Qin Cheng, what are you planning to do?" At that moment, Qin Cheng's convincing words made Master Huang waver. In a low voice, he admitted, "Although I can't defeat Su, if I team up with Miss Jiang, we should still be able to escape." This answer pleased Qin Cheng greatly. He immediately moved toward the swirling fire, signaling that the decision had been made. Without looking back, he leaped straight into the flames, ignoring Xiang Mei's desperate calls. Watching him jump into the fire, Xiang Mei could only scream into the abyss, "Qin Cheng, get back here! It's over, it's all over! This fire can burn through steel, let alone flesh. I don't think Qin Cheng has much chance of surviving this." Unable to bear the shock, Xiang Mei's eyes filled with tears. Meanwhile, Su stepped forward, coldly remarking, "Death suits him just fine. After all, this spirit herb will be mine sooner or later. The fewer people there are, the bigger the share for the rest of us. Master Huang has at least some connection to my teacher, so he'll get a portion. As for Miss Xiang, wouldn't it be best if she took the hint and left on her own?" Hearing this, Xiang Mei instantly responded with a cold, sharp tone. "And if I refuse?" Su smiled, his expression almost pitying. "Then I'll have no choice but to ask you to leave." Seeing the situation becoming more and more tense, Master Huan quickly stepped in to help Xiang Mei. "Mr. Su, I believe Miss Xiang doesn't really need that spirit herb, right?" he said, signaling to Xiang Mei to agree. Understanding his intentions, Xiang Mei immediately softened her tone and smiled, expressing her thoughts. "That's right. I'm only concerned about Qin Cheng's life. Your little act tricked that fool quite easily. At this point, he casually responded, is that so? Well, if it's no longer needed, then I suppose I could let you off. Xiang Meier then pulled Master Huang closer and asked, Master Huang, what's really going on here? The old man sighed and explained the deal he made with Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng offered that if I could protect you, he would jump into the fire and go look for the herb himself. Upon hearing this, Xiang Meier's expression softened. She turned to Master Huang, clinging to him for confirmation. Did he really say that? Master Huang, with a helpless look, replied, yes, he really said it. Why, is there a problem? No one understood Qin Cheng better than Xiang Meier. She knew he would never do something without a plan or benefit for himself. If he was doing this, it must mean he had a strategy, which meant there was a high chance everything would turn out fine. With that, Xiang Meier finally relaxed a little. In her heart, she silently reassured herself that she would stay here and wait for him to return. At this moment, inside the fiery vortex, Qin Cheng used the fire shield technique to protect himself from the burning heat of the extremely toxic flames. After a while of searching within the whirlwind, the protagonist finally found the fire spirit grass. In that instant, he couldn't help but feel grateful to his father. Fortunately, his father's memories included records about the fire spirit grass. Without them, he wouldn't have been able to deal with this fiery vortex. As Qin Cheng approached the fire spirit grass, he touched its roots. Ha ha ha! Well, I won't hold back then. In a flash, the fire spirit grass emitted a burst of light that left Qin Cheng wide-eyed. Before him appeared a fiery silhouette of a young girl. I've waited thousands of years, and I never expected to end up waiting for a kid like you. Seeing the fiery figure of the girl open her arms as if to embrace him, Qin Cheng felt a bit disappointed. I originally thought you had developed divine consciousness. Now it seems I overestimated you. The fiery figure moved closer, cupping Qin Cheng's face, and grinned. You actually figured it out? Qin Cheng remained unfazed, staring back at her. In this era of depleted spiritual energy, even cultivators were dying off, let alone a single medicinal herb. At this point, the fire spirit grass was starting to change. With each passing year, it bloomed, its beauty enchanting. Yet even the guardian spirit of the magical peach tree had faced its tragic end. Regardless, the fire spirit grass had absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years. It was no problem at all to nurture a kid like him. With that, the fire spirit grass moved closer to Qin Cheng and embraced him, as if performing some kind of ritual. Let's see if you can handle it. In just an instant, it felt like the entire internal system of Qin Cheng was undergoing a transformation. He slowly sank into a daze, only able to feel his body like a furnace. Hot, painful, yet strangely warm, almost like being in a steam room. Threads of spiritual energy continued to bind tightly to Qin Cheng's body, leaving him unable to move for the time being. Witnessing this, the fire spirit grass curiously asked the dragon god next to it, "Is this the child you chose?" The dragon god replied, "Yes, what do you think of his potential?" After a brief pause, the fire spirit grass said, "He's worthy of being entrusted with 1,000 years of cultivation." Right now, all the essence of the fire spirit grass is merging into Qin Cheng. Meanwhile, Huang Da Tongsu and Xiang Meier seemed to notice a very strange smell. Huang Da Tongsu wondered aloud, "What is that smell?" Meier, covering her nose, responded, "It smells like flatulence." Neither of them could bear the awful stench. Only Su stood apart from the crowd. At this moment, he was deeply enjoying the rich, fragrant smell, taking in a deep breath after another. "You all don't understand," he said with a grin. "This is the fragrance that high-quality medicinal herbs give off after being refined by fire. Clearly, none of you have any knowledge. Since I'm in such a good mood, I'm graciously allowing you to enjoy it with me. This is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Don't waste it." Seeing Su enjoying the stench so enthusiastically, Xiang Meier couldn't help but question life. She turned to Master Huang and asked, "Master, I feel like this is the smell of rotten trash. Do you think so too?" Helpless, Master Huang could only remind her to lower her voice a bit to avoid letting Su hear. At that moment, Su, still savoring the smell, sighed, "How can there be such a perfect fragrance in this world?" Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed, causing Su to go crazy with anger. "Who's laughing? Who's laughing at me?" she fumed. In an instant, Qin Cheng flew up from the bottom of the pit and said, "What's up? It's only been a few hours and you don't even recognize my voice." When Xiang Meier saw Qin Cheng appear like that, she couldn't contain her joy and said, "Qin Cheng, you're really not dead." Master Huang, wide-eyed, looked at him and said, "This kid really pulled off the impossible." Su was stunned. She never imagined that Qin Cheng could have the fire spirit grass. At this point, she was so angry that she was almost spitting blood and swore, "Dan, how could it be you? Didn't I already refine you? How could you survive?" Qin Cheng laughed and replied, "Not only did I survive, but also refined the fire spirit grass. That herb is amazing. It helped cleanse all the impurities in my body. I feel so refreshed now." The moment those words left his mouth, Su's expression soured, expelled. "Don't tell me that awful smell earlier was because of that." Qin Cheng chuckled and explained cheerfully, "I had a lot of toxins built up in my body. I ate a huge greasy goose yesterday. Everything unhealthy has finally been flushed out. It was impressive." Then the main guy couldn't resist joking, "If I'd known you were such a fan, I would have saved the freshest batch for you. Next time, young Master Su, don't be so shy, all right?" The more Qin Cheng spoke, the more uncomfortable Su became. Just then, Sang Lai stepped up to Qin Cheng with a concerned look. She covered part of her face with her hand and asked softly, "You look badly burned. Are you all right? Does it still hurt?" While speaking, she stole a quick glance downward, trying to avoid eye contact. Qin Cheng, oblivious to her reaction, confidently said, "That fire spirit grass is fully absorbed now. I've reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Pretty strong, right?" As he spoke, he extended his arm and flexed, showing her the strength flowing through his body. Sang Lai couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Wow, that's really powerful. No one could quite tell whether she was referring to his newfound strength or simply lost in thought. Her eyes didn't seem to match the words she said. After Qin Cheng returned, Sang Mei immediately attached herself to him, touching every part of his body. In just a short time, he reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. It seemed the spiritual herb was truly powerful. Qin Cheng didn't argue with Sang Mei's words. Of course, it's almost about to take human form. If we hadn't come, it would have turned into a spirit. Upon hearing this, Sang Mei suddenly got jealous. Take human form? Male or female? What do they look like? Are they as beautiful as me? Qin Cheng casually mimicked the alluring curves of the fire spirit grass. Like this and like this, it looks like a wave. At this moment, Sang Mei was fuming with anger as she saw that Qin Cheng still remembered every detail of that girl. While the two were talking, Su suddenly appeared and yelled loudly, "Hey, are you two done yet? Who gave you permission to eat? Damn, did I let you eat?" Hearing his rude remark, Qin Cheng responded without hesitation. "Are you stupid or something? That fire spirit doesn't need anyone's permission." Su was so enraged that he immediately raised his fist, clearly ready to fight. Qin Cheng wasn't afraid at all and clenched his own fist. As soon as Su's punch came toward him, he swiftly blocked it. In an instant, their fists collided, with the force-gathering energy from the fire spirit grass absorbed earlier. The magnetic attack from Qin Cheng sent Su flying a great distance. At that moment, Su felt that the bones in his arm were shattered and he couldn't lift it. Thinking about how Qin Cheng had successfully refined the fire spirit grass, Su decided that he had to finish the fight quickly. Without wasting any time, he used dark magic to change his form. I have to warn you first, if you've come this far, don't blame me for what happens next. The dragon-shaped body technique. At this point, Qin Cheng couldn't pinpoint Su's location because he had used dark magic to vanish and reappear. People often say that those who are useless tend to talk too much, yet Su cast a smokescreen from behind Qin Cheng, hoping to take advantage of his momentary lapse in attention and strike. I'll tell you this, kid, even if you eat spiritual herbs, you'll still be a little bird. Unlike me, born with a silver spoon in my mouth, mastering family secrets before I even turned 10. With my current internal strength, even if you were made of steel, I'd tear you apart. Everyone thought Qin Cheng would be cautious, but to their surprise, he just smiled slightly. Oh, really? Who's strong and who's scared? I couldn't hear you clearly just now. Why don't you say it again? Su's attack didn't even touch Qin Cheng. The moment he extended his claws, Qin Cheng's full power crushed them to pieces. Su couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Are dragon claws supposed to be the hardest thing? How could he break them so easily? Suddenly, just when Su least expected it, Qin Cheng stepped forward and landed a punch to the face. The fight isn't over yet. What are you standing there for? The force of Qin Cheng's punch sent Su flying, slamming into a rock wall and causing him to spit blood. Huang, the great master, watched the scene and instinctively called out, "Young Master Su." After throwing the punch, Qin Cheng didn't hold back his mockery. "You were the one who couldn't stand me, and you were the one who wanted to fight first. So why are you falling apart now? Is this a tradition in the Su family?" Hurt by Qin Cheng's taunts, Su was now furious, his rage radiating around him. Don't push me, Su growled. Seeing his expression, Huang, the great master, knew the opponent was about to unleash a dangerous move. He quickly intervened. Young master, you can't use that technique. In the next instant, a burst of light emanated from Su. Xiang Meier, noticing the light, was alarmed and cried out, how do you know of that kind of skill? Within moments, Su's aura transformed into that of a black dragon, a menacing force surrounding him. I have to leave myself an escape route. Is that really so hard to understand? Qin Cheng, you're the only one who could force me to use this move. Now you'll feel it firsthand. As he spoke, his face twisted with madness, and he immediately extended sharp, claw-like talons toward Qin Cheng. The claws of the black dragon were filled with dark, sinister power. The moment Qin Cheng clashed with them, he was immediately injured. The protagonist knew that this technique was incredibly difficult to counter, so he turned to Master Huang. Master Huang, may I ask, is this technique also a secret art of the Su family? Master Huang responded, of course not. A dark art like this could never come from the Su family. This is a blood sacrifice ritual. The longer it is used, the greater the harm to the body. Throughout history, anyone who used this technique ended up dead. Qin brother, no matter how this battle ends, you're going to have to deal with this. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng's expression darkened and his entire body radiated spiritual energy. He had initially planned to let things flow smoothly and leave behind a favor, but if he was going to be involved no matter what, then so be it. He would just eliminate a disciple of the dark path, preventing him from causing further harm. In an instant, Qin Cheng summoned the Wombing Dragon Fist, attacking So. As the old saying goes, the higher the path, the greater the demon. Once the dragon spirit was unleashed, it changed Su, suppressing all of his dark magic. When he saw his opponent simply faint, Qin Cheng couldn't help but feel a bit moved. His vitality is surprisingly strong. At that moment, a figure appeared. The battle was decided, and this event should come to an end. Just as Su's life was hanging by a thread, Su Yu unexpectedly appeared on the scene. In this moment, even facing Su Yu, Qin Cheng did not hesitate to speak out. That won't do. This person insulted me badly before, and I lost all my face because of him. Su Yu calmly said, at this point, you monopolize the king of herbs and let him be consumed by dark magic. That's enough. Suddenly, Qin Cheng pointed at Xiang Meier, indicating that she should speak. He also threatened my associate, he said. At this, Xiang Meier immediately put on a pitiful act, complaining, yes, he harassed me and even tried to kill me. If Master Huang hadn't stopped him, I might have. While speaking, Xiang Meier subtly adjusted her appearance to emphasize her point. Feeling there was no other option, Su Yu reluctantly gave in, offering a compromise. All right, I'll give you a box of medicinal herbs as compensation. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng was stunned. Is that it? You treat me and my friend like this, and that's all you're offering as compensation. Su Yu, still with goodwill, asked, what else do you want? At this moment, Qin Cheng sighed, looking disappointed. Do you even understand basic decency? Or is it just that the Su family has no awareness? His words made Su Yu realize part of the issue. He raised an eyebrow, asking with some curiosity, are you asking about what's in Mr. Su's hands? Immediately, Qin Cheng responded, of course. To Qin Cheng's surprise, Su Yu replied that he didn't know either. Though I'm the son of the Su family in terms of strength, I'm not qualified to know those secrets. Hearing this, Qin Cheng couldn't help but think of Su Wan. He didn't trust Su Yu's words for a second. If even the head of the Su family isn't taken seriously, then if a powerful outsider infiltrated, wouldn't they be able to take control of the Su family? At this point, Su Yu continued the conversation. We're getting off track. As for clues, I do have some. A long time ago, the diviner predicted a fate for the Su family. They say the Su family has a legendary bloodline. If they succeed, they can activate the ancestral blood of the Sun family, allowing every member of the Su family to rise to the heavens. Hearing this, Qin Cheng asked in confusion, is there really such a miraculous thing? If it's true, how did it end up in Mr. Su's hands? Su Yu, with a kind expression, also seemed doubtful. Honestly, I don't believe it much either, but they are absolutely certain. I'm powerless to do anything. I've told you everything I know, and now I have to leave with these people. As he spoke, Su Yu lifted the unconscious Su onto his shoulder. Before leaving, he reminded Qin Cheng, I'll be in the capital for another year and a half waiting for you. Hearing this reminder, Qin Cheng couldn't help but shiver, a chill running down his spine. Seeing his reaction, Su Yu kindly tossed him his jacket. Put this on, it'll be embarrassing if you go out like this. Watching Su Yu's back as he left, Qin Cheng finally let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness he's gone. Honestly, if we kept fighting, I don't know if I'd have the strength to keep going. Just then, Xiangmai suddenly rushed over and hugged the male lead tightly, crying, Qin Cheng, I'm warning you. Don't ever do something like this again, understand? As Qin Cheng pushed Xiangmai off of him, he replied, okay, I'm fine, aren't I? Xiangmai, hurt by his action, pouted. Is this how you usually treat Suwan too? At a loss for words, Qin Cheng felt helpless. He was like a fish on the chopping block, unable to escape Xiangmai affectionate hold. It wasn't until a while later that the male lead finally said firmly, Mai, stop making this difficult for me. Xiangmai bent down and, looking pitiful, whispered, Am I really worse than Suwan? Her voice was so soft that Qin Cheng couldn't hear her clearly and asked, What did you say? Suddenly, Xiangmai grew agitated and shouted, I'm telling you, what the Xiang family wants is also in Mr. Su's hands. These words struck Qin Cheng like a lightning bolt. What did you say? He asked in disbelief. After regaining his composure, Qin Cheng, with a helpless look, said, If this is really the case, I won't let old feelings stop me. Hearing this, Xiangmai expression darkened. But a moment later, she suddenly cheered up again and told Qin Cheng, I was just joking. Suwan is my only friend in the world. How could I harm her? Don't worry. Qin Cheng was a little confused by this and asked, So you were just trying to scare me? Seeing Xiangmai playful attitude, Qin Cheng believed she was only joking. He then said to her, You're the young lady of the Xiang family. You can do whatever you want. Now that this is settled, let's part ways here. Just then, Xiao Chuan rushed in, interrupting their conversation. Master, you're back at last. When Xiao Chuan arrived, Qin Cheng didn't want to waste any time. He waved goodbye to Xiangmai and then turned to leave with the boy. Once Qin Cheng had truly left, Xiangmai expression turned dangerous. First uncle, second uncle, third uncle, do you still feel the same about Qin Cheng as before? Immediately, the three elderly men appeared, each offering their opinion. We can't let this man live. Keeping him alive would lead to unpredictable consequences. I agree. But Meyer, have you shown some interest in him? What if one day you have to face him? Wouldn't that put you in a tough spot? Xiangmai understood the concern of her three masters and responded firmly. I will be conflicted. I've always been loyal to the Xiang family. Everything I do is for the family's sake. Even if I have to face Suwan in the future, I won't hesitate. Meanwhile, after leaving the Xiang family, Qin Cheng and Xiao Chuan continued their long walk. At this point, Xiao Chuan, exhausted, began to complain. Master, how much longer do we have to go? Qin Cheng, equally tired, replied, According to the map, we still have about an hour before we reach the toll station. Just then, Xiao Chuan's phone rang. Hearing the ringtone of Wishing You Prosperity, Qin Cheng couldn't help but tease. That ringtone is so old-fashioned. Xiao Chuan picked up the phone and immediately grumbled, Who is this? Don't ruin my solitude with Master. On the other end of the line, someone screamed loudly, Xiao Chuan, come to the school right now. Xiao Chuan could only lower his head and ask Qin Cheng, Master, do you have any money on you? I need to borrow a little. Qin Cheng, looking disheveled and worn out, shrugged and said, It was all burned up before. Do I look like someone who has money right now? Even though he had no money, the main character still cared about his student. But money wasn't the issue. What exactly happened? Could he handle it? Did the kid need his help? Xiao Chuan shook his head and refused. No need, it's just a small thing. Qin Cheng thought the kid was trying to hide something and seriously took his hand, saying, Tell me the truth. That's when Xiao Chuan began to share his story. When I was 5, my mom died in a car accident. At the time, the driver paid a lot of money in compensation, but our relatives bullied me and my sister and took all of it, leaving not a single penny. Since then, my sister and I have been depending on each other. I worked 4 or 5 jobs every day, and when I came home, I was so exhausted I couldn't even breathe. It wasn't easy to save enough money for my sister to go to school. She never said anything about it, but I know things aren't going well for her at school. She often gets bullied. This time is no different. The teacher and those bullies aren't just colluding to slander her, they also want her paid for emotional damages. Xiao Chuan gritted his teeth in anger as he spoke. At this moment, facing Qin Cheng, he felt a little embarrassed. Master, do you think I'm useless? I'm this old and I can't even stand up for my little sister and defend her from being insulted. Just then, Qin Cheng spoke up. I am an orphan, alone in this world. I know how hard it is to feel that way. From now on, your brother and sister's problems are my problems. If others won't take care of it, then I will. Before long, Xiao Chuan led Qin Cheng to the entrance of his little sister's school. There, they hid behind a nearby pillar to observe. Xiao Chuan pointed at the woman ahead and told Qin Cheng, That fat woman is the principal's secretary. She's the kind of trash who looks down on others. The school only allows uniforms, but she's always complained about my sister wearing torn clothes and targeted her. This time it's the same. That boy was clearly bullying her first, and when she couldn't take it anymore and fought back, she gets blamed and asked to pay money. Doesn't that make you angry, master? They watched as the woman in front of them raised her voice at Xiao Chuan's little sister. Qin Cheng asked with concern, "So, should I just pay for it then?" Xiao Chuan replied, "What else can I do? My sister is still studying here, and I can't let her suffer." With that, the boy straightened up, adopting a grown-up stance as he stepped outside. "Master, wait here. I'll be back in a bit." Xiao Chuan boldly walked forward. Soon after, he bowed deeply and apologized loudly. "I'm really sorry. Xiao Jing didn't mean it, and he won't hate you again next time." Seeing her brother bowing and apologizing, Xiao Jing couldn't hold back and complained. "What are you doing? He clearly started it by bullying me first." Xiao Chuan lowered his voice and said to Xiao Jing, "Just endure it for now, and it'll be over." At that moment, the fat woman couldn't hold herself back either, speaking up. "I thought you were some kind of beggar. What's with that tank top and shorts, all sweaty and disgusting? Let me tell you, your sister hit young Master Xu with a book on the head, and now it's affecting his brain. First, you'll have to pay for his medical expenses minus 100,000 for treatment, and then we'll talk. You two orphans have no parents, no money for school, and now you're supposed to pay me back. Where are you going to get the money?" Realizing they were being unreasonable and demanding money, Xiao Chuan sighed and tried to compromise. "So what exactly do you want?" The boy with the surname Xu and the secretary immediately showed their true colors, their faces turning cold and menacing. "Let me think. Maybe young Master Xu should pour water on both of you. That would settle things, don't you think? You'd be getting off easy with your small brains, so wouldn't that be a good deal?" Just as Xiao Chuan was about to speak, a girl suddenly ran up and stood in front of the two brothers. She immediately raised her voice to mediate. "Please calm down. We're here to resolve the issue, not to cause more trouble. If everything is handled this way, does that mean the law doesn't matter anymore?" As soon as she spoke, she was slapped by the fat woman. "I haven't even settled things with you yet, and you're stepping up to say something. Do you know who this boy's father is? Shu Guy, the principal of our school. He's keeping his precious child in your class, and you can't even defend him. Instead, you're trying to protect those poor folks? Damn, don't you care about your job anymore?" As she spoke, the fat woman adopted a high-handed tone. The boy, Xu, was just as arrogant, flaunting his family's influence. "See how powerful I am?" On the other side, Xiao Jing, who had just seen Teacher Zhang get slapped, immediately burst into tears apologizing. "It's all my fault." Even so, Teacher Zhang wouldn't back down. "Please be careful with your words. I don't mind losing my job, but this issue has to be dealt with fairly. Young Master Xu started it, so wrong is wrong." Xiao Jing wasn't even at fault. Upon hearing these words, the fat woman was about to step forward and slap Teacher Zhang again. This woman has no shame, does she? But suddenly, a hand stopped her in her tracks. Xiao Chuan stepped forward and tried to de-escalate. "If you're still not satisfied, go ahead and hit me. I'll take the punishment for Teacher Zhang, okay?" Without hesitation, the fat woman swung her hand towards Xiao Chuan. "Damn it, do you think I won't do it?" Before the slap could land on Xiao Chuan's face, someone else stepped in, grabbing the fat woman's face with one hand and then tossing her aside. Seeing Qin Cheng come to his aid, Xiao Chuan was stunned. "Master, what are you doing here?" Qin Cheng calmly responded with a hint of sarcasm. "I've been gone for a few days, and this whole city's turned into a den of wild dogs. This place needs a good cleanup." With his master making such a dramatic entrance, Xiao Chuan couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, "Master, you're so cool." At that moment, too, the kids started crying in awe at Qin Cheng's presence. Even the secretary, who had fallen, struggled to sit up, cursing angrily. "You dare hit me? You're dead." Qin Cheng replied calmly, "You're calling people, right? Fine, I'll call some people too." Before long, a car appeared at the school gate. The secretary, recognizing it, eagerly spoke up, "Su Gong. Those are the ones who hit me and the dormitory manager, too. They need to be fired today." As soon as Su Gong appeared, he boldly demanded, "Who the hell hit my kid?" Just then, another car appeared in front of them. Jinhu and his group stepped out of the car with a bold, energetic presence. Was it really that dramatic? The secretary, surprised, exclaimed, "I thought Jinhu came here to seek justice for me. He's definitely Su Gong's man. Even Jinhu listens to him." As soon as these words left the speaker's mouth, Jinhu gave them a sharp glare. "Get lost, you're getting on my nerves," Su Gong said, trying to calm the situation, but he stuttered. "Jinhu, why are you?" Before he could finish, Jinhu slapped him across the face. Then, without a word, he walked over to Qin Cheng, bowing slightly to show respect. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry for being late. Turning to Qin Cheng, Jinhu said sincerely, "I've taken care of what you asked me to do." It turned out that Jinhu had been assigned by Qin Cheng to look into Xiao Chuan. He had discovered that Xiao Chuan and his sister were orphans. Qin Cheng had given him a special instruction. They're still young and their lives must be very tough. Take good care of them and pay extra attention. Remembering those words, Qin Cheng now questioned Jinhu. If everything was really taken care of, why is this happening? Realizing his mistake, Jinhu immediately bowed and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll make sure this is handled properly." Then he snapped his fingers and called Su Gong over. "Come here." Su Gong immediately became serious. "Anything you need, just let me know." Unexpectedly, just a moment later, Jinhu ordered his men to give the old man a beating. Then he turned to the secretary and commanded, "Call the school leaders out here for me." It wasn't long before the entire school leadership was summoned to the front gate. "Mr. Qin, everyone is here. Please give your instructions." At this point, Qin Cheng stepped forward and coldly asked, "Who's the principal?" Immediately, a bald man stepped forward and admitted he was the principal. Upon seeing him, Qin Cheng couldn't help but speak up. "You can't even handle basic fairness. I think it's time for you to quit. You can leave now." The principal, trembling in fear, immediately begged, "Please, I know I was wrong." Without missing a beat, Qin Cheng pointed to Teacher Zhang and said, "From now on, you'll be in charge of logistics." The sudden news caught Teacher Zhang off guard, and she seemed a bit flustered. Seeing this, Qin Cheng seriously asked, "What's wrong? You don't agree?" Teacher Zhang quickly nodded, indicating, "I'll do my best." After handling everything, Qin Cheng turned to Xiao Chuan, gently ruffled her hair, and said, "All right, you can go back to class now. No one will bully you anymore." At that moment, Teacher Zhang stepped forward hesitantly and said to Qin Cheng, "Mr. Qin, I really want to thank you for earlier. If you're free, I'd like to invite you to a meal. Would you have time today?" Facing the offer, the male lead bluntly replied, "Sorry, my girlfriend is waiting for me at home. Maybe next time." Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang's face fell with regret, so that's how it was. A little later, Jinhu approached Qin Cheng, concerned, and asked, "Mr. Qin, has sister-in-law Su Wan gone home yet?" Qin Cheng sighed and expressed, "It would be nice to go back, but I don't even know where Su Wan is." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky, letting out a deep sigh filled with longing. Meanwhile, up on the snowy mountain, Su Wan was still practicing hard building ice walls. After a while, her master saw the results of her training and couldn't help but feel pleased. Not bad at all. You really are the one I've been looking for." Su Wan was a bit confused upon hearing this. "What exactly are you looking for, master? Is there something special about me?" The old man cleverly avoided answering, saying, "You'll understand in time. By the way, this northern ice wall may be the last stop in my life." Su Wan's eyes filled with expectation, but also a hint of sadness. Was her master really going to die? Immediately, the old man burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Even if I'm about to die, it'll be by your hands. In just a few months, you've gone from an ordinary person to a golden core level master of internal energy. That kind of speed is something even Qin Cheng can't match." With that, the master waved his hand, signaling to Su Wan, "Come on, give it your all and attack me." Su Wan hesitated, feeling a bit puzzled. "Master, are you serious?" The old man spoke meaningfully, "Of course, unless you want to quickly reunite with Qin Cheng." These words immediately sparked Su Wan's determination. "In that case, I won't hold back." And just like that, the scene of the two preparing to fight was captured on camera. The younger ones said to their leader, "This woman is pretty tough. She's probably not someone easy to mess with." Hearing this, the leader replied with excitement in his voice, "We're pirates. The harder something is to mess with, the more we should go after it." It turned out that the group on the ship were Arctic pirates, direct disciples of Luffy. As soon as they spotted their targets, Su Wan and her teacher, they opened fire on them without hesitation. Seeing the dire situation before her, Su Wan didn't hesitate to use her feet to kick away the cannonballs like playing soccer. Right after that, she quickly raised a wall of ice she had just learned to block the incoming attack. Meanwhile, on her teacher's side, one of the cannonballs veered off course and headed straight toward him. Seeing this, Su Wan anxiously called out his name. Su Wan's concern pleased her teacher greatly. He thought to himself, "I knew she was the one." At that moment, the teacher summoned a spiritual energy preparing to counterattack. Such an opportunity was rare. He decided it was time to take action. With that, the teacher expertly activated his technique, aimed at the pirate ship, and unleashed a powerful strike that shattered it, turning it into a second Titanic. The pirates were thrown into chaos, completely stunned by the sudden force. The old man's gaze turned deep and serious. There were desires he shouldn't have and couldn't have. At this moment, Su Wan walked up to her teacher, curious, and asked, "What level of power do you actually have?" The old man, with a calm expression, asked her back, "What's the greatest level of power you know?" Suwan answered, "Above a grandmaster of internal energy, there's a martial arts grandmaster, and above that, there's the martial arts grandmaster. Beyond that, as far as I know, even the Kenyan hasn't been able to break through. Could you be a martial arts grandmaster?" At this point, the master revealed that 30 years ago, I was already a nascent soul pioneer. Suwan was shocked and her mouth hung open in disbelief. "Then, doesn't that mean you're the number one in the world?" Just then, a rude voice cut in. "If you're the number one in the world, then I must be emperor, the ruler of all mankind." Seeing a pirate daring to interrupt her master, Suwan immediately grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up, ordering him to apologize to her master. When he tried to avoid it, she shouted at him, "I told you to apologize to my master." The pirate, after noticing Suwan's beauty, pouted and said, "All right, I'm sorry, but could you kick me once? Please, I'm begging you." Seeing that the pirate was into a bit of rough play, Suwan decided to play along. She kicked him hard, sending him flying back into the sea. Meanwhile, her master, thinking about Qin Cheng, couldn't help wondering how that kid was doing with his cultivation. The scene then shifted to a mountain behind the villa. Here, Qin Cheng was still focusing on refining his energy. After a while, he couldn't hold back anymore and let out a sigh. "Why am I so much weaker now? Going from luxury to simplicity is so hard. Ever since I ate that top-tier spirit herb, it feels like nothing else works anymore. What should I do now? Is there no way to cultivate anymore?" At this moment, Qin Cheng felt a bit lost. After a moment of thinking, his gaze turned confused, hesitant, and full of suspicion. Could this be the legendary soul transformation? Sometime later, Qin Cheng was on his way to Lu Cheng with Feng Gong. As soon as the old man saw him, he kindly brought up their past misunderstanding. "Qin Cheng, I was wrong about you before. I'm truly sorry." Hearing this, Qin Cheng responded coldly, "Your son already explained everything to you." Feng Gong nodded, acknowledging, "Isn't that the truth? I had a child late in life and suddenly losing him. It's no wonder I was so upset. It was all my fault." Understanding what he meant, Qin Cheng sighed. "You can't blame yourself. If it wasn't for the Hall of Mysterious Illumination treating human lives like weeds, your son wouldn't have gotten involved." At this, Feng Gong smiled. "Then let's consider the misunderstanding cleared." Qin Cheng nodded in agreement. After all, it had only been a misunderstanding. In reality, both of them had already been calculating things in their minds. Feng Gong knew that Qin Cheng was growing stronger, and he needed to take the opportunity to win him over. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, understood the crafty old man all too well. He still wanted to keep his guard up in case the old man was up to something. Just then, a young woman sitting next to them shyly spoke up. "Excuse me, are you also going to Lu Cheng?" Seeing that she meant no harm, Qin Cheng responded warmly, "Yes, we're traveling there. What about you?" Just as the young woman was about to introduce herself, a bodyguard appeared and interrupted. "Miss, the master instructed that you should not talk to strangers." Hearing this, the young woman explained, "This person doesn't look like a bad person." But the bodyguard insisted bad people can look kind too. Seeing the absurd scene in front of him, Feng Gong couldn't help but speak up. "We're both masters. If we were really bad people, do you think your young lady would still be alive?" Hearing this, the grandmaster girl immediately looked at the two of them with admiration. "That's impressive. So you both are masters?" Feng Gong remained indifferent to her reaction. He went straight to the point and asked, "Aren't you here in Lu Cheng for fortune-telling?" Suddenly, the girl was shocked that Feng Gong had guessed her purpose for coming to Lu Cheng so accurately. "How did you know, old man?" Feng Gong spoke in a deep voice. "Of course I know." The conversation between Feng Gong and the girl left Qin Cheng, who was sitting nearby, confused. He had no idea what was going on, so he asked the elderly man sitting next to him, "What's happening?" Feng Gong explained that the master of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination was about to leave seclusion, and all the disciples under him were preparing gifts, including one that was a medicine made with male and female youths as ingredients. They were probably going there to give it as a gift. Upon hearing this, a look of disgust flashed in Qin Cheng's eyes. The Hall of Mysterious Illumination was definitely up to no good. At that moment, the girl excitedly introduced herself. "Hey, big brother, my name is Shen Yimeng. What's your name?" The main character introduced himself as Qin Cheng. Suddenly, Feng Gong, sitting beside him, asked with a serious expression, "Shen Yimeng, are you from the Shen family?" Shen Yimeng cautiously replied, "Yes, that's right." At this point, Feng Gong sighed and said, "No wonder you had to come for fortune-telling." Qin Cheng noticed the strange expression on the old man's face and curiously asked, "Why? What's going on?" Feng Gong sighed and began to explain. That year, the Shen family was considered the richest in the area. Unfortunately, a few years ago, they made some bad investments and had to sell most of their assets. Now, they were no different from an average family. One of the bodyguards added That's why our mission this time is so important. Upon hearing this, Qin Cheng immediately understood everything. With good intentions, he warned them, I advise you all to let go of these thoughts. The Hall of Mysterious Illumination feeds on human flesh and drinks human blood. If you don't want to end up dead, stay away from them. The more Shen Yimeng listened, the darker her expression became. At that moment, Qin Cheng turned to Feng Gong. The old man, seeing this, thought that Qin Cheng was trying to help them, but Qin Cheng quickly dismissed that idea. He calmly said, I came out here to relax, not to save the world. Besides, family matters are the most complicated thing. I don't want to get involved. By the way, is there anything fun happening in Lucheng? Feng Gong, overly excited, responded, You asked the right person. I promise you'll love everything here. Hearing that, Qin Cheng got excited as well. Feng Gong, you really do understand me. Soon enough, the two of them arrived in Lucheng. There, Feng Gong led Qin Cheng to a herbal shop, and Qin Cheng was absolutely delighted. Qin Cheng asked Feng Gong, How did you know about this place? Every herb here is top quality. Feng Gong answered, Once you reach this level, information like this finds its way to me, even if I don't look for it. Without wasting any time, Qin Cheng walked up to the counter, pointed and said, I'll take everything here. The sales clerk, hearing that, sneered and said, Sorry, sir, but we have a policy here. To make a purchase, you need to verify assets with a minimum net worth of at least 1 billion. Please provide something that proves your wealth, like a bank card or property papers. Without saying another word, Qin Cheng tossed her a black card and, holding the pile of medicinal herbs, turned to leave. Feng Gong, who had been observing, noted that the items on display were bad. The sales clerk, seeing the man walk away, was furious, thinking that the card only had a few bucks. But just moments later, she was left gaping at the screen, eyes wide with shock. Holy crap, it was 10 billion. People always say that money can move mountains, and as soon as she realized Qin Cheng was a big spender, the clerk's attitude did a complete 180. Earlier, it was I can see clearly, Mr. Qin, please forgive me, but now it was full of flattery. Qin Cheng wasn't upset by the apology at all. It's fine, just let me know when you have new stock. At that moment, a cocky voice interrupted. Who does this guy think he is? I'll buy everything in this shop today, including whatever he's holding. When the sales clerk saw who it was, she immediately bowed and said, Boss Sa, you're here. But that customer already paid for his items. Boss Sa, still acting arrogantly, pointed at Qin Cheng and demanded, I'll pay 5 times, no, 10 times the price. Hand it over now. Feng Gong, watching this, leaned closer to Qin Cheng and whispered, Mr. Qin, do you need me to handle him? Qin Cheng calmly replied, No rush, let me see how this plays out. Without missing a beat, the main character stepped up to the man from Sa's group and said, The items are mine now. No one's taking them. Boss Sa, visibly annoyed, shot back, You want the stuff or do you want your life? Choose. On the side, Feng Gong stood silently, exuding an air of authority. The henchman immediately sensed the situation and warned his boss, Boss Sa, I think this person is a martial arts master. Boss Sa sighed when he heard that. No wonder they don't take anyone seriously. A moment later, he whispered to his henchman, Go get Mr. Yan here. I'm going to deal with this person today. The henchman reminded him, But doesn't it cost $100 million to call Mr. Yan? Being a wealthy man, Boss Sa wasn't hesitant to pay that amount to bring in Master Yan. At that moment, Boss Sa decided to soften his approach with Qin Cheng and his group. It was all a misunderstanding. Earlier, he said, I acted a bit abruptly. I noticed both of you are cultivators, and tonight there's an auction in a mansion on the outskirts of town. I wonder if you're interested in attending. Feng Gong seemed to read the situation and quietly said to Qin Cheng, Mr. Qin, we should probably decline. This person clearly has bad intentions, but you know how Qin Cheng is. If there's something good to be had, he'll take the chance. So, when Boss Sa made the offer, Qin Cheng quickly agreed, of course. Thank you, Boss Sa, for the invitation. Inside, Boss Sa was filled with hatred, thinking that in no time, Qin Cheng would be beaten senseless and have nowhere to run. Later that evening, in the bustling city of Lucheng, Qin Cheng and Feng Gong arrived at a secret auction. The staff asked them to wear masks for security reasons. Qin Cheng, puzzled, asked as he put on the mask, Why do we need to wear this? Feng Gong explained, It's a private event. There are probably big figures here who don't want to be seen. It's normal for security to be strict. Still confused, Qin Cheng asked, But why am I the wolf? Feng Gong, with a playful tone, replied, Maybe you were the wolf in sheep's clothing. Before long, the entire hall lit up with bright lights on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the underground auction. Without further ado, let's begin with the first item. The host took out an item, and surely everyone has heard of the Snow Lotus of Qin Cheng. Whether for martial arts or medicine, this is the best of the best. In my hands is a 1,000-year-old snow lotus with a starting price of 500,000. The snow lotus of Qin Cheng is incredibly rare, so as soon as the bidding started, someone immediately raised the price to between 800,000 and 2 million. But it wasn't until someone bid 5 million that the entire hall suddenly went quiet. Qin Cheng asked Feng Gong, "So, are you interested?" Feng Gong gestured, "I thought you were the one interested, so I placed the bid." Just when it seemed the snow lotus of Qin Cheng was about to be claimed by Qin Cheng and Feng Gong, a mysterious figure suddenly raised their hand and bid 6 million. The amount was so high that no one else dared to bid. Finally, the host announced, "Congratulations to the winner for securing the item." A moment later, the second item was brought out. The host smiled and signaled, and immediately the doors of the hall were shut, leaving everyone a little confused. Qin Cheng casually guessed, "Are they planning to kill someone?" Feng Gong disagreed. He reminded his companion to stay cautious. At that moment, the female MC stepped forward to calm the crowd. "Please, everyone, don't panic. The next item is extremely precious and extraordinary. To prevent any accidents, I've locked the doors. Please stay calm." With that, the female MC removed her veil, revealing a sword. She explained that the ancient sword came from the distant Changsha Bai mountain range. Though no one knew its exact origins, a murderous aura it emitted was undeniable. Starting price is 10 million. Please place your bids. As soon as Qin Cheng looked at it, he immediately realized something was off with the sword. He mentioned that its murderous aura was very strange. Feng Gong, try focusing your energy into your eyes and take a closer look. Feng Gong carefully examined it and then gave his assessment. With such a strong murderous aura, if this sword fell into the hands of an ordinary person, it could cause massive destruction. Qin Cheng agreed. Exactly. Feng Gong continued, "If we take it, with the two of us together, we can still control it. We'll save whoever we can." Because the sword was so unique, it didn't take long for a crowd to start bidding for it. Many people made excuses, claiming the sword was connected to their family, offering 1 billion, then 2 billion, until the masked man raised the bid to 3 billion and they all paused. Only Qin Cheng's two people were an exception. Feng Gong raised the bid to 4 billion and the masked man immediately increased it to 5 billion. It seemed like he was getting impatient, and then he pulled off his mask and shouted, "Stop fighting me for this, damn it! Who the hell are you? You just want to steal my stuff. Let me tell you, I'm getting this sword no matter what. 8 billion. If you're so brave, then try me." At that moment, the host stepped in. 8 billion. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Congratulations to the new owner. The masked man was none other than Bossa. At that moment, as soon as he realized he had won the sword, he was absolutely thrilled. Bossa believed that the sword was a sacred item. He stepped closer, hugging it as if it were a treasure, unaware that the female MC in the corner was smiling sinisterly. At that moment, Qin Cheng seemed to sense something. The sword suddenly emitted a strong, cold aura around Bossa. As soon as the aura entered him, he instantly began to change. He pulled the sword out, pointing it at the group with a fierce expression. "Everyone will die. No one's escaping." The tip of the sword unintentionally pointed toward Qin Cheng. Fortunately, Feng Gong quickly intervened and chaos erupted in the hall. Everyone realized the man had been possessed by an evil spirit and fear made them scatter in all directions. To protect the crowd, Qin Cheng stepped forward and kicked the sword out of his hand. Feng Gong, seeing this, looked a bit annoyed. "Mr. Qin, didn't I tell you to leave first?" Qin Cheng calmly responded, "Look at your own hand." It turned out that the main character had already noticed the dark energy infecting Feng Gong's hand. "I told you this was a cursed sword, and you still dared to touch it." Feng Gong found those words reasonable. Suddenly, a possessed man wasn't ready to give up. He rushed over, grabbed the sword, and kept shouting, "I'll kill all of you." Seeing this, Qin Cheng kicked the sword up, then grabbed it by the hilt. "Such a weak attack. Where did you learn that? It's cute." Out of nowhere, Feng Gong stammered, "Your hand." At first, the main character didn't understand what he meant, but when he saw his own hand had been tainted by the dark energy, he didn't have time to react before a powerful surge of malevolent energy rushed into him, knocking him unconscious. Qin Cheng's body hummed suspended in the darkness until he heard a voice. "I finally found a strong enough body. The ones I had before were all a joke. 5 minutes of play and it's already broken." Qin Cheng stepped out of the shadows, a smirk on his face. "Xiao Jianling, you finally decided to show up." Hearing the voice, Xiao Jianling was momentarily confused. "Wait, how do you have sea awareness?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed Xiao Jianling's head, freezing him in place. Qin Cheng appeared, smiling wickedly as he faced Xiao Jianling. "Why couldn't I have sea awareness? Isn't that the rule you set up?" Seeing Qin Cheng, Xiao Jianling couldn't believe his eyes. Weren't you just at the nascent soul stage? Qin Cheng stood tall and spoke. The power is right in front of you. Whether you believe it or not, you have to accept it. At this moment, Qin Cheng's expression turned fierce, full of threat. If you don't want to die, you better cooperate. Faced with the pressure from the main character, Xiao Jianling no longer looked smug. He was trembling and quickly agreed. On the other side, Feng Gong was furious. Be the man with the last name Sa. Stop pretending to be dead, go get the sword back. Boss Sa, tortured and stammering, said, I don't know. Just then, Qin Cheng suddenly appeared, teasing them. Been a few minutes, and you two seem to be getting along really well. Seeing Qin Cheng, the man with the last name, sub-jumped, thinking it was a zombie come back to life. Feng Gong, on the other hand, was overjoyed, tears welling up. Mr. Qin, so you're okay. The main character casually twirled his sword like a toy, smiling happily. Of course, I was just having a little chat with whatever's inside that sword. Nothing special. Feng Gong, still in disbelief, asked, Really? You were just talking. At that moment, a sharp blade suddenly flew toward the two of them. Immediately, Qin Cheng and Feng Gong became alert, scanning their surroundings. Before long, countless flying daggers shot toward them, as if aiming for their lives. Fortunately, with Qin Cheng's quick reflexes, he immediately fought back. After a while, a figure appeared. Witnessing Qin Cheng's counterattack, they couldn't help but clap in admiration. He's truly the kind of opponent that would make Boss Say willing to spend a 9-figure sum to hire someone to take him down. He's certainly no pushover, but even so, what's the point of being stronger? It still can't compare to my inner strength as a grandmaster. At this moment, Qin Cheng finally reacted. Had he just thrown a hidden weapon? This throwing dart was quite well made, though it seemed a bit excessive for just an ambush. Suddenly, a person noticed Qin Cheng and his companion. As soon as he saw them, his eyes went wide in recognition. The Golden Core Grandmaster Feng Gong's level. Wait, is that the one who defeated Feng Gong and thwarted Hai Chanhu, the one who can do anything, Qin Cheng? As he spoke, his face turned pale like he'd seen a ghost. The mention of Qin Cheng made Master Yan break into a cold sweat, recalling all the rumors he'd heard. Just then, someone who clearly didn't know any better stepped forward, excitedly pointing at them. Mr. Yan, you finally arrived. It's them. Before he could finish, Master Yan slapped him hard. Are you looking to die? How dare you touch Mr. Qin? After knocking out the troublemaker, Master Yan turned to Qin Cheng and his companion, bowing deeply. Mr. Qin Feng Gong, Boss Sa just returned to the country recently. He can realize how formidable you are. Please show mercy and spare him. Seeing his behavior, Qin Cheng leaned closer to Feng Gong and whispered, Who is this person? Feng Gong shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. With no other option, Qin Cheng stepped forward to explain. It's not about whether I'll show mercy. The sword that Boss Sa auctioned has a sword spirit in it. If this isn't handled properly, the future might not be so safe. The man from the Say family, upon hearing this, refused to back down. He pulled out a piece of cloth and said, This is a family heirloom of mine. It can block all evil spirits and demons. You can trust me with it. At this point, Qin Cheng had no choice but to agree. A moment later, Qin Cheng felt the strange energy coming from the cloth. The scent felt strangely familiar. In an instant, he realized it smelled exactly like the fragrance Chu Seum used. By the time he made the realization, it was already too late. The man had drawn his sword, and immediately after, an evil spirit took over, transforming him. His eyes became wild, and he muttered, Is this what the life of a cultivator is like? With this body, what are Qin Cheng and Feng Gong to me? It turned out that the man had been plotting all along to seize the evil spirit and use it against Qin Cheng, settling old and new scores. Witnessing this scene, Feng Gong's face darkened. That foolish, reckless kid, how come you're still alive? With that, Feng Gong looked at Qin Cheng and said, One must know their own limits. This is something you taught me, but it's just an illusion. It won't fool me. When the vengeful spirit saw Feng Gong, it didn't hold back and let out a wave of killing intent, pressing down on him. I have no use for that old, withered body of yours. Right then, Qin Cheng saw with his own eyes the sword aura growing stronger and muttered, He's getting more and more insane. Feng Gong, staying cautious, warned him, Mr. Qin, be careful. At that moment, Boss Su's murderous aura surged rapidly. He raised his sword toward the group and shouted, That old body of yours, I don't want it. And whether you're lost or not doesn't matter. You're a dead man anyway. He swung his sword down in one swift strike, but it was instantly stopped effortlessly between two fingers by Qin Cheng. Calm and composed, Qin Cheng held the sword in place and said, What's wrong? Already forgot what you said just now? You were going to spare me, remember? Looks like it's my turn to act now. Even while being completely overpowered, Boss Su didn't stop talking back. That was then. This is now. This guy was already a ruthless killer, and now with my help, he's stronger than the nascent soul stage. Killing you will only take a few minutes. As he spoke, the vengeful spirit suddenly realized that his sword was completely useless against Qin Cheng. Why isn't this working? Who the hell are you? Qin Cheng didn't even bother to look at him. Didn't you figure that out earlier? Juji, the vengeful spirit, suddenly grew terrified and admitted, you reached the nascent soul stage and already have a sea of consciousness? I was wrong. I really messed up this time. Please, I'm begging you. Spare me. Without another word, Qin Cheng crushed the sword in his hand with a single squeeze. No hesitation at all. Feng Gong turned to Qin Cheng and said, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid the ones pulling the strings behind all this are from the Hall of Mysterious Illumination. Qin Cheng thought for a moment, then replied, yeah, that perfume. It's definitely something they used during their cultivation. Do you remember those two people we met on the plane? The Hall of Mysterious Illumination has reached this far. It means there are many more victims. Feng Gong Juji asked, things have gotten this serious and you're not thinking of stepping in, are you? Qin Cheng smiled and said, so many lives are at stake. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, there was a strange sound, like something being pieced back together. Juji looked startled. Qin Cheng, curious, asked, what was that noise? Feng Gong's eyes widened in surprise as he looked in a certain direction. Mr. Qin, that sword, it's whole again. It looks completely new. Feng Gong was astonished. Didn't you just shatter it into pieces? How's it back together? Qin Cheng rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I see. Once the hatred and darkness are removed from the heart, only then can true power be released. So when it comes to putting an end to the Hall of Mysterious Illumination, I guess you deserve some credit too. Then Qin Cheng picked up the sword and slung it over his shoulder, ready to head out. Meanwhile, at a temple somewhere, Shen Yimeng was sitting with a Taoist priest, having her fortune told. Curious, she asked, Master, can you read the fate of the Shen family for me? The priest paused in thought, then took her hand. He said the Shen family's luck would hold for at least 3 more years, but she would have to offer something in return. Shen Yimeng looked confused. What kind of offering? He gave her a strange look, then after thinking for a moment, forced a smile and said, just 1 drop of your blood. Would you be willing? Shen Yimeng, innocent and trusting, said, of course, I'm willing. He saw that she had agreed, so he said, all right. Then he pointed to the side and invited her to go over there, saying someone inside the room would take care of her. Shen Yimeng politely bowed her head and thanked him. Thank you, Master. As Shen Yimeng walked past, her bodyguard immediately tried to follow, but the man stepped forward and blocked him. Sir, please stop, the bodyguard said anxiously. This won't do. I'm her bodyguard. I must stay by her side. Suddenly, the so-called master's expression changed. His kind and gentle smile disappeared. His face turned cold and terrifying as he struck and killed the bodyguard with a single blow. Afterward, he said with disdain, you're not worthy of following her. Shen Yimeng had no idea that the bodyguard who had come with her had just been killed behind her. At that moment, she was happily thinking to herself, this is wonderful. My family's future is saved. A few hours later, a voice echoed from inside the temple. The great sage reads your fate. 5 UN per session. Qin Cheng and Feng Gong were climbing up to Juji Temple. Qin Cheng commented, I can't believe people still fall for this stuff in the 21st century. Then again, when people hit rock bottom, they'll turn to praying and seeking divine help. It's kind of sad, really. Seeing the long line ahead, Feng Gong sighed and said, no choice. We'll have to line up first. Qin Cheng nodded and replied, yeah, with so many people around, it's not the right time to act. We'll wait our turn. 2 hours later, the Taoist priest took Qin Cheng's hand and suddenly looked alarmed. Young man, things aren't looking good for you. If you don't stay at the temple tonight to cleanse your mind and spirit, I'm afraid something bloody is going to happen to you soon. Qin Cheng pretended to be shocked and played along. Really? That bad? Are you sure, Master? Is your reading accurate? He put on a mysterious look and said, sincerity moves the spirits. Get it? Qin Cheng smiled and replied, if your heart is really that sincere, why not draw a fortune for yourself? He looked confused and asked, why would I do that? I'm not crazy. Qin Cheng calmly said, if you don't try divining your luck, how will you avoid the bloodshed that's coming today? Hearing that, the man was stunned. Who? Who are you? Qin Cheng replied coolly, Qin Cheng. The man suddenly jumped up and shouted, I've got nothing to do with Hai Chan Yu's business. If you want to settle scores, don't come after me. The stewards of the Hall of Mysterious Illumination are all inside. I'll take you to them. Seeing that the man was being sensible, Qin Cheng agreed cheerfully. All right, lead the way. The 3 of them walked past a crowd outside who had just had their fortunes told. Nearby, 2 people were chatting like a couple of fools. That master is something else. Told me I'd get rich on November 11. Said I should just wait at home. Ha ha ha. Stay here. He told me I'd marry a foreign woman. This Juji guy is really something. After a long walk, Qin Cheng started to complain. We've been walking for over an hour. Why are we there yet? The Taoist priest Yuji said, almost there, almost there. Just up ahead. Feng Gong felt something shady about the priest. He leaned close to Qin Cheng and whispered, Mr. Qin, the hall of mysterious illumination is full of tricks. Better stay on guard. Qin Cheng replied calmly, yeah, I know, but we're only halfway up the mountain. They probably can't pull anything here. We can't just blow up the road. Feng Gong immediately said, you better stop talking. The Taoist walking ahead had a scheming look on his face and thought to himself, humph, these two clueless fools. Let's see how I end them. As Qin Cheng was walking, a sudden flash of purple light made him stop in his tracks. The Taoist suddenly shouted, mysterious mountain guard array, activate. Feng Gong quickly stepped forward, shielding Qin Cheng and pulling him back. He said with concern, Mr. Qin, be careful. The Taoist then unleashed a formation that summoned countless purple insects. He smirked and said, kid, you dare to mess with a hall of mysterious illumination? You're asking to die. He frowned and glared at the two of them. If I kill you both, I'll finally become the Grand Elder. Feng Gong stayed calm. While casting a spell, he said, you think these worthless bugs can stop me? Keep dreaming. With that, he struck the swarm with his blade of killing intent, shattering them instantly. But the insects quickly reformed and flew at him again. Surprised, Feng Gong said, what's going on? The Taoist sneered, your blade may be strong, but it's useless against these insects. Now it's my turn. He snapped his fingers, and the swarm rushed forward like a whirlwind, wrapping around Feng Gong's arm before he could react. Ha! The Taoist said coldly, if I let you two escape, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the ancient insect clan? Feng Gong suddenly felt a sharp crack in his arm, followed by intense pain, like a swarm of bugs gnawing at his flesh. Terrified, he cried out, my arm, my arm. At that moment, a flash of light appeared. Qin Cheng leaped forward with his sword, slicing through the swarm of insects, and along with them, Feng Gong's arm. Quickly, he wrapped the wound tightly and said, full of remorse, I'm sorry, Feng Gong. If I hadn't cut off your arm in time, the dark energy would have taken over your whole body. Not even the most powerful immortal could have saved you then. Despite the pain, Feng Gong didn't complain or show anger. He gritted his teeth and said, thank you, Mr. Qin. Off to the side, a Taoist priest sneered and said, oh, looks like this kid knows a thing or two. So what? This mountain has already been refined by me. As long as we're inside it, I'm invincible. He arrogantly pointed at Qin Cheng's face and added, you really think you can beat me? The priest ranted madly, even if you've reached the nascent soul stage, so what? Even someone in the soul transformation realm wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on my head. Just as he was boasting confidently, he suddenly froze. What? Qin Cheng, sword in hand, soared through the air in a single leap and sliced the priest's swarm of insects to pieces. Watching his creatures get shredded to bits, the priest stammered, this. Landing gently, Qin Cheng said calmly, your bugs are impressive, I'll give you that. No wonder the Hall of Mysterious Illumination has lasted this long. It clearly has some real power behind it. By now, the shredded remains of the bugs were scattered across the ground. Suddenly, the Taoist priest burst into loud laughter. Of course, the Hall of Mysterious Illumination hasn't been around for hundreds of years for nothing. We have 256 species of venomous insects alone. I'm nothing compared to the Grand Elders above me. They're even. Before he could finish, Qin Cheng interrupted. Still, after living that long, don't you guys ever get tired of it? They keep spreading these filthy parasites. It only pollutes the air. Seeing Qin Cheng performing some kind of spell, the man grew nervous and said, don't come any closer. What? What are you trying to do? Qin Cheng frowned and said, can't you figure it out? Didn't I tell you before? As for you, today's not your lucky day. Someone's going to bleed. Hearing that, Juji immediately shouted, get him, my little bugs. A cloud of black insects swarmed toward Qin Cheng like a dark fog. Juji saw that Qin Cheng wasn't moving and smirked, thinking, scared now, huh? Frozen in place already. But Qin Cheng calmly raised his sword, formed a spell with 2 fingers and said, so, who's really afraid here? Juji watched in shock as his swarm of insects was completely destroyed with a single slash. He instantly realized how powerful Qin Cheng's sword was. If I get hit by that thing, he thought, there's no way I'll survive. I better run for it. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Humph, you think I'm scared of you? Just stand there and enjoy your moment because in the end, you're the one who's going to lose. As he pushed himself to run up the steps, Qin Cheng spoke in a cold voice. Oh, really? Juji glanced back, confused. What? Before he could say another word, Qin Cheng struck him down with one swing of his sword. Trash like you doesn't deserve to live. When Feng Gong saw Qin Cheng walking over, he called out, "Qin, Mr. Qin." Qin Cheng gently knelt down, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Feng Gong, how are you feeling now?" Feng Gong hesitated and said, "I'm fine, just afraid I won't be able to help you any more in the future." Qin Cheng gave a comforting smile. "Don't worry about that right now, as long as you're okay. That's what matters." Feng Gong also smiled and said, "Ha, I'm already at this age. It's a bit embarrassing, really." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Help!" The two of them looked up in the direction of the sound. Qin Cheng said it came from over there. At that moment, in a dark underground chamber, someone screamed, "Help me. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything about Juji, just don't kill me." A woman in a cloak stepped closer to two trembling girls and said coldly, "Not killing you? Fine." She grabbed the green-haired girl by the head and yanked her up. The girl, terrified, begged, "I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die." The woman replied icily, "That's not your decision to make." Shen Yimeng, standing nearby in shock, cried out, "Wait, what are you doing?" The woman laughed loudly, then drained the life force from the green-haired girl. Shen Yimeng was so horrified by the scene that she burst into tears. Tossing the body aside, the woman said to Shen Yimeng, "If you don't die, someone else has to. One way or another, everyone dies eventually. You better accept it now." Suddenly, Juji felt a tremor from outside. She immediately turned and asked her subordinate, "What's going on?" He replied, "It looks like someone's broken through the mountain defense formation. I'll go check." As she turned to leave, a voice suddenly echoed behind her. "No need." Qin Cheng stood at the doorway with a sword in hand blocking the entrance. She shouted angrily, "Who the hell dares to ruin our perfect plan?" Shen Yimeng, who was crying, looked up and saw it was Qin Cheng. Her tears flowed even harder. Who? Brother." Qin Cheng spoke coldly. "You call this a perfect plan?" Juji, recognizing a voice, suddenly realized, Qin Cheng, you were supposed to die at the underground auction." Huff. Qin Cheng slowly stepped inside and said, "So if this is what you're doing, then I guess I should thank you." She crossed her fingers and began casting a spell, snorting, "We hadn't even started hunting you down and you've already come knocking. You insects, this is the perfect time. Avenge Elder Hai Chan Hu." Immediately, 6 people moved into position at 6 points, forming a hexagram-shaped circle around Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng mocked, "Revenge? You talk like Juji died some glorious death, but with just you guys, you don't even qualify." In an instant, Qin Cheng flashed from spot to spot, swiftly striking down each person with his sword. Furious, she pulled a dagger from her chest and muttered, "I didn't think he'd be this strong. Looks like I'll have to use that." Qin Cheng glanced at her and thought, couldn't they still be hiding something? Suddenly, she stabbed herself in the chest with the dagger. Despite the pain, she forced herself to chant a spell. "Dark essence awaken, my will defies the heavens. Blood binds the path. Return to your master." As she finished, countless streams of energy surged into the stone statue nearby. The swirling energy was slowly being absorbed by the stone statue. Watching this, Qin Cheng was stunned. There was actually something inside the statue. Once the energy was completely drained, the outer layer of the stone cracked open, revealing a grotesque figure within. The person inside took a deep breath and suddenly said, "It's been so long since I breathed fresh air. Someone bring me a few healthy boys and girls." When he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Cheng standing there, staring at him. He looked surprised. "Oh." Looking around at the scattered corpses of his comrades, his expression twisted with rage as he lunged forward. You killed them?" Qin Cheng asked calmly. "I call that cleansing evil for the people." The man snarled, slashing at him in fury. "Then you can die too," Qin Cheng replied as he raised his sword to block. The man leaped back and said coldly, "Too slow." Then he launched a powerful strike that sent Qin Cheng flying. Although Qin Cheng tried to block it with his sword, he couldn't withstand the force and was slammed into the wall. When the man vanished again, Qin Cheng closed his eyes, focused his energy, then opened them, now glowing with a different color. Beloved, the white-haired man jumped up and slashed at him. Qin Cheng dodged just in time. "You're the first one who's ever dodged that move," the man said. While dodging, Qin Cheng kept thinking, "This guy's way too fast." Suddenly, the man charged straight at him and threw a heavy punch. Qin Cheng couldn't block it and collapsed to one knee, using his sword just to stay upright. That kind of speed was clearly inhuman. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Cheng made his decision. He would use the golden dragon true form. He slammed his fists together, stood tall, and activated the technique. It would only last for 2 minutes, but in this moment, he had no choice. He had to use it. There was no room for holding back. The man with a fierce look and white hair approached Qin Cheng and said, "Oh, could it be that you carry dragon blood?" He licked his lips, eyes filled with interest. Then your body must be rich in energy. Qin Cheng and Ju Ji grew angry. If you're so confident, why would you come at us? Qin Cheng threw the first punch, but the man casually tilted his head to dodge. As Qin Cheng continued to strike in frustration, he muttered, "This is frustrating. I can't land a hit." Unfazed, the man chuckled and dodged with ease. Quite the fierce spirit. He stepped closer and said, "Your punches are powerful, but if they don't connect, they're meaningless." Breathing heavily, Qin Cheng thought to himself, "This isn't working. It's draining too much energy. I need to focus on saving Shen Yimeng first." The man picked up an electric cable and said, "Running out of moves already? What a letdown." Electric cable. Qin Cheng's eyes lit up. This could work. Suddenly, he shouted, "Shen Yimeng, get everyone out of here now." He thought to himself, "The Hall of Mysterious Illumination has caused enough harm. I don't need to hold back anymore." Gripping a talisman tightly, Qin Cheng told himself, "I should have used this sooner. Don't blame me for being firm." The silver-haired man swung the cable and said, "I thought you were something extraordinary. Turns out, you're just another beginner in the nascent soul stage. Watch this, my way of honoring those who've fallen." Qin Cheng ignored what he said and focused on casting a spell that shot a bolt of golden lightning at him. He collapsed to the ground and angrily cursed, "Damn it, you really shocked me. You're gonna pay for this." Qin Cheng raised 2 fingers, sparks crackling between them, and said coldly, "We're not done yet." He pointed at the man again, and another burst of lightning exploded on impact. Seeing that, Qin Cheng finally said, "That should do it." The man lay face down on the ground, trembling as he stammered, You, damn." Qin Cheng mocked from the side, "What's wrong?" Can't even finish a sentence. Then his tone turned serious. "Don't blame me for not giving you time for last words." He gathered energy in his hands, and behind him, a golden dragon silhouette appeared. It charged forward and punched the man squarely. In pain, the man cried out, "Damn, I just got out of here for 5 minutes and already got wiped out. What kind of tragic boss am I supposed to be?" Shen Yimeng, hiding behind Qin Cheng, peeked out and nervously asked, Is he dead?" Qin Cheng replied, "He used a forbidden spell to come back to life. Right now, he's just been sent back again." Only then did Shen Yimeng understand and softly said, "So that's what it was." After walking out of the cave, Qin Cheng stepped outside. He clenched his fist, thinking, "Now that I've reached the nascent soul stage, the wounding fist has gotten a lot stronger. That dragon really did help after all." Suddenly, Shen Yimeng ran up to him with a shy expression and said, "Brother, I really want to thank you for today." Before she could get any closer, Qin Cheng casually blocked her with one hand and answered a phone call with the other. "Fang Gong? What's up?" "Huh?" "Steward Fang is at the base of the mountain." When he got down the mountain, Fang Jingji was already waiting. "Xiao Qin, you had a tough fight. That last battle wasn't easy at all. Go get some rest. We'll take care of the rest." Qin Cheng smirked and said sarcastically, "I bet you've been sitting here a while, just waiting to take the credit, huh?" Suddenly remembering something, Qin Cheng looked around and said, "Wait, we haven't talked about this yet. Where's Fang Gong? Is he okay?" Fang Jingjia let out a soft sigh. His life's not in danger, but his arm couldn't be saved. They'll have to amputate. Qin Cheng's face fell with guilt. "It's all my fault. If I had acted sooner, he wouldn't have to suffer like this." Fang Jingji patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Don't blame yourself too much." Watching the rescued girls coming out safely, Qin Cheng said with emotion, "The Hall of Mysterious Illumination is ruthless. So many families have been destroyed because of them, and countless people hate them to the core. This time, you guys really did a good thing." Just then, Shen Yimeng stepped forward holding a handmade flower wreath. "Big brother, we all made this together. We want to give it to you and the old man to thank you both for saving us." Qin Cheng was touched and at a loss for words. "All of you." Shen Yimeng shyly handed him a piece of paper. "Could we maybe get your name and phone number? We want to thank you properly." Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the paper away. With a cold snort, the person ripped it into shreds and snapped harshly. "If you had half a brain, you wouldn't have been caught in the first place. My advice? Go home and take a basic self-defense class instead of daydreaming all day." Shocked by Xiao Dai's blunt words, Shen Yimeng turned red with embarrassment and burst into tears before running off. "That was too much," Qin Cheng said in surprise, staring at Xiao Dai. "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" Xiao Dai frowned. "What, not happy to see me?" Qin Cheng forced a smile and squinted his eyes playfully. "Of course I'm happy. 2 thumbs up." Xiao Dai finally let out a satisfied huff. "That's more like it." Then she suddenly asked, "Suwon still isn't back yet." Qin Cheng let out a quiet sigh and said gloomily, "At this pace, I have no idea when I'll see Suwon again." Just then, Fang Jingji walked over with a smile and said, "That's actually the second reason I came." Qin Cheng replied, wasn't it just to take credit? Fang Jingji continued, Ju Ji said your training has hit a plateau. I've arranged a friendly martial arts match in the capital with some up-and-coming young fighters. They're not as strong as Su Yu, but they've each got their own style. So, want to go learn a thing or two? Qin Cheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course. Thank you, Supervisor Fang. Fang Jingji laughed heartily. I knew you'd be into this. Xiao Dai, standing nearby, jumped in. I want to go too. I want to go. I want to go. If you don't let me come, I'll go on a hunger strike, run away from home, and never come back. Fang Jingji looked worried. That's not going to work. Qin Cheng is going there for work, not a vacation. Xiao Dai shot back. So what? I still want to go. Fang Jingji gave Qin Cheng an awkward look. Qin Cheng, what do you think? Xiao Dai put on her best puppy dog eyes and pleaded pleads. I know you're the nicest. Qin Cheng stood silent, thinking. In his mind, two voices argued. The angel said, Xiao Dai stays home all day. It'd be nice to take her out for a bit. The devil grinned and added, exactly. And once you're there, spend some time with her. The two sides were evenly matched. Qin Cheng didn't know what to decide. The angel suddenly said, what are you thinking? Do you even realize how much older you are? You're her older brother. The demon replied, so what? As long as I'm happy. Nothing else matters. The angel couldn't stand it and angrily smacked the demon on the head. Damn bastard. How can you think such disgusting thoughts? Someone like you belongs in hell. The angel won the battle, so Qin Cheng smiled and said to Fang Jingji, Manager Fang, don't worry. I'll definitely protect Xiao Dai. Fang Jingji let out a sigh of relief and said, all right, then make sure you take care of her. Xiao Dai listened to what Qin Cheng says, okay. Xiao Dai rolled her eyes and tugged on Qin Cheng's sleeve. Yeah, you got it. You talk too much, old man. Before they left, Qin Cheng held out his hand and said quietly to him, don't worry, everything will be fine. The scene shifts to Dragon Sea Mountain a few days later, a little to the left. Yes, that's right, left side. Xiao Dai was sitting on the railing and said, Qin Cheng, why are you so clueless? You don't even know how to plant vegetables. She jumped down and snapped, move out of the way. Qin Cheng was covered in mud from head to toe, staring at Xiao Dai confused. She walked over, rolled up her sleeves, and said, planting vegetables doesn't just take skill. You need heart too. How can you grow anything like this? You have to be like me, serious and determined with real intention. She hugged the little sprouts and said, once you guys grow up, I'm going to give you to Sister Suwan to eat. So hurry up and grow big. Okay. After scattering the wobbly, crooked sprouts, Qin Cheng remarked, looks like your heart wasn't really in it. Xiao Dai shot back, huff, that was just a fluke. It's all your fault. Who told you to start growing plants out of nowhere? Qin Cheng replied gently, these aren't just plants. These are my precious medicinal herbs. Dragon Sea Mountain is a special place, blessed by nature and rich with spiritual energy. Honestly, calling this spot a spirit guiding formation isn't an exaggeration. With soil this sacred, we might be able to grow some rare spiritual herbs, maybe even something as powerful as the fire spirit herb. Then he clenched his fist, full of resolve, and said, no matter how tough today is, it'll be worth it. Xiao Dai, doubtful of his skills, figured he might never grow anything at all in his lifetime. She let out a small fake cough and said, Qin Cheng, we're leaving tomorrow. What do you think of this outfit? Seeing how revealing her outfit was, Qin Cheng shouted, oh my god, where did you even get that? Go change right now. He quickly grabbed a towel to cover her up, clearly panicking. If Mr. Fang sees you like this, he'll skin me alive. Xiao Dai pouted and teased, all right, you're such a Juji. Cut to a grand hall in the capital. Xiao Chuan looked up at the building in awe and said, this place is insanely luxurious. Xiao Chuan looked at Xiao Chuan and asked with curiosity, why are you here too? Xiao Chuan looked surprised and replied, I'm a martial artist too. My master came to join the martial arts conference. Doesn't that make perfect sense? But you, on the other hand, what's a girl doing in a place like this? That's what doesn't add up. Xiao Dai Juji got angry when she heard that and snapped. What did you just say? Suddenly, someone walking by bumped hard into her arm. She glared and shouted, who are you? Did you forget your eyes at home or something? The man, with a cigarette in his mouth, turned around and said coldly, whose daughter is this? So rude. Doesn't even know who I am. Xiao Dai looked him over and then laughed. Oh, you're that Mr. 3 or Mr. 4 or whatever who always comes to our house for tea, right? My dad said your family couldn't find the right person, so you asked Qin Cheng to help out. Is that right? When the man realized she hit the nail on the head, he pretended to be mysterious, raising a finger to his lips. Keep it down. Are you Mr. Fang's daughter? This man was Bu Se, part of the martial arts conference's organizing committee, someone who loved money and flattery a little too much. Xiao Dai tossed her hair proudly and said, "Yeah, who else would I be?" He had no choice but to play nice and flatter her. "No wonder you're Xiao Dai. You really do have a special glow about you. That guy next to you, is he Qin Cheng?" As he spoke, he pointed over at Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan blinked confused. "Me?" Xiao Dai ran over and wrapped her arms around Qin Cheng's arm. "This is the real Qin Cheng. You guys have been in martial arts for ages. How could you not recognize someone this strong?" Gusai looked Qin Cheng over, then said with disdain, "Strong? He's got no muscles, no presence. His clothes look like something you buy for a few dozen yuan off the street. Director Fang has worked in security for years. Has he completely lost his judgment? Where did he even find someone like this?" Xiao Dai shouted angrily, "How can you talk like that?" Suddenly, another man stepped forward and said arrogantly, "Am I wrong? Everyone says Director Fang Jingji from the Security Bureau has a sharp eye for talent, but clearly that's just a rumor. This guy's not only scrawny, he doesn't even have much inner strength. Master Gu, good thing you found out in time. If we really pin our hopes on him, we become a laughingstock." The speaker was none other than Master Guo, one of the top masters of the 10 Dragon sect, a prominent figure who had returned from abroad and created a new martial arts school blending techniques from both East and West. Xiao Dai, worked up, was about to charge forward, but Qin Cheng held her back with a hand on her shoulder. He smiled and said, "I'm just someone Director Fang decided to support. Even if it comes down to a fight, we're not going to lose just because of a few words." Seeing how confident and playful the two young ones were, Master Guo was so furious he couldn't even speak. Just then, Xiao Dai suddenly said, "How about this? We can argue all day and get nowhere. Since we're at the martial arts conference, why don't we just fight it out? Whoever wins gets to speak their mind." Husai hesitated and said, "But the matches haven't started yet. It wouldn't be proper." Xiao Dai shot him a look. "What's so improper? My dad's one of the organizers. What I say is what he says. What, you got a problem with that?" He faltered, unsure how to respond. Xiao Dai added sharply, "Don't act like you got something more to say." Suddenly, Master Gu leaped onto the stage and said, "Rules are made to be broken. Since the match hasn't started yet, it's a good time to broaden the horizons of this frog stuck at the bottom of a well." He pointed his fan at Qin Cheng and arrogantly introduced himself, "Deng Lu, 18th generation heir of the Deng family, one of the grandmasters of the 10 Dragon sect. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Xiao Dai looked at Qin Cheng and urged him, "Come on, Qin Cheng. You go up there too. Show him what respect really means." Qin Cheng reluctantly agreed, all right. Just then, Xiao Chuan ran over, bowed, and said, "Wait, Master, let me take this match for you." Qin Cheng was surprised. "You?" Xiao Dai added, "We're counting on you." Xiao Chuan responded with confidence, "After all this time training with you, Master, it's about time I show what I've learned, right?" Qin Cheng sighed. Both of them were the same. "All right, just be careful." Xiao Chuan rushed toward the stage. "Thank you, Master, for letting me fight." He stepped forward, clasped his hands respectfully, and introduced himself. "My name is Su Xiao Chuan, first-generation disciple of the Qin family, senior disciple of the Qin clan. Pleased to learn from you." Deng Lu scoffed with disdain. "You, a piece of trash like you dares to talk big in front of a grandmaster like me? What do you think you are? Who gave you the guts?" Xiao Chuan looked confused and asked, "Why would you say that?" "I'm the senior disciple of the Qin family. Why wouldn't I be somebody? If I'm really nothing like you say, then doesn't that make you nothing too? If neither of us is anything, then we're both nothing. So by insulting me, you're insulting everyone. Are you even human? You've got no martial ethics." After getting scolded by Xiao Chuan, Deng Lu stood there, confused and dazed. Xiao Dai, sweating nervously off stage, hesitated and said, "Qin Cheng, is your disciple out of his mind? Why is he preaching to his opponent in the middle of a fight?" Qin Cheng looked like he was used to it. "Yeah, that's just how he is. I'm used to it." He thought to himself, so this is that art of trash talking he keeps going on about. Once Deng Lu snapped out of it, he clenched his teeth and growled, "You almost had me spinning in circles, kid. This is a martial arts match, not a debate." With that, he stomped hard on the ground, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that forced Xiao Chuan to step back and shield himself. Seeing Deng Lu rush at him with a punch, Xiao Chuan quickly dodged to the side. "Whoa, so aggressive," Deng Lu said, clearly surprised. "You dodged that one. Let's see how you handle this." With that, Deng Lu launched himself into the air and aimed a kick straight at Xiao Chuan's head. Xiao Chuan swiftly ducked down, explaining, "That was close. I almost didn't dodge it in time." Sliding back a few feet, Deng Lu frowned and thought to himself, How is this happening? My moves are a mix of Eastern and Western techniques. How can he dodge them so easily? Could it be that this kid can predict my attacks? No way. After evading 2 of Deng Lu's strikes, Xiao Chuan happily waved toward Qin Cheng from the stage and proudly said, "Master, did you see that? Haven't I improved a lot?" Qin Cheng angrily said, "What's the point of just dodging? Just fight him already. Take it seriously. That's all you need to do." Xiao Chuan tried to put on a serious face. From behind, Gu Sai shouted at Deng Lu, "Hey, the other side's attacking. Can you at least act serious?" Deng Lu snapped back, "Serious? I am serious." But just as he turned his head, Xiao Chuan suddenly flew at him and kicked him straight in the face. With a fierce look, Xiao Chuan shouted, "Take that." The kick sent Deng Lu sprawling backward, blood gushing from his nose. The crowd below roared, "Master Deng's down." Seeing this, Xiao Chuan confidently wiped his nose and said to himself, "Still got it." Suddenly, Qin Cheng shouted, "Xiao Chuan, watch out." Xiao Chuan didn't even have time to react before a hand grabbed him by the throat and squeezed hard. Shocked, the young man froze as Deng Lu gripped his neck tightly and said with a cold voice, "You think landing a lucky hit makes you something special? You're just some no-name kid. You're not even worthy to be compared to the 10 Dragon Sect." With that, he threw Xiao Chuan hard to the side and sneered, "You're just a wet-behind-the-ears brat. Go back to wherever you came from." Watching from below the stage, Qin Cheng grew worried. This isn't good. Xiao Chuan's nowhere near Deng Lu's level. If this keeps up, something bad's going to happen. Just then, Xiao Dai pointed to the stage and shouted, "Brother Qin Cheng, look!" What is that? By now, Deng Lu had formed a sword of spiritual energy. He raised it high and said, "Now die." He lunged at Xiao Chuan, and a huge explosion followed. Smoke, dust, and debris flew everywhere. But from within the smoke, Deng Lu suddenly froze stunned. What's going on? A figure emerged from the haze. Qin Cheng, standing tall, though his form was still blurred by the smoke. He said calmly, "The 10 Dragon Sect, huh? No wonder it's got such a big name. To treat a teenager so cruelly, how heartless." He sneered and said, "So what if I kill him? Trash like this, our 10 Dragon Sect has more than enough. But a pair of garbage like you two, you're a perfect match." Qin Cheng replied calmly, "So what?" The man looked confused, not understanding. Huh? Before he could react, Qin Cheng launched a flurry of punches straight into him. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was hit. Qin Cheng's fists were harder than steel. Deng Lu took blow after blow until he collapsed, badly beaten and unconscious on the ground. The crowd below shouted, "Master Deng lost. He lost." While Qin Cheng casually dusted off his hands, Juji Xiao Dai was crying, "I'm sorry, Master. I couldn't win." Qin Cheng walked over and gently patted the boy's back to comfort him. "It's okay. We'll train more and win next time." Suddenly, Vusai rushed over, flashing a fake smile. "Mr. Qin." He rubbed his hands together and said, "I'd like to invite you to represent Qin Cheng in the martial arts tournament. What do you think? We can talk compensation. How about I offer you 2 shares of the tournament prize? No, 3. Think about it." Qin Cheng stood up and replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested in money." Vusai quickly raised his hand. Okay. How about more? 5 shares. Does that work?" "No. 6 shares and that's final," Qin Cheng said coldly as he waved his hand. "I won't take part in a tournament that's all about money and has no true martial spirit." "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Dai, let's go." The 2 kids giggled as they teased Vusai before leaving. "Goodbye, big shot. We've been wanting to leave for a while now. Brother Qin Cheng, where are we going next for fun?" Watching Qin Cheng and his group walk away, the people nearby started whispering and quickly followed them. "They're gone, finally gone." That was terrifying. "I lost from the very beginning. What's the point of watching any more?" Seeing this, Vusai suddenly shouted, trying to stop them. "Hey, don't leave. The best part is still coming." But no matter what he said, everyone kept leaving, one after another, until he was left standing there all alone, stunned and defeated. "It's over, completely over," he muttered in despair. "I invested hundreds of millions. How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors?" Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Yes, this was all Qin Cheng's fault. All of it. If I file a complaint against him first, I can pin this disaster on him. That way, I won't have to take the fall. Brilliant. Just as he was happily scribbling in his notebook, a beam of light shot straight through him. Deng Lu, struggling to lift his head, looked up in panic and cried out, "Master." The woman looked down coldly and said, "Don't call me master. I'm ashamed of you." Terrified, Deng Lu dropped to his knees and begged, "Master, I was wrong. I'm useless. Let me make it up to you. I'll take care of Qin Cheng." Before he could finish, the woman scolded him sharply. "Are you stupid? You couldn't beat him when you were still healthy. How are you going to beat him now that you're injured? Dang Lu trembled and asked, then what should I do? The woman dressed in a purple robe and hat smiled slightly and said, simple. Just find some people to hold him off for a while. I'll settle this score for you. That man is the leader of the Qinglong sect, a martial arts grandmaster, Ju Ji. Hearing the name Ju Ji, Dang Lu bowed his head. Thank you, master. Ju Ji smiled with interest and said, I'm actually curious. What's so special about this boy the Su family is searching for? Right now, on a bustling street lit up with sparkling lights, Xiao Chuan and Xiao Dai were walking together when the little girl suddenly looked annoyed. She covered her ears, trying to block out the loud growling coming from Xiao Chuan's stomach. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and snapped. What? Have you not eaten in weeks? Your stomach sounds like thunder. Do you not have money to eat, or what? Xiao Chuan replied glumly. I eat a lot, and the restaurants around here all look expensive. Maybe we should skip it. I'll just drink a lot of water back at the hotel. Xiao Dai, try to bear with it a little. Hearing that, Xiao Dai softened her voice and said gently, Are they really that expensive? It's not even over 100 yuan per person. Just then, Qin Cheng gently patted her head and said softly, Xiao Dai, everyone has their own struggles. Something that feels easy to you might be out of reach for someone else. Xiao Dai blinked in surprise. Brother Qin? Qin Cheng laughed and said, but today it's my treat. You can order whatever you want. Don't hold back, okay? The two kids lit up with joy. Really? In that case. Xiao Chuan pointed to a food stall nearby. How about that one? Qin Cheng looked at the street stall and thought to himself, I know Xiao Chuan is trying to help me save money, but Xiao Dai was raised in a privileged environment. She probably won't like such a simple place. This won't do. I need to figure something out. While Qin Cheng was still hesitating, Xiao Dai cheerfully chimed in, Sure, that sounds great. Xiao Dai said excitedly, I've wanted to try this for so long, but my dad insisted the place was dirty and wouldn't let me go. Still, the smell coming from it was amazing. It had to be delicious. A few minutes later, at the grilled skewer stall, Xiao Dai was holding 2 stacks of skewers, her mouth full of juicy meat. Moved, she said. I can't believe food like this exists. Qin, what's this called? Qin Cheng looked at the 2 skewers, hesitated, and thought to himself, can I really tell her what it is? After a moment, he spoke up and said, yes, this is a treasure and most prized part of the goat. Innocently, Xiao Dai replied, oh, no wonder it tastes so good. By the way, Qin Cheng asked, did you go visit Su Wan before? Didn't she make grilled skewers for you too? Oh, was it the same flavor? Xiao Dai thought for a moment and said, no, not quite. She said she'd never actually tried it herself, just tried to make something similar. It probably wasn't as good as the real thing, but I think she was being modest. Even without ever tasting it, she made it taste that close. If she actually tried the real one, then wouldn't it be? Noticing Qin Cheng quietly calling out Su Wan's name with a sad look, Xiao Dai froze, then blamed herself. Qin, I didn't mean to bring up Su Wan and make you sad. Qin Cheng smiled and reassured her. It's okay, really. Sorry for making you worry, but I have a feeling your Su Wan will be back very soon. Really? Xiao Dai asked right away. He smiled and nodded. Really? Suddenly, 2 bald guys walked up from outside and slapped Qin Cheng on the shoulder. Hey, what are you eating here? Why'd you buy so many kidneys? Planning a big night to boost your manhood? Xiao Dai jumped up angrily and shouted, Who said you could touch our stuff? Get lost now. The 2 guys chuckled and said, Oh, scary. This little girl's got a temper. But still, suddenly he stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Dai's hand tightly, startling her. What are you doing? He said, running his fingers over her hand, and remarked with a sigh, Wow, your skin is so soft, and this waist, so delicate. Xiao Dai snapped, Let go of me. Don't touch me. At that moment, Qin Cheng finally spoke up. It's broad daylight, and you're putting your hands on a girl. That's not okay. The 2 bald men looked confused. Who's this punk? Qin Cheng slammed his hand on the table and said coldly, I'm her brother. Out of nowhere, a group of security guards appeared, pointing their guns at Xiao Chuan's head, threatening him. Don't move, one of them warned. If you so much as twitch, I'll shoot him. Terrified, Xiao Chuan cried out, Master. Qin Cheng raised his hands, trying to calm things down. Let's talk this out, he said calmly, though inside he was furious. Damn it, he thought. If I wasn't worried about Xiao Dai and Xiao Chuan getting hurt, I would have already beaten these guys to a pulp. The 2 bald men sneered arrogantly. What's there to talk about? How can anyone stay calm right now? One of them gave an order and more guards surrounded Qin Cheng's group, guns aimed directly at them. The man rubbed his hands together smugly and said, Here's the deal. Have the girl take off all of her clothes and we'll leave. Simple as that. Before he could finish, Xiao Dai had already grabbed the gun out of his hand. She examined it carefully. "What kind of gun is this?" she asked. "It's so light. Looks like it only holds 2 or 3 bullets." Total junk. "And the way you were holding it? Completely wrong. You think you can even aim like that?" Xiao Dai broke free from the bald guy's grip, making him furious as he angrily waved his arm. She raised her gun, placed her finger on the trigger, and aimed directly at the bald guy's face. She fired. A shot grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The bullet continued on, hitting a vase behind him and shattering it into pieces. Now panicked, the bald guy froze and raised both hands stiffly, staring at Xiao Dai. She lifted her smoking gun, her face lit up with delight. Qin Cheng, watching from the side, clapped enthusiastically, clearly impressed. Right after, the 2 bald guys huddled in a corner, whispering to each other. The one who had been shot said, "How about we cheat a little?" The other quickly agreed, yeah, whatever it takes to finish the job. While the 2 of them were still scheming, Qin Cheng and his group acted like nothing had happened. Calmly, they turned and walked away. Suddenly, Xiao Dai said, "Master, I'm still hungry." Qin Cheng, with his hands in his pockets, answered casually, "It's fine. Let's just find another food stall." Seeing this, the bald guy panicked and yelled, "Hey, where are you going?" He barked at his frozen men, "Why are you just standing there? Stop them." Annoyed, Xiao Dai turned back and said, "Still not had enough, huh? Do you even know who my master is? He's unbeatable, famous everywhere." The 2 bald guys snapped back, "And do you know who we are? We're from the Green Dragon sect. One phone call and we can bring in hundreds of armed guys. So what if you're a good shot? You think you can take on hundreds of people with guns?" Xiao Dai just scoffed, a cold smirk on her face. "Only a few hundred? Who's scared?" Then she casually pulled out her phone and made a call. "Hello, uncle? Someone's bullying me." Qin Cheng, standing off to the side, suddenly asked, "Hey, what's the connection between the Green Dragon sect and the 10 Dragon sect?" The 2 bald guys were shocked. "You don't know?" Seeing that Qin Cheng really didn't have a clue, they started to explain. Fan Long Man is one of the 10 Dragon Gates, led by Master Zhu Ji, and they're responsible for keeping the city safe and maintaining order. Master Zhu Ji is incredibly powerful. She seemed to have reached some kind of advanced level, and even Boss Deng couldn't beat her. Qin Cheng pointed at Xiao Chuan and asked again, "You said Boss Deng? He doesn't look like this, right?" As they pictured Boss Deng's face, both guys immediately shouted, "Oh shit, he looks exactly like him." Seeing the reactions, Qin Cheng seemed to understand and said, "So that's what this is. No wonder you 2 were only watching those 2 and didn't even look at me. Trying to draw attention away with a distraction, huh? Huff, what a waste of effort. If you came here for me, then stop beating around the bush, just fight you directly." The 2 bald men panicked when they saw Qin Cheng about to strike. They stumbled back and begged, No, that's not what we meant. We'll leave right now." Just then, Xiao Dai suddenly appeared, holding a gun. No one saw where she got it from. Pointing it at them, she shouted, "Huff, did I say you could leave?" Right behind her, a group of fully armed people in combat gear quickly blocked the exit. She looked at the 2 men and said, "You want to leave? Not a chance." The 2 guys were so terrified they grabbed onto each other, eyes wide open in shock, staring at Xiao Dai without even blinking. Xiao Dai pointed the gun at them like she was about to shoot, pulling the trigger. Click, 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 click. But no bullets came out. Seeing that, the guard behind her stepped forward, leaned in close, and whispered in her ear, "Miss Fang, the safety's still on." She calmly replied, "Of course I know. I was just trying to scare them." And it worked. She glanced over at the 2 bald guys. They were already foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious, lying there without a clue. Suddenly, Qin Cheng stepped forward and called out, "Xiao Dai, Xiao Chuan, you 2 should head back now. It's too dangerous to keep following me." But the 2 kids from Zhu Ji didn't look worried or sad at all. On the contrary, they seemed even more pumped up. One held a gun, the other flexed their arm proudly, then looked at Qin Cheng and said, "Brother Qin, don't underestimate us. As long as we got this, we're not afraid of anything. I might not be able to beat anyone in a fight, but I can be a human shield. Look pretty solid, right?" Qin Cheng looked at the 2 of them showing off with so much confidence and just shook his head with a helpless smile. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone cut through the moment. Xiao Dai picked it up and asked curiously, "Who is it?" Calling now and ruining the mood. As soon as she answered, a voice on the other end shouted, "Xiao Dai, where are you kids right now?" Caught off guard, Xiao Dai stammered and lied. "Dad, why are you yelling? We just finished eating." Fang Jingji's voice came through urgent and loud. "The Thap Long Man just issued a pursuit order for your Qin Cheng. I don't care where you are. Get back here right now." "Gibiri?" Qin Cheng didn't understand what was going on and asked again, "Manager Fang, what happened?" Fang Jingji stayed silent for a moment before replying, "You've been targeted by the Thop Long Man." Then he let out a deep, troubled sigh. Qin Cheng took his phone and stepped aside. "Do you know why they want to kill me?" Fang Jingji answered, "No. A pursuit order is the highest bounty issued by the Thop Long Man. Even though I don't know what you did, they're incredibly powerful. Since their group was founded, they've only issued 3 of these, and they've never failed. And now there are even rumors that the Su family in the capital is involved." Suddenly, Qin Cheng seemed to remember something. Could it really be because of that so-called treasure? Fang Jingji spoke in a low voice, "Whatever the reason, this is urgent. Take Xiao Dai and head back for now. We'll talk more later." Qin Cheng responded seriously, "All right, I'll take care of it right away." Then Fang Jingji added, "As for you, run as far as you can." After the call ended, Qin Cheng gently patted the 2 kids on the head and said, "You both saw what happened. Go back for now." Even though they didn't want to leave, they knew how serious the situation was. "Okay," they replied. A little while later, a car arrived to pick them up. Sitting inside, the 2 kids looked worried and reminded Qin Cheng, "Brother Qin, master, please be careful." Qin Cheng looked at them, waved, and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." As he pulled his hand back and clenched it tightly, he thought to himself, "Even though I said that facing an opponent this well-prepared won't be something I can just breeze through. Who would have thought the spiritual energy manual would come in handy at a time like this? If I'm going to set up a formation, it has to be a big one." That night, at the real estate office, a frustrated voice echoed through the room. "Who designed this layout, anyway? The villas are built too close to the water, and there are way too many trees. With all the rain and humidity, the place is crawling with bugs. Who's going to buy this?" The young woman let out a sigh, discouraged. It looked like she'd only be getting her base salary this month. Suddenly, the door swung open. She quickly straightened up and greeted the visitor politely. "Welcome. Would you like to see properties in the commercial area or the villa section?" Before she could say more, Qin Cheng cut in. "Can you tell me how many villas are near the water?" Caught off guard, she hesitated, then replied awkwardly, "There are still 12 available. They're all quite large. I'm not sure if you..." Before she could finish, Qin Cheng interrupted. "Perfect. I'll take them all." Thinking he meant he was interested in one as usual, she responded automatically, "Sure, no problem. Let's go take a look at the neighborhood." Then it hit her. She suddenly realized what he had just said. "Wait a second," she said, her voice trembling. "Each villa costs over 5 million yuan. You suddenly say you want to buy all of them. What do you mean by that?" Qin Cheng ignored the young woman's reminder, turned around, and picked up a calculator. "One house costs over 5 million, so 12 houses would be around 80 million, right?" Then he added, "No, better to round up a bit, just in case it's not enough later." When the young woman saw the total on the receipt, she held it with joy, tears streaming down her face. "This is my entire year's bonus all at once." Seeing her like that, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "But there's something I need you to take care of right away." The young woman beamed. "Yes, sir. Just tell me what you need." Qin Cheng turned to look at her and said, "Put a potted plant in the living room of each villa. Any type will do." "Thank you." She blushed as she looked at Qin Cheng's handsome face and quickly responded, "Understood." Scene shift. Headquarters of the Qinglong sect, a multi-story building with traditional architecture. Inside, 2 figures stood with their backs facing the room, all the subordinates bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Juji, Madam Xiao." Juji looked softly at Xiao Yukon and said, "Madam Xiao, Master Deng and his people have bought us quite a bit of time. However," Xiao Yukon noticed the hesitation and asked, "However what?" Juji replied, "Since leaving the barbecue place, Qin Cheng has been going around buying properties. No one knows what he's really up to." Xiao Yukon let out a cold snort, full of disdain. "That's just how these newly rich people are. They think buying a few houses will impress us. Little do they know that our eyes and ears are in every alley. Everything he does is still within our control, right?" Juji smiled and answered with narrowed eyes, "Don't worry. My people are on him constantly. But the item from Mr. Su isn't on Qin Cheng. Chasing after him is a waste of time. We'd be better off looking for Su Wan instead." Xiao Yukon grabbed Juji's chin before she could even finish her sentence. "You think I don't want to find that child? If I could find him, do you think I'd be wasting my time like this?" Juji froze, stumbling over her words. "I'm sorry," I spoke out of turn. Xiao Yukon let go and quickly turned around to give orders. "That's enough. Get back to work. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets." Free from her grip, Juji collapsed to the ground, let out a breath, and replied, "Yes." Once Xiao Yukon had left, Juji's expression changed immediately. Angry, she thought to herself, "Xiao Yukon, that bitch is taking this way too seriously. There's no way this is just some simple matter. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Yu let out a long sigh. Mr. Su, I have to hand it to you. He leaned back and looked at the old man, continuing. You're technically a hostage right now, and yet you seem so relaxed. Are you really not worried? Old Master Su cheerfully lifted his teacup and smiled. At my age, getting to experience something this exciting. Well, I guess all my hard work in life hasn't been for nothing. Seeing how pleased the old man was, the other man said, well, since you're in such a good mood, why don't you just give me a straight answer? If the item is really with Qin Cheng, I'll leave immediately and won't trouble you again. But if you keep hesitating, aren't you just digging your own grave? The old man took a sip of tea and calmly replied, what do I have to be afraid of? Even if you don't lay a hand on me, I won't be around much longer anyway. When Juji heard the news, Su Yu was stunned. What? He said. The old man calmly added, didn't TNGZ tell you? My life, just like the Su families in the capital, only has 3 years left. I don't mind when I die. It's over. But it's not the same for you. Hearing the old man speak so dismissively about the Su family, Su Yu rushed forward, grabbed him by the throat, and growled, you old fool, don't push your luck. The guards on both sides immediately ran over to pull Su Yu back. Young Master Su, don't. He can't die. If he dies, the Su family is finished. Su Yu replied calmly, I know. He let go and threatened. You're not afraid of dying, right? Then what if Su Wan suddenly dies? Would that scare you? At that, Juji burst out laughing. Su Yu, angry, demanded, what's so funny? The old man stopped laughing, looked him straight in the eye, and said, in this world, the one person you can't kill is Su Wan. Oh, and by the way, did Tianjizi ever tell you who's going to kill you? Su Yu frowned. What are you talking about? The old man took a sip of tea and replied calmly, that's a secret heaven won't let me reveal. Scene shift to the Arctic, a land of icy mountains and snow. An old man stroked his beard as he looked into the distance. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, he muttered. From a distance, Su Wan asked, Master, what's wrong? The old man turned and started walking away. I need to go out for a while. You stay here and focus on your training. Su Wan called out, wait, where are you going? The old man turned back with a smile and said, to Xinzhou, to see the one you care about. Su Wan was shocked and thought to herself, what could be serious enough to alarm Master? Could something big have happened? She suddenly said, Master, I want to go with you. The old man immediately refused. No, that's exactly what they want, to trick you. If you go, you'll be walking right into their trap. Even though Su Wan knew he was right, she insisted, but I'm really worried about them. Master Juji then said to her, don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen. But I need you to promise me one thing. Your martial arts skills are extraordinary. When you return to the outside world, you must never reveal that you're a martial artist. Otherwise, you could bring danger upon yourself. Su Wan immediately replied, yes, I understand. Then I'm counting on you to look after Grandpa and Qin Cheng. At that moment, back at the main headquarters of the Qinglong sect, Juji was deep in thought, troubled by the situation with Qin Cheng. She wondered, how could that kid afford all 18 villas? In the end, he must have had support from Mr. Su. Suddenly, Deng Lu rushed in, out of breath, and reported Master that Kid Qin Cheng just returned to the city. Juji asked in surprise, really? Still panting, Deng Lu answered, I'm 100% sure. He's headed toward the east side of the city square. Looks like the bounty on him has really shaken him. Juji smiled, good. Don't tell Xiao you can about this yet. I'll speak to him myself later. Then she asked thoughtfully, has Master Wang arrived yet? Should we let him make the first move? After thinking for a moment, Juji replied, that's fine. If that kid can't survive this, then he's not even worth my effort. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby building, the assassin put his phone in his pocket and muttered, I've waited half a day and still want to kill him. If I'd known, I would have acted first. I just don't get how this brat managed to cause so much trouble for Lord Juji. How dare he make my goddess worry? Kid, your sins are unforgivable. With that, he raised his gun and aimed it at Qin Cheng's head. The bullet fired instantly, speeding toward Qin Cheng in a flash. Just as it seemed like the bullet was about to hit Qin Cheng right in the eye, it suddenly stopped, blocked by an invisible wall. The bullet was crushed and dropped to the ground. Qin Cheng calmly bent down, picked up the bullet, and said, this little toy is kind of impressive. Let me take a look. Holding it up and examining it, Qin Cheng remarked, injecting internal energy into the bullet boosts its attack power. Now that's a smart idea. Definitely worth learning. If it had been anyone else, they'd already be a ghost by now. Suddenly, Qin Cheng turned his head in another direction. Another bullet was flying straight at him. It was coming again. He quickly dodged. The bullet grazed his ear, then unexpectedly curved back. Qin Cheng was stunned. What the? He thought. The bullet shot straight into his shoulder. Shocked, he thought to himself, it curved back. From a rooftop, the assassin saw what happened and let out a cold laugh. We're just getting started. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired a hail of bullets toward Qin Cheng. Watching the bullets rain down like a storm aimed at his head, Qin Cheng sighed. So much. Physics. Bullets flew crisscross in every direction. Qin Cheng couldn't dodge them in time. His arm and leg were torn by gunfire. He winced in frustration and thought, with physics like this, how am I even supposed to avoid them? Then it hit him. Right. Let's try channeling internal energy into my eyes and see what happens. He focused his energy and formed it into a pair of glasses. Looking through them, he noticed one bullet was a different color from the rest. Looks like this golden one might be the type that curves back around, he guessed. Qin Cheng quickly raised his hand to block it, but the moment the bullet hit his shield, his expression changed. No good. These bullets aren't right. He clenched his fists, shouted with all his strength, push it. Get out of here. With that, he swung his arm and sliced the bullet clean in half. Afterward, exhausted, he braced himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Wiping the sweat from his face, he wondered, where are this guy's bullets coming from? Each one is stronger than the last. Suddenly, Qin Cheng shook off the fatigue. He clenched his fists, stood up straight, and activated his spiritual technique, drawing power from the world around him. Life energy surged to the spot, constantly evolving and renewing itself. I already finished setting up the spirit gathering array, he thought. It won't hurt to use it now. In that instant, green shoots burst from the ground, forming a glowing circle with a six-pointed star at its center. With a confident grin, Qin Cheng said, once I'm wrapped in spiritual energy, I like to see how you plan to hit me. Leaves rustled as the wind picked up and swept through the trees. The assassin, clearly confused and caught off guard, exclaimed, what's going on here? At that moment, a massive whirlwind was spinning wildly, and Qin Cheng stood right at center. The fierce swirling force forced the assassin to dodge back. Eyes wide, he muttered in shock, a spiritual energy vortex. From nearby, Qin Cheng said calmly, you got a sharp eye, didn't expect you to recognize even that. The assassin panicked and shouted, who's there? Who said that? Qin Cheng appeared right in front of him, smiling as he said, who else could it be? Of course, it's me, Qin Cheng. Hearing that, the assassin froze for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. Qin Cheng, puzzled, asked, what are you laughing at? The assassin looked at him and said, you're about to die and you're still cracking jokes at me? Qin Cheng glanced down at his body, startled. That's impossible. I remember the book said the spirit form is perfectly safe. How could I be dying? Is this guy just talking nonsense? Besides, I don't feel anything wrong. There's no pain and the bullet wounds are already healed. It can't be some kind of spiritual backlash. I'm not practicing dark magic. With a wicked grin, the assassin said, I'll give you 10 seconds to say your last words. When Qin Cheng didn't respond, the assassin shouted louder, last words, say them. Damn it, if you don't, I'm going to attack. Qin Cheng leaned on his hand, thinking for a moment, then said, don't rush me. I need a minute to think carefully. He shouted impatiently, enough. How long are you planning to keep preparing your speech? And your hair. It's terrible. Looks like a pile of crap. Go get it cut. What do you think? Better now? He added, waving his fingers back and forth like he was pretending to snip it off. Then he raised his hand, which had been hiding a bullet, grabbed his gun, and said darkly, there's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Instead, you charge straight into hell. Kid, you brought this on yourself. With a sinister grin, he aimed the gun straight at Qin Cheng and fired. The bullet struck him, sending him flying. Qin Cheng was stunned. Wasn't he protected by a vortex of spiritual energy? How could he still get hurt? The assassin picked up the bullet he used and said smugly, did you really think you were the only one in the world who could see spiritual energy? And if you can see it, why didn't you study it more carefully? Qin Cheng panicked as he saw the assassin raise the gun and aim again. What? From the book he was holding, Qin Cheng finally read the full line. Spiritual energy can block all attacks, unless the attack uses spiritual energy that's purer than the defense. The assassin continued, this purple bullet is called a spiritual energy bullet. It's way purer than that vortex of yours. Qin Cheng gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, everything's just completely broken here. What now? Am I supposed to just lie here and take it? The assassin laughed and said, I'm not stupid. In your next life, don't bother learning martial arts. Just live a normal life like everyone else. He pulled the trigger and fired. Qin Cheng felt the force of the bullet shooting toward him and braced against the protective aura of the spiritual energy vortex. Fear gripped him as he thought, this is it. It's really over this time. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, caught the bullet, and flung it away. Qin Cheng was stunned. Who are you? The assassin froze in shock. What the hell just happened? At that moment, a figure landed lightly on the railing. It was an old man, Suwan's master. Stroking his beard with a smile, he said, looks like I showed up just in time. Overjoyed, Qin Cheng called out, Master. The old man turned to Qin Cheng and said gently, Qin Cheng, if I were you, I wouldn't choose this moment to enter the spiritual energy vortex. The assassin yelled in anger. Where the hell did this old geezer come from? Damn it, who are you? He stared at the old man, thinking, what's going on with this guy? He doesn't have even half a trace of inner strength, yet he just deflected my spirit-infused bullet like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng ignored the assassin and casually chatted with the old man. Suwan, is she okay? Where is she? Nothing unexpected happened to her, right? She's fine, she's doing really well, the old man replied with a reassuring smile. She's in a very safe place, so there's no need to worry. The assassin, now completely ignored, exploded with rage. Damn it, are you two seriously ignoring me? You think I'm nothing, huh? Fine, then you can both shut up forever. He stepped back, raised his gun, and aimed it straight at them. The purple bullet shot forward at high speed, but the old man instantly caught it between two fingers. The assassin watched in shock as the old man effortlessly raised his hand and stopped his purple bullet. His eyes widened and he shouted in fear. What? The old man's gentle smile vanished. His face turned cold and terrifying as he looked at the assassin and said in a chilling voice, Get lost! That single glance sent a surge of energy blasting straight into the assassin, launching him backward and slamming him into the ground. Struggling to get up, he thought in panic, what is this old man? The friendly old man who had just been smiling at Qin Cheng was gone. Now he stood with a cold, expressionless face, eyes full of killing intent locked on the assassin. The assassin trembled in fear, thinking this old man was way too powerful. He could probably crush him with just a flick of his fingers. The old man gently stroked his beard and called out to Qin Cheng. Surprised, Qin Cheng responded. The old man glanced at him and said, Don't waste any more time. Start absorbing the spiritual energy. I need to talk to you. Qin Cheng obediently replied, Yes, sir. While Qin Cheng began absorbing the energy, the old man turned back to the assassin and said, That bullet of yours, it's pretty interesting. The assassin trembled and denied it quickly. No, it wasn't me. I could make it. The bullet was given to me by Lord Juji. It has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all. The old man stepped closer and asked, Who is Juji? Cornered, the assassin backed away, hesitating. He thought to himself, Even if I go back without completing the mission, I'll still die. Might as well die here at his hands. At least I'll keep my honor. As soon as he made up his mind, he grabbed the gun beside him and raised it, ready to strike the old man. I'll fight you to the end. The old man just stood there smiling. His presence was calm and steady, though his hands weren't strong enough to hold anything. Without another word, he took hold of the gun and smoothly moved behind the assassin. The assassin quickly spun around and swung his arm to hit him, but the old man dodged in an instant and reappeared somewhere else, speaking calmly. You've already tried to hit me and made all that noise. Are you ready to talk now? Now the assassin started to panic. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. After he finished telling his story, the old man let out a sigh. So it turns out that Xiao Kid is the one behind all this. No wonder they were targeting Qin Cheng. Tears streamed down the assassin's face as he cried and begged. I was blind. I didn't realize who I was dealing with. I didn't know you were a Grand Martial Master. I've told you everything I know. Please just spare my life. Seeing him like that, the old man chuckled, placed a hand on his head and said, I'm not going to eat you. Why are you so scared? Relax, I'm not going to kill you. Hearing that, the assassin asked carefully, Really? The old man replied, Of course, but while I may be easygoing, Qin Cheng isn't so forgiving. Thinking back to how he had just threatened Qin Cheng, the assassin was filled with regret. Damn it, why couldn't I keep my mouth shut? How could I have picked a fight with Qin Cheng? It must be this awful haircut of mine that made him uncomfortable. I'll go find Tony to fix it, so I don't bother him again. The old man laughed and nodded. Good, you should go. That hairstyle really doesn't suit you. It kind of looked like a pile of crap. The assassin stood there, mouth wide open. Yes, you're absolutely right, sir. I won't bother you any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and bolted. The old man watched him run off and muttered with a sigh. Not bad. Pretty quick. If I timed it right, that kid Qin should be coming out soon. Seeing Qin Cheng still standing at the center of the whirlwind, the old man called out, Qin Cheng, are you still not done? Qin Cheng was in the middle of absorbing spiritual energy. Veins popped across his face as he focused. After a few minutes, he had absorbed all of it. He let out a relieved breath and pulled up his shirt to check the wound on his stomach. Wow, that's some seriously concentrated energy. Even a wound this bad is healing. Master, hello, he greeted respectfully. Suddenly, the old man's tone turned cold. Kneel. Qin Cheng thought he misheard. Confused and unsure of what was happening, he hesitated. But the old man's voice grew sharp and forceful, and with a wave of pressure, he forced Qin Cheng to his knees. I said kneel. With a stern expression, the old man looked Qin Cheng in the eye and asked, Do you know what you did wrong? Flustered, Qin Cheng replied, Please enlighten me, sir. He still had no idea what the old man was trying to do. Did he take the wrong medicine or something? The old man finally spoke. From today on, remember these 3 don'ts. Don't underestimate your opponent, don't abandon a fight halfway, and don't reveal your full strength right at the start. Qin Cheng replied, Yeah, I understand. The old man gave him a light tap on the head and said, Understand what? Then tell me, why did you trap yourself in the middle of the fight just now? Qin Cheng answered calmly, I figured I couldn't win, so I moved into the center to stay out of direct danger. Before he could finish, the old man snapped, and you still claim to understand. Qin Cheng suddenly realized his mistake. Exactly, the old man continued. You acted that way because you assumed your opponent couldn't break through the spiritual energy vortex. But what happened in reality? If I hadn't arrived in time, things could have gone very badly for you. As for the third point, never show your trump card too early. Take the last guy as an example. His strongest weapon was his spiritual energy bullets. Once he saw they had no effect, he panicked and lost his focus. That's why he lost. While the old man lectured, Qin Cheng stood beside him, listening intently and taking mental notes. Suddenly, the old man turned and asked, Then tell me, why shouldn't you run away in the middle of the fight? Qin Cheng answered seriously, because in front of a true master, running is pointless. The old man nodded, Exactly. Let's move. Qin Cheng asked in surprise, Move where? The old man looked at him and said, You already know the answer. Meanwhile, back at the Azure Dragon sect headquarters, one of the assassins was shaking in fear and pleaded, I swear everything I said is true. There's a grand martial master supporting Qin Cheng. We really shouldn't get involved. We need to back out now. Ji slammed his hand down in frustration and shouted, Do you even understand what a grand martial master is? There are already 10 of them in the entire world. Why would someone like that stick around a kid? If you don't want to take responsibility, just say so, but don't make up stories. Or do you think I won't take action for spreading baseless rumors? He stammered B, but this is the first time in my life I've met someone so terrifying. You know my strength. Standing in front of him, I felt like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin was slapped hard across the face by Xiao Yukan. She snapped arrogantly, What nonsense. Stop talking garbage. Even though she said that, deep down she was thinking, could it really be that person? Standing nearby, Ji glanced at Xiao Yukan and thought to herself, if that kid really has a grandmaster backing him, staying here would be suicide. That woman, Xiao Yukan, can't be trusted. Nothing she says is reliable. I can't just sit here and wait to die. If this news is true, I need to get out now. Ji then firmly ordered the assassin, Get up. Take me to see Qin Cheng. Suddenly, the door burst open and a voice came from outside. No need. The person you're looking for is right here. Qin Cheng walked in cheerfully with an old man by his side. Ji was stunned and exclaimed, Qin Cheng. The assassin collapsed to the floor in fear and stuttered. It's you. Greetings, Grand Martial Master. The old man simply smiled and said, It's fine. When Xiao Yukan saw the old man, she was visibly shocked. Her voice trembled with excitement. Sir, why are you with Qin Cheng? But the old man ignored her completely. No matter how she called out to him, he walked straight up to Ji and asked, You're Ji, correct? Ji hesitated. Yes. The old man looked at her kindly and said, Go back. The feud between the 10 Dragon sect and Qin Cheng ends here. Ji stared at the old man, sizing him up. Grandmaster level. Impressive, very impressive. Then she replied, Then I. Xiao Yukan suddenly cut in, shouting angrily, No way. You think you can just call it off like that? You think I, Xiao Yukan, don't care about my reputation? The assassin, still kneeling, immediately tried to stop her. Sister Xiao, please don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yukan swung her arm and knocked her aside. With disdain, she said, Useless. Shut that filthy mouth of yours. Then she turned to Ji beside her and ordered, Ji, you're up. Ji pretended to hesitate. Me? Picking on someone like that doesn't feel right. But inside, she was cursing. Is this woman insane? She knows the opponent is a grand martial master and still wants me to fight. Xiao Yukan threatened her coldly, so what if it's unfair? This is my territory. As long as you agree to fight, even if you lose, I won't touch you. But if you run away in the middle of the fight, I'll make sure you suffer worse than death. Juji replied reluctantly, fine. Either way, losing to a grand martial master means death. And if I run and she catches me, that's death too. Since I'm not getting out of this alive, I might as well go out looking decent. The old man nearby saw Juji's resolve and nodded in approval. Oh, not bad. This young lady's got some backbone. Juji looked at him and said, this is my sex ultimate technique, the 10 dragon arts. I hope you'll give me some pointers. As she spoke, a purple dragon appeared behind her. The old man simply smiled and waved his hand casually. Come on, girl. Don't hold back. Juji responded, all right then. I will go easy. She launched her attack, throwing a punch straight at him. But the old man didn't dodge. He just stood there, calmly lifting a finger and drawing 2 quick strokes in the air. Juji didn't understand what he was doing. Just as she got close to his fingertip, the old man calmly said, step back. A beam of light shot from his finger straight into Juji's forehead, knocking her down in pain. She coughed up a little blood, then willingly said, I admit defeat. From this day forward, our 10 dragon sect swears never to be enemies with Qin Cheng. I'll have them withdraw the pursuit order. The old man stroked his beard and asked, Qin Cheng, is that clear to you and Juji? Qin Cheng replied casually, yeah, Juji understands. He glanced at the old man and thought to himself, even though he'd known the elder was strong, he hadn't expected this level of power. So this is what a grand martial master is like, even stronger than that dragon. The old man then looked at Juji and said, all right, you may leave. Juji happily replied, yes, thank you, grand martial master. Then she stood up and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Xiao Yukan let out a cold snort. She raised her hand to strike Juji, intending to kill her, but Qin Cheng stepped in just in time, blocking the attack and shattering it. Annoyed, she said, Qin Cheng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Qin Cheng answered coldly, didn't you just say you wouldn't lay a hand on her? Why the sudden change? Looks like everyone from the Su family in the capital talks big but can't be trusted. Xiao Yukan replied proudly, so what if I promised? I do whatever I want. No one can stop me. Hearing that, Qin Cheng snapped angrily. Shameless. Juji, still weak from the sneak attack, collapsed to the floor and cursed bitterly. You? Xiao Yukan, you damn bitch. How dare you ambush me? Xiao Yukan crossed her arms, looking proud and unbothered. She said arrogantly, I fought fair and square. How can you call that a sneak attack? If you twist my words again, I won't go easy on you. Juji snapped. This is the domain of a grand martial master. Do you really think you can defy the rules here? Xiao Yukan hesitated for a moment. She frowned and thought to herself, taking on the two of them wouldn't be hard, but if the grandmaster stepped in too, that'd be a different story. The old man just stroked his beard and smiled. This is a matter between young folks. It wouldn't be right for me to interfere. How about this, you two team up? If you manage to beat Xiao Yukan, I'll give each of you a gift. Juji and Qin Cheng both looked confused and pointed at each other in surprise. Me? And that kid? Xiao Yukan suddenly asked. And what if I win? The old man answered calmly, then I'll give you the Su family's treasure. That made Xiao Yukan burst into laughter, clearly thrilled. I've waited so many years for this moment. I can't believe it's going to be this easy. With just you two useless weaklings, I'll have you both on your knees begging for mercy in under 3 moves. And if you end up missing a few limbs, don't blame me. Juji quickly stepped forward and grabbed Qin Cheng's arm, whispering, are you sure you can handle this? That woman is seriously strong. Qin Cheng casually scratched his head and replied calmly, honestly, I'm not too sure myself. Juji panicked. Then what the hell are we even doing here? Right then, Qin Cheng suddenly put his arm around her shoulder and smiled, saying, don't rush. If you can't win by force, use your smarts. Juji didn't get it and asked, smarts? Qin Cheng pulled Juji aside, and the two of them whispered together, like this and that, and this and that. Xiao Yukan, clearly annoyed, snapped, hey, are you two even listening to me? Qin Cheng cleared his throat and replied, don't you think this is a little unfair? Both of us are injured. Fighting you like this really puts us at a disadvantage. Juji quickly nodded in agreement beside him. Xiao Yukan sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead as she thought, all right, fine. How do you want to do this? Honestly, beating up 2 injured people doesn't really mean much. Qin Cheng spoke up, since this is a martial arts challenge, as long as the core spirit stays the same, it counts. Let's compete in 3 quick rounds based on speed, accuracy, and strength. Quick means who can strike the fastest, accurate means who can hit with more precision, and strong means who has more power. Isn't that fair? Back in the day, Xiao Yukan was known for her speed and strength. People even called her the Eagle Queen. So she laughed and said, "Sounds fair enough. Kid, you got guts to challenge me in those areas. You didn't even bother asking Juji what they used to call me." Qin Cheng smiled and said, "Then let's start round 1. Just then, Juji came over with a basin of hot water. "Qin Cheng, I've got everything ready like you asked." He pointed to the basin and said, "Whoever picks up that bar of soap with their fingers first wins." Sound good? Xiao Yukan panicked. This was boiling water. It would burn her soft fingers. What should she do? While she hesitated, Juji cheerfully reached in and grabbed the bar of soap. Off to the side, Qin Cheng started the stopwatch and said in amazement, "You're fast." Not even a second. Qin Cheng, who had been a homemaker for over 20 years, moved with incredible speed. Juji, who had grown up so poor she sometimes didn't even have food, had once been a thief. The two of them smiled, eyes squinting with amusement, waiting to see what Xiao Yukan would do. Now was her turn. Xiao Yukan, pampered since she was little, looked at the steaming water, trembling. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I give up." As she stood there in defeat, Juji and Qin Cheng clapped hands, celebrating their win. Then Qin Cheng brought over a laptop and said, "Real knives and guns are too much, too dangerous. Plus, we can't get them on short notice, so let's compete with this instead." Xiao Yukan immediately objected. "Who says we can't? If we're doing this, let's do it for real." She snapped her fingers, and a security guard brought over a bowl and an apple. Handing the apple to Juji, she said, "You, put it on your head." Standing there, Juji didn't want to go along with it. She was about to say, "Are you crazy?" But Xiao Yukan shot her a warning look. "Go!" Xiao Yukan ordered coldly. Grinding her teeth in anger, Juji reluctantly placed the apple on her head, standing still while Xiao Yukan aimed. Seeing Juji trembling, Xiao Yukan said coldly, "What are you so afraid of? It's not like I'd miss." Then, with a swift motion, she shot the arrow straight through the apple on Juji's head. After the shot, she tossed the bow to Qin Cheng, raised her chin, and said, "Hey, your turn." Qin Cheng looked at the bow, clearly worried. "Damn, I don't even know how to use this. Can I really win?" He raised the bow and aimed at the apple. Juji, shaking, warned him, "If you miss, I'll kill you." Qin Cheng squinted with one eye, focused, and said, "Whether I miss or not, I still have to take the shot." Then he let the arrow fly, hit the wall straight on. Surprised, Qin Cheng asked, "Where'd she go?" When he turned around, he saw Juji crouched in a corner hiding. "I don't want to die so soon," she muttered. Seeing this, Qin Cheng was speechless. "You?" From the side, Xiao Yukan scoffed with disdain. "Useless is still useless." The old man quietly assessed her. This girl still lacks something, he thought. Then she stood tall and confident. "Now it's one-on-one. Let's get to the final round." "Go ahead, say it." "How do we fight in the 3rd round?" The old man cleared his throat. "In the 3rd round, you'll each try to push me back. Simple as that." At that, Xiao Yukan and Juji both looked confident. "Ha! How easy is that? But let me say this, if you get hurt, I won't take the blame." The old man calmly sipped his tea. "Go all out." Right away, Xiao Yukan unleashed a powerful wave with a mighty strike like she was trying to move mountains. The old man felt a hint of pity. I've never seen someone so eager to throw away their life. What a shame. Another great martial artist lost to the world. Still seated, he just kept drinking his tea, summoning a solid barrier around himself. Her strike slammed into the shield and shattered instantly. Xiao Yukan's expression turned panicked. Only then did the old man finally speak. "Oh, right. I forgot to mention something earlier. If you can't break through the shield, all the power you use will bounce right back at you. You should think carefully. If you don't have the strength, it's better to give up now." She shouted in shock. "What did you just say? If I fail, all of this will turn against me?" The old man saw how serious she was and chuckled. "So, you're finally ready to go all out." With determination, she replied, "No, I can't lose." Then she gathered all of her strength into her arm and charged straight at the old man, yelling, "Break for me! Shatter for me!" Seeing her give it everything she had, the old man just sighed. It was over. Her strike vanished before it could reach him, and when he struck back, she was thrown into a panic. What? Physics? No way. The force from his protective barrier sent her flying up and crashing into the ceiling. TYCOON and Juji, watching nearby, were shocked. "What did she just do?" they exclaimed. At that moment, the old man turned to them, smiling and said, "Now it's your turn." That single sentence froze them in fear. Qin Cheng nervously said, maybe I should go. Suddenly, Huji placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I'll go first. Senior, please allow me to learn from you. She stepped forward, thinking to herself, even Xiao Yukon lost. I probably don't stand a chance either, but he only said I needed to move him, not necessarily push him back. What if I destroy the floor? How will he respond to that? Right after thinking that, she cast a spell to crack the floor beneath him. Qin Cheng was amazed and praised her. Impressive. I didn't know you could do something like that. The old man smiled with satisfaction and said, this girl's got brains, though still a bit lacking. Then both Juji and Qin Cheng were left wide-eyed, mouths open in disbelief. What the heck? You can do that too. Still seated in his chair, the old man asked, if I were floating in midair, what would you do then? Xiao Yukon was in a tough spot. She lay on the rooftop, resting her chin on her hand, watching the scene below, and let out a snort. They made such a big show, but in the end, they still lost. At that moment, Juji looked awkward and sat down heavily. I admit defeat. Qin Cheng looked at the old man and said with emotion, I'm counting on you now. Damn, he doesn't even go easy on his own people. The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. It's exactly because you're my own that I can't go easy on you. How else would you improve? Juji patted Qin Cheng's shoulder seriously and said softly, this old man barely has any weaknesses, but you can't rely on brute strength. You won't stand a chance. Qin Cheng nodded in understanding, stepped forward and said, Senior, I ask for your guidance. Seeing Qin Cheng approach, the old man said, Qin Cheng, it's been a long time since we faced off like this. If your strength isn't enough, I'm afraid you won't even be able to protect Su Wan. Hearing Su Wan's name, Qin Cheng clenched his fists and answered, You're right, but I said before, I'll protect her with my life, no matter who the enemy is. Juji let out a long oh and sighed deeply. Qin Cheng thought to himself, if the protective barrier can't be broken from the outside, then it has to be broken from within. The old man studied Qin Cheng for a moment, then said, looks like you figured something out. Then let's see it. Qin Cheng grabbed a pillar and thrust it straight into the barrier, shouting, break. The moment the pillar struck the protective shield, a flash of light burst out. Qin Cheng immediately thought, this is it. As soon as he picked the right moment, Qin Cheng fired the purple bullet straight ahead. It shot toward the protective barrier, pierced through it, and flew inside, leaving the old man surprised. Seeing the bullet had made it through, Qin Cheng grabbed the pillar again and drove it forward once more. Brave for me. The pillar struck the barrier, forcing the old man to raise his hand to block it. Qin Cheng was already coughing up blood, but he gritted his teeth and thought, I can do this. I can hold on for a few more seconds. The old man looked at Qin Cheng with concern. This kid doesn't look like he can hang on much longer. If he doesn't stop now, things could go bad. Right then, Qin Cheng coughed up blood again and collapsed backward. Juji was stunned and rushed over, calling his name. She reached him just in time to catch him. The force knocked both of them back. They slid a good distance and slammed into the wall behind. Juji struggled to hold Qin Cheng, bracing against the cracked wall. The old man clapped his hands repeatedly, clearly impressed. Excellent. 2-1. You win. Qin Cheng, barely conscious, muttered, What? We won. Behind him, Juji was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. We won. Qin Cheng, still in disbelief, asked again, We really won? Juji hugged him tightly and said, You heard me right. We won. We actually won. The old man walked over and handed a pill to Juji. This is your reward. This pill can significantly boost your cultivation. At the very least, it will help you break through to the next level. Juji gratefully replied, Thank you, elder. Then the old man turned to Qin Cheng and said, Now about you. Qin Cheng looked at the round object in the old man's hand and asked, What is this? The old man replied, A dragon soul. A dragon soul is the spirit of a dragon after it died and holds all the power and cultivation the dragon built up over its lifetime. Juji was stunned by the explanation. Qin Cheng was shocked too and asked, Something this powerful, how did you get it? The old man answered casually, Of course, I had to kill a real dragon. That offhand comment left both Qin Cheng and Juji speechless. Qin Cheng asked, So dragons really exist in this world? The old man nodded. Of course. And not only do they exist, but their power can be passed down. Wasn't your father one of them? He continued, If within a year you can reach the soul transformation level, I'll give this dragon soul to you. But if you can't, I'll throw it away. Qin Cheng was suddenly overwhelmed. What about my father? Then, after a pause, he added, No, never mind. With the level I'm at right now, it's too soon for me to know about this stuff. The old man nodded approvingly. Good. It's enough that you understand. Ji had been looking around when he suddenly asked, "Hey, where's Xiao Yukon?" Qin Cheng panicked. "Tan, don't tell me she ran off again and is planning something against us." The old man laughed heartily. "That girl slipped away during the chaos earlier." Qin Cheng exploded. "Oh shit, she got away with it." Ji suddenly remembered something and started yelling too, "Damn it, she still owes me money." The old man calmly said, "She won't have an easy life from now on." Meanwhile, Qin Cheng and Ji awkwardly exchanged phone numbers off to the side. A few hours later, at the Su family's villa, Su Yu saw Xiao Yukon stumble through the door, looking completely worn out. He asked with concern, "What happened to you?" Clutching her stomach, Xiao Yukon replied, "Don't worry about that right now. Where's your father?" Su Yu answered, "He said he had something to do and left a while ago." At that moment, the old man had stepped outside. He looked up at the sky for a while, then said, "Everything's been taken care of. It's time for me to go. As for Suwan, don't worry about her. As long as I'm around, nothing will happen to her. And you, use your time wisely to grow stronger, not just for yourself, but for this world." Qin Cheng asked in surprise, "The world? What do you mean?" Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared, forcing Qin Cheng to shield his eyes. Just before vanishing, the old man left him with one last sentence, "We'll meet again someday." As soon as he finished speaking, the whirlwind disappeared. Qin Cheng stood there in a daze, then suddenly remembered he should let Officer Fang know he was safe. No need to make him worry. He quickly pulled out his phone and called, "Hello, Officer Fang? It's me, Qin Cheng." There was silence on the other end. No one answered. Qin Cheng frowned and asked, "No sound. Is my phone broken?" Then he raised his voice and shouted, "Hello? Can you hear me?" At last, Fang Jingji's shaky voice came through. You're not dead." Qin Cheng replied cheerfully, "Of course not. I'm doing just fine." Fang Jingji finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's great. I thought you." Before he could finish, the two kids next to him, Xiao Dai and Xiao Chuan, burst into tears and cried out, "Brother Qin Cheng, everyone said you were dead, but I didn't believe it." You weren't. Please come back soon, Master." Qin Cheng's voice came through, shaken by their sobs. "Do you really have to cry like that? Don't worry, I'm coming back right now." Fang Jingji took the phone and said, "Xiao Dai, let me have the phone for a bit." Then he spoke seriously to Qin Cheng, "If you're really still alive, tell me, has everything been taken care of? Have the Su family people left the capital?" Qin Cheng replied, "Yeah, and the 13 Dragon Gate has lifted the kill order too." Fang Jingji hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll be honest with you, we also went looking for Mr. Su." Qin Cheng, clearly upset, snapped, "What? You even went after Mr. Su?" Fang Jingji answered in a steady voice, "No, not like that. He had relapsed because of the shock. He's in the hospital now. I'll send you the address. Let's meet there in a bit." A few hours later at the hospital, Qin Cheng came rushing in, flung the door open, and called out anxiously, "Mr. Su." A stranger standing in the room looked at him and said sternly, "Where did this punk come from? What are you yelling for?" Fang Jingji quickly explained, "Qin Cheng, you're here. This is Grandmaster Qiao from the Qiao family. He's come to offer birthday wishes to Mr. So. Be respectful when you speak, and don't provoke him." Qin Cheng understood right away and bowed his head. "Greetings, Grandmaster Qiao." The old man responded coolly, Fine." Qin Cheng felt uneasy. If even someone like Director Fang was being so respectful to this man, he must really be something. Suddenly, old Mr. Su spoke up. "Just say it. What do you really want?" With a cold sneer, the old man replied, "Mr. Su, you're as sharp as ever. But the Su family feels so empty now. Why not just merge with the Qiao family? Maybe if I'm in a good mood one day, I'll help guide that useless son-in-law of yours." Fang Jingji was stunned. "What did you say?" Old Mr. Su stayed silent, not saying a word. Qin Cheng suddenly burst out laughing. "Looks like Grandmaster Qiao and Mr. Su really are close. Otherwise, you wouldn't be thinking so much on behalf of the Su family." The old man replied smugly, "Exactly." Then Qin Cheng's expression changed. His tone turned cold. "But there's a saying, when you're broke, speak less. When you've got no money, worry less. The Su family is under my management now. You don't need to meddle. If you really have nothing better to do, feel free to go up to the rooftop and throw money off it. I promise no one will stop you." The old man flew into a rage and grabbed Qin Cheng by the collar. Don't you care that Mr. Su's 80th birthday celebration is coming up soon? Aren't you afraid something might happen to him?" Qin Cheng replied sarcastically, "You're about the same age, aren't you? And you're still doing just fine." Furious, the old man spun around and stormed off. "You brat, just wait and see." Qin Cheng stayed silent, his face dark. Seeing this, Fang Jingji nervously asked, should we just cancel the birthday banquet? A few hours later, the scene shifts. Two beautiful young women are holding hands and speaking together. Ren Guyi. Is that really Ren Guyi? He's more than just Ren Guyi. I heard why the beauty is here too. Qin Cheng and Scarface stare blankly. Qin Cheng asks, a celebrity? Scarface replies, maybe. Suddenly, Qin Cheng seems to sense something. He quickly turns around and looks behind him. It feels like countless eyes in the sky are watching him. Seeing Qin Cheng's strange reaction, Scarface asks, what's wrong, Mr. Qin? Qin Cheng points upward and says, there's something over there. Scarface looks confused. How will I know? Maybe we should go check it out. Up ahead, there's a booth selling something. The vendor is loudly promoting his goods, calling out to passersby. Take a look. We've got everything you need. Scarface thinks Qin Cheng is pointing at the booth and explains, Mr. Qin, that guy's from the Divine Medicine Palace. Qin Cheng, unfamiliar with the name, asks, Divine Medicine Palace? Just then, a young woman suddenly walks up and says, you don't even know the Divine Medicine Palace? Qin Cheng turns to look at her and asks, who are you? She smiles and says, Mr. Qin, since this is our first meeting, just call me Y the Beauty. This is Y the Beauty, an inner-strength grandmaster, a master illusionist born in the capital, with a mysterious background. Qin Cheng, puzzled by her introduction, says, who calls themselves the Beauty, anyway? She suddenly asked, as a martial artist, what do you think is the scariest thing? Qin Cheng answered seriously, losing all my strength or being unable to protect the people who matter most. She laughed and moved closer to Qin Cheng. Mr. Qin, you're so naive. Martial artists are human too. What's truly terrifying is an incurable disease. As long as your spirit is intact, no matter how badly you're hurt, it can be healed. But if you're struck by a terminal illness, that's a whole different story. This Divine Medicine Palace doesn't treat ordinary illnesses. They say that as long as you're still breathing, even if you've already set foot in the underworld, they can pull you back. That's why so many martial families are willing to spend their entire fortunes just to build a connection with the Divine Medicine Palace. Qin Cheng asked calmly, so why are you telling me this? The beautiful Y said, Mr. Qin, there's someone I want to save. Could I ask for your help? Qin Cheng was caught off guard. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, before meeting you, I never even heard of the Divine Medicine Palace. How am I supposed to help? Y pointed toward a vendor stall. All you need to do is buy that string of prayer beads from that booth for me. Qin Cheng thought it was going to be something serious. Turns out that was it. At the stall, a noisy crowd had gathered, shouting out bids. 50,000, 100,000, I'll pay 150,000. One man stepped forward holding a jade bracelet. This jade bracelet has been passed down in my family. It wards off evil spirits. Can I trade it for that string of Buddhist prayer beads? The seller looked at it for a moment, then said, this bracelet is worn out. Just one look and you can tell it's not worth much. How about this? If you can bring me 5 just like it, I'll make a trade with you. The person holding the bracelet exclaimed in shock, 5. Qin Cheng leaned in to take a look. He was quietly impressed. That bracelet wasn't ordinary. It held a powerful spiritual energy. It was definitely a rare and valuable item. The person with the bracelet suddenly shouted angrily, this bracelet could easily sell for 300 million at an auction. 5 of them would be 1.5 billion. The stall owner clearly doesn't want to sell, and now the people around are just going along with it. That's right, just say you don't want to sell. Someone else chimed in. The stall owner gave a cold snort and said, I'm not stupid either. Of course, she wanted to sell it for a high price. Suddenly, Qin Cheng stepped forward and asked, excuse me, may I take a look? The stall owner lifted her chin proudly and said, look all you want, just don't touch it carelessly. Qin Cheng picked up the jade and replied, got it, got it. He examined the stone carefully. At first glance, it didn't seem all that special. Wasn't it just glowing? Then, out of nowhere, countless purple eyes appeared, merging into one large golden eye that shone with a radiant light. Qin Cheng was startled. You never noticed something like this using ordinary methods. This called for a secret technique, one used to analyze feng shui with a mystical compass. From inside the Qin Cheng's jade, a strange image appeared, leaving him stunned and stammering. This is physics, or is it some kind of cult ritual? That girl was just being worshipped. Why is she crying now? It's like she's been abandoned. Suddenly, the girl in the image glanced at Qin Cheng, then raised her hand to her mouth as if to signal a secret. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Qin Cheng's body jerked backward. The shopkeeper, noticing Qin Cheng's reaction, let out a surprised oh and said with admiration, looks like this kid's got something going on. She asked him, so, did you figure out what's behind it? Qin Cheng handed the jade back and replied, "This piece really isn't bad," the shopkeeper said mysteriously. "Since you know how to recognize quality, I'll give you a discount." The nearby customers, stirred up and agitated, rushed over and protested loudly. "Why does he get a discount and not us? I have my eye on that jade all day." The shopkeeper pointed coldly at the rowdy group and said, "Because of you." She pointed at the newcomer as she spoke, and a flash of light shot from her fingertip. "Why?" The beautiful woman standing behind her crossed her arms and smiled softly. Suddenly, the whole area lit up with a bright flash, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes. The jade flared brilliantly, then everything returned to normal. But now, the people who had been crowding around the stall had vanished without a trace. Scarface came running up in a panic, shouting, "Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin!" Looking down from above, the area was now completely empty. Only Scarface and two others stood there, confused and unsure of what had just happened.